All right, everyone, welcome back. It is good to see you again. Thank you for allowing us to have that 1 hour delay.
Did we give them a choice?
Not really,
Okay.
but still.
It's still nice to thank them.
Okay, thank you.
We're at the point where Randall Bills is making jokes, so we're going to start.
And smiling, it's weird.
And I didn't quite catch that. I think we need more video proof, to be fair.
Mirror Universe, Randall.
Mirror Universe, Randall.
For everyone who seems to have missed it, my name is Michael Ciravella. I am your podcaster for today and the Catalyst Game Labs event manager. It's good to see you. Beside me, I have Lauren Coleman, the CEO of Catalyst Game Labs, and Randall Bills, whose title still escapes me, but he's super important and several levels above me.
That
so
guy.
we go with that. That guy. He's been director of operations, king. He had a crown at one point. He's threatened me several times. It all works out well.
You had a crown?
Sure, why not? I think it was an old Burger King crown, though. Remember when you get the old paper Burger King crown, and we would immediately turn it upside down and push in the thing like a cross guard on your helmet? Yeah.
Yes.
Because nerds.
Because that is what all people do, clearly. Please run to your nearby Burger King and ask them to sponsor this podcast.
Weird that the very first question was Gothic right there. Huh.
Oh,
that's strange.
Oh, what? I don't know what that is.
I don't know.
Is that a thing?
Gothic question mark.
Gothic question mark.
I'm deleting that for lack of specificity. Yes, Gothic, yes. There we go. Moving on.
Super important guy. Nice.
Absolutely. All right. So, I don't think... Well,
is that Trawson? 117 asked. That sounds like Trawson, doesn't it?
Actually, it does. I miss him. Man.
So, we have been working for a little... We had a slightly different schedule planned, but apparently something seems to have taken on that.
Is our mic?
Just making sure our mics... Just make sure they're good.
All right.
Everyone sounds quiet.
Well, we can make up for that.
We certainly can.
I mean, I can, push the mic into my mouth a little more. It's,
Praise Blake. Yes, we
They're working on the sound. Thank you for letting us know.
Are we still quiet? We don't want to be quiet.
So few of them are. Just Lauren, for me, he should swing the mic just a bit closer to his mouth.
Hello. Oh, I think what he meant was swing it further out.
I can hear him just fine, but that's also in my nightmares, so that is fine. All right, so clear but a little quiet. We're willing to give you that. So we will try to talk up a bit. It is quite loud in here. We are coming live from Adepticon, now in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We are having a great, great time. It is absolutely fantastic so far. The reason we actually had to postpone for an hour is because our booth was packed to the gills. The line was going around it. It was almost like Gen Con for us. I was really excited. And we've got nearly 50 full tables outside running everything from BattleTech Aces to classic BattleTech and Leviathan. So we're having a great time. But as I was saying, we had an initial schedule was coming out, but something seems to have popped up to make it a little bit more focused. So, Lauren, is there anything you would like to talk about first and foremost that may have come up on the chat about 9 times?
No.
Randall, would you like to talk about anything specific and then have Lauren jump in because then he wants to talk about it?
So Leviathans is coming out in the spring. We're really excited about that. It's been a long time coming. I assume that's what we're talking about.
Yeah,
of course.
Of course. Oh, Aces and Aces.
Aces. Well, we've got
I could talk about Aces all the day long.
We've got an entire day devoted to Aces. That's going to be tomorrow. So we are playing it. We've got some demo versions here and out. It has been a major hit. So if
I'm pretty sure it might be these things in our hands that people are curious about.
Yes, indeed. So let's talk about BattleTech Gothic.
Okay. Let's go right for the. I've been watching the news for the last few days with a great amount of glee. It's been awesome to watch. Just for the passion on both sides, which I'm fine with. But here's the thing: this is not an April Fool's joke. I know we're good at those, but we tend to limit April Fool's joke to April 1st. It's not April 1st. This is real. BattleTech Gothic was something we threw out there about a year and a half or so ago.
No, we've been working on for over
2.5
years. You came when you first came to me with it.
So we just wanted to explore. We love where our plastics miniature manufacturing is right now. Love it. And we wanted to push the envelope a bit, as well as do some other fun stuff. And so we came with I came with the idea of let's do an alternate setting BattleTech with a new aesthetic, just as a one-off product or two to see what we can do, see what people like or don't like, and then we keep going with the regular stuff. So This is an April Fool's joke. Nice selective editing there. Yes.
Selective hearing.
I mean, it's
Lauren
almost like
Coleman?
we're on the
Hell
internet.
no.
What's that?
Said it's almost like we're on the internet.
Yeah. So we put together this project. There's eight mechs.
8 mechs,
including like the 5. And then there's 5 variants to the Marauder. The Marauder.
The
Atlas,
Marauder.
The Marauder.
Totally, the Marauder right
with
there.
The Atlas. This is the Atlas, right?
The nearly headless
with no head.
Nearly headless Atlas. We've been holding this. We've been keeping this a secret because we didn't know exactly when it would get all the way through and ready to launch. We had hoped to have the product here at Adepticon, and we missed it by that much. We missed only by a few weeks back in December for the deadline to make it, or November, whatever it was.
Yeah.
And so this will be out before or at Gen Con because it's done.
Certainly before Gen Con.
I mean,
certainly at Gen Con. There's a chance it could be July or even June.
And we may decide to hold it for Gen Con.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah.
But anyway, once we're sure about the shipping out of China, then we will set a actual release date. But BattleTech Gothic is a real thing. It did not just to dispel some of the internet rumors. Help me out with some of these. It did not push any other product downstream or off the table or whatever else has been out there. It had its own team, its own area. It was not done in lieu or instead of anything else. What else is out there that we need to dispel?
I'm seeing a couple questions go up that we can get into.
Yeah.
But yeah, one of the biggest ones is just that there's been some confusion of people saying that some of the force packs that we announced last year were that they were delayed because of Gothic, and that's just not true. Any of the force pack delays were actually due to Aces, which we'll talk about on our Day of Aces and why we chose to do that. But this was done completely outside all our normal streams. I kept it off of Ray and Aaron's desk as I shepherded it through exactly so that it wouldn't delay things.
Someone asked, was Gothic chosen as the first continuum due to the influx of 40K players? What are those?
So we have like a half a dozen. So for those that don't know, the word continuum is our way of describing. This is basically like Wizards of the Coast has their universes beyond for Magic.
Yeah.
Lots of different groups when they move into alternate settings come up with the term. Ours is the BattleTech Continuum. And we had half a dozen really good concepts. But part of it is absolutely some players coming over. Part of it is that Gothic in the tabletop miniature space, the Gothic aesthetic, whether it is Games Workshop, whether it is Malifaux, whether it is a whole stream of amazing games, is just a really big part of what we love. And so we wanted to take our take on the grimdark thing that's just really enjoyable, and we love the visuals on. It was a blast to go there. So that was one of the reasons why Gothic became the first one we did.
Yeah, and there's 5. There's 5 worlds that we're looking at minimum to start with, right?
I would say 3. Let's not be too crazy. There's 3 guaranteed because in the video that we dropped, there's sketches for 2 more that we already are showing off. Our basically Rockets and Ray Guns, which is our homage to the 1950s golden era of science fiction.
Yeah,
and then
the Atlas is Robbie the Robot as the Atlas, basically.
Yeah, and then
like
the Battlemaster actually.
Oh, that would be
that's
perfect.
right.
Yeah,
and then a Timberwolf, kind of with an anime take on it. And then we have others we really want to do. I love steampunk to death. Obviously, Leviathans. So we're looking at that.
Yeah.
We're looking at a lot of different amazing options.
Yeah. Solar punk and other alternate stuff. So why was this one first? It just because this is where it started. And the fact is, we were able to take so many miniatures that had, some of them are already cool, like the Atlas and the Rifleman, okay. But the King Crab, this was a really decent design that I hated it. I was not a fan of the original artwork, the original model. And this thing is so freaking cool now. There is so much. Can we get a close up of this guy?
Certainly.
There is so much great detail with this one now. just the new arms, the pageantry of the flags off the back side, the crenellations along the top. I mean, the reverse Wolverines on the back of the legs. I mean, this thing is just freaking terrifying at this point. So, you know, just from a point of view of just the aesthetic of it, it's gorgeous. And I can't wait to see what our fans do with painting these things.
Absolutely. Well,
these are going to inspire.
We got one right there.
Yeah, here's a paint job for the
painted
Marauder.
that one of our sculptors did.
Yeah.
So a couple of questions that I've seen in there. One was, why did we kickstart the Mercenaries when we didn't kickstart this? So to be very clear, when we kickstarted the Clan Invasion, we were very clear that we couldn't do it without you guys. Mold costs are just horribly expensive. We actually could have absolutely done the Mercenaries Kickstarter without taking it to Kickstarter. But Kickstarter is the single best marketing that our entire hobby has. And I think Mercenaries would have done very well if we would have simply put it out in the market by itself. But the excitement, the momentum, the insanity that allowed you guys to help us push Mercenaries into the top 20 of Kickstarter projects of all time gave it a level.
Number 18, wasn't it? 19, 18?
It gave us a level of coverage. It gave all these other outlets that would never even look at BattleTech suddenly are coming and doing articles and exposés. It's just pure marketing. And so we just didn't need to do that with Gothic. We just wanted to do it, and so we chose to do it.
Let's be real about this too. While we didn't need marketing for this, certainly anything would benefit from more marketing.
Sure.
Including Gothic would benefited.
Sure.
What we also would have got was a year and a half of people fighting tooth, nail, blood, and bone over, is this a good idea or not?
Yeah.
Look at the last 3 days on the internet.
Yeah.
And some people are literally up in arms about these little guys. And again, if it's not your thing, I respect that. But for those who want something like a new challenge for painting or just an alternate urban mech on the board that looks like it actually could hurt you, this is the guy. And a year of that would have been just
I don't think any of us wanted that.
No.
There's a question about scale.
Yep. No,
it is basically the same scale. The hex is absolutely identical. We chose to absolutely lean into making them beefier, a little taller. So if you put them side by side, the Gothic ones are going to have a little larger presence. But the scale is the same scale, same hex size. You're going to be able to throw them on the table at any of your normal BattleTech games.
Mostly they're just a little beefier. Mostly they're taller sometimes, but beefier always.
Yeah.
Because you also need the beefier aspect to add the crenellations and the fangs and the prongs and the crosses and
and that's one of the things that we're really proud of, and that huge kudos to Chris and John and Leah, our production team that makes all of our plastics. They really stepped up in the details that we put into these, that Marco was able to bake into the art, and then they were able to bring out in the plastics. They really are amazing plastics.
I like Tori Mulch. Gothic minis going right into my pirate forces. Sure.
Actually, my oldest son took one look at them the first time we looked at it and immediately thought, there's a Solaris stable.
Yeah, true.
There's absolutely places where
over the top.
Obviously, if you don't ever want to put them on your tabletop, or if you only want to visit it when you're visiting Gothic, that's awesome. But these fit within Pirates. These fit within Solaris 7, lots of different ways.
I saw one up there about a force pack for Abominations, and then right there, are you guys going to do minis for the Abominations? That is an option. We didn't have that big Abomination, do we?
Crap, I left it upstairs. Well, we're going to be doing another line. So the first sample, the actual box and its contents, is showing up at like 4 o'clock today. So we will have another time here in the weekend when we come down, do this again, ask more questions, and be able to show that. One of our fantastic demo agents had taken one of the Abominations and printed it out large scale. It's absolutely gorgeous. That is a possibility we're absolutely looking at, of actually putting out basically a force pack of the Abominations to go with the game.
Yeah. So right now we've got 2 products planned. The main Gothic box set, and then you guys seem to love your salvage boxes, so besides the box set, we'll do a run of Gothic salvage boxes. which will have the 8 mechs, 12 mechs.
12 mechs,
because the Atlas will have
with
each
the
Atlas will
five-headed Atlas.
Yes, each Atlas will be assembled with the head and the relief statues. So there'll be 5 Atlases and then the other 7, and we'll have those available also. And then if we do a third product, the Abominations are the easy one. We'd have to do that next.
Yep.
And that will all come down to how well the main box is supported. If we see that this is just a one-off and you guys are happy with that, fine. If it's really popular and you guys are basically demanding some follow-up product, we might do it on Abominations. And so Gothic is not a one-off. I mean, it is in that it's not meant to be a competing line, an ongoing storyline. That is not our intention. Will we do 2 products or maybe up to 3 or 4 and then move on to the next continuum world?
The rockets and ray guns is already in development.
Yeah, so I mean, we just don't have time to spend a lot, but we have a few auxiliary products we could make for this, but then that is it. It's a short run, 2 to 4 products probably really 3, 2 or 3, and then we're moving on.
Yeah.
What about Abomination salvage boxes?
Somebody had a question about why we didn't put an Abomination Mini in the box. One is because it's always about even in Gothic, it's always about the battle mech. So there absolutely are very nice cardboard die-cut sheets, punch board sheets, so you can have as many as you want out there. And that allows us to kind of hold off, make sure that the box is making the mechs the star of the game. And then we also are able to see, are people really excited, and then we can move into putting it into their own force pack if we want to.
Yeah. And this was a lot of work. Just getting these mechs redesigned and trying to keep them.
So much work.
Yeah. So we focus on getting this done to try to hit the this year's convention circuit. So
Krensky's alive.
Will it be easy to intermix the different BattleTech continuums, like play regular BattleTech and Gothic at the local game store?
What are battle mechs but what are abominations? Sorry, what are battle mechs but artificial abominations? Sorry, Michael, did you have a question?
Yes, so one of the ones that came up right there is, will we be able to intermix Gothic with regular classic BattleTech at your local game store?
I don't see why not, unless your table just really doesn't want to see them. They will absolutely fit in on the table. Like I said, they're going to look like a pirate force.
You put a standard Atlas on the table or the new Gothic Atlas on the table, it's still an Atlas. There's no difference. You play it. Are there really any special rules for Gothic? There's like a really
the Abominations have serious rules addendum to make them really cool. But outside of that, it's BattleTech.
So if you want to take a rockets and ray guns force and go fight Gothic Abominations,
it is BattleTech.
As long as you just keep the Abominations rules in place, it's just a BattleTech game.
Yep.
It says you can mix and match at your pleasure and have fun with it.
We got a chance to see the Abominations Kaiju had a card representation similar to the Battlefield Support Asset System. Is there a chance that they will have a typical record sheet?
Yes, absolutely they do.
Sounds good.
So good.
Will there be Abomination Kaiju construction rules included?
No.
What if BattleTech World War II? Like we said,
that's one of them.
Yep. That's one of them we're
discussing. That's on our list of the next half a dozen that we'd like to do. There's a lot of companies that we love their games that have done some amazing stuff. We'd love to try our own take on it.
Are there any new or exclusive variants or weapons for mechs in Gothic?
There are new, unique variants to Gothic. But again, it's all completely compatible. But we have taken some of the weapon systems that are experimental out of Tech Readout and kind of made it mainstream, in tactical operations, and made it mainstream here. But there is one unique variant for each of these models, though.
Cool.
Rotary plasma cannon.
Yes, some of the Abominations effectively are elementals. Because the Abominations have a very wide size, all the way up from literally, a medium to heavy mech size, all the way down to pilot size.
So, I saw a couple more comments about the scale change. It really isn't a scale change. It's really just the added stuff we need.
A little beefier, a little taller.
Yeah, and not all are even taller. It's just, again, think about the fact, the Urban Mech has some lifts. He's wearing some lifts. He's got thicker feet.
Also, in our next stream that we do, we'll make sure to have some of the other actual models, so you can do comparisons. Marauder to Marauder, Atlas to Atlas.
I believe this one was at the original scale that you've got, and then we've got final production scale. So it's a little bit bigger right there.
A little bit,
yeah.
But again, if it's not your flavor, we respect that. It's just about it needed the extra size, a little bit the extra
for the details
thickness
we wanted.
for the details to make it work. But extreme range plasma rifle.
That is what is needed.
Yeah.
Sounds like a rockets and ray guns.
Well,
thing,
there is a plasma rifle.
Extreme range though. Extreme range plasma rifle.
Just so the rules you use.
Rifle.
Yeah.
I'm hungering for Adepticon. That's our third one in line. Also,
why
want
alt
to
universes
ask,
and not more updated minis?
Well, again, nothing about what we have done has gotten in the way of coming out with new updated miniatures, new force packs. Aces, as I discussed, while that did push the force packs downstream, then, but at the same time, there's 2 brand new minis, as well as then 6 variants in every Aces box. Mm-hmm. So even then, we're continuing to bring it out.
Yeah.
But as in a meeting we had where Chris, who is our liaison with our manufacturer, was pointing out that they do 1 billion shot injections a year. And so ours is like a tiny little scratch of what they do, and they always have room for us. Nothing about what we did with Gothic has impacted anything in other parts of the schedule.
Yeah, an arrow, yes. Unless it's side by side, you're probably not going to notice it. It's more about the detail level that's going to stand out.
Yeah.
But could you have the creators of this Alternate Universe products instead of working more updated force packs?
Well, that's what I was just answering.
Yeah, okay. Any new on Aces with classic rules? These questions are scrolling fast. So.
Yes, those rules are being worked on right now, and we absolutely hope by the summer, by the time the first Aces box comes out, we will have a beta of the classic Aces rules out there for everybody to work on.
I've seen the Annihilator question a couple times now. Why not an Annihilator for Gothic? Seems like a perfect one. It would have been a really good one, too.
As always, the fight for what is the most appropriate to go in these boxes is long and convoluted, and we go round and round, and we hope we make the best decisions at the end of the day.
Most of these were variants on what was like the Atlas, the Marauder, the Rifleman. These were already out there, so we wanted mechs for comparison purposes. Then we added like the ones that were the new ones. We hadn't done the King Crab yet, right? Some of these are new. Some were
all of these are already all done.
They were all
yes.
They were all just resculpts with new poses.
Correct.
Okay, so that made it a little faster as well.
Somebody made mention of the Alpha Strike Commanders Edition. I literally got a email from our distributor this morning saying that they had received it.
Yeah.
Which means that it's back in stock, which means it'll immediately start shipping back out to stores. Yep. So I would say within less than a month, your local store, if they're staying on top of it and are ordering it, you'll be able to get access to it.
Aces Classic Beta is exciting. We agree. Keep up the good work. We appreciate it.
Would it be possible for my question to be answered? Can you ask again? These are just, they're going up so fast, we're not catching it, so please do it again.
We're trying to catch them, guys. We get like about 30 seconds to find the question. So,
thank you, Masters of Minions. That was one of my all-time favorite games. That was fantastic.
I'd like to remind everyone, we're going to do the same thing we did last year with Adepticon. We're going to have special guests on at the 6 p.m. CST hour for question and answer to try to catch some of these items that we may not hit during the day.
Any chance to put the new alternate universes in PC game format? That's not our call. That's
up to Piranha, but would love that.
We're not against it.
And by the way, Inakuma is already coming in one of our future Kirita packs, so that's absolutely already on the way. Will Lambs be making their triumphant return in Adepticon? Actually, since we had released that elsewhere, we are actually starting to play test new aerospace rules. And we also are announcing that we are doing a commemorative edition of the 3025 source book. We are going back to the very first printing and first edition with all of its warts and craziness, but putting in all new art, and that all new art includes aerospace and new lambs. So you absolutely have a chance of seeing that in the next few years.
So CR's question came around again.
Yep.
Was, would there be a universe something akin to like Eclipse Phase?
A universe akin to
one
Eclipse Phase.
Far future.
Oh,
dystopian.
so more transhuman.
Transhuman.
Possibly.
We are currently looking seriously at a genre called solar punk, which would be similar because it's very far future. Reinventing technology is magic.
Yeah.
I don't know about the transhumanism element, but we're looking at a solar punk. Certainly, we could look at a transhumanism element as well. We have time for those. That'd be like year 4 or 5, though.
Yeah.
We have time to look at that.
Yeah. That's certainly on the possibility. Right now, everything's on the table as a possibility.
I'm going to hand this over to someone to put this up because this is also one that deserves a close-up. The new Rifleman is just beautiful.
Yeah. Well, particularly if you haven't seen a lot of the art and the primer that's gone out there, the Rifleman in particular is just fantastic. The bars down across the cockpit at the beginning, so cool. Do a crossover with Scythe. I love Scythe. That is a brilliant, brilliant game. We would that'd be interesting to look into.
At a BattleTech setting where all the humans are replaced with human-sized birds.
That's tete-a-tete setting? Absolutely. Yep, all over that. Done.
You may there may be something that might hit the internet in the near future that may show something that you would like. I'm just saying.
No.
I'm not saying
an updated 3057. It's certainly possible. Again, there's a lot of work to do on aerospace to get the rules to a place where we feel it is a modern, exciting rules set, and then all the models. And I'm a huge lover of capital scale ships, and there has been too few good capital scale minis game. So my 5-year plan is to have McKenna's and Cameron ships clashing on my tabletop. But we got to start back here with just the aerospace fighters, and we'll get there.
Gothic drop ships would look so cool.
That would be
they
really
would
cool.
look cool. Oh man,
Howl's Moving Castle kind of thing. Just
yeah. Well. Yeah,
You
danger,
heard it-
Will
you heard
Robinson.
it here
Danger.
we really we got to move on to rockets and ray guns, guys. But
Yeah.
you are tempting me.
The new adventures of Il-Clan Spaniel. Clan Spaniel. I love
BattleTech Burbzome.
Leviathan Tech. Yeah, we keep teasing Brent about that. Near country.
Near country.
Yeah, you got to find that thing that's the meme that's running around. Another country.
Yeah.
That was fantastic. MUL 2.0 timeline. Unfortunately, we don't have an exact timeline. Real life has just been ruthlessly jumping in the way of our getting that out. I'm hoping just within, say, 2 months it'll finally launch. We're incredibly excited about that. I think it's going to be just really change the way that we play BattleTech when we're building our forces. The thing that I'm most excited about for everybody is that classic BattleTech record sheets will be baked into it, just like the Alpha Strike cards are, so that you could go up, build your force, and simply hit print, and all the sheets are going to print out. I can't wait to see that. Why aerospace fighters are dangerous for warships? Because of Tira Merbark. That's why.
I see.
A rule set.
Yeah, but yes, we will. All of that's being worked on.
Any news about a EU store?
I see 2 questions about the web store, both about retailers, direct retail support, as well as international support. You may have noticed the website has changed recently. I won't talk too much about that. I assume they'll get Talon in here to talk about it later. But the web store did get a facelift. That's the front-facing stuff you guys will see when you log in. It should be cleaner, smoother, faster, stronger. But the behind-the-scenes stuff is that the new website has been rebuilt for support for retailers and for international stores. We have signed 1 contract for an international store in Australia. We are about to sign a contract for both the UK and the EU, and those should be up and running, I think, very soon now that we've got the back end that can handle it. And then the retailer stuff, yeah, we've been working on that for like the last year as well, and we think we'll be. I think Talon plans to smoke test that in the next few months. So a few retailers may be invited in to start checking that out, see what we can do with it.
So we're going to fixed. There's a whole bunch. Your guys' questions are fantastic. They're sprinting by. Yes, we absolutely have plans for doing the last units that were in 2750 and 3025. It's just a matter of finding the appropriate place that it goes in instead of just cramming that in there. There is absolutely more Audible books coming. I'm actually super excited. My Founding of the Clans, the first one should be releasing any day. Unfortunately, Catalyst, having a booth, will not make it to UK Games Expo this year.
Yeah.
Things just turned out that it didn't work out. Our demo agents are going to be there. They're going to be running tons of great events. Hope you can be there and support them. And we absolutely will look to hopefully get back there next year.
Iron Darkness, a few people asked about logistics. I'm not sure if you're talking about like our current domestic shipping or international shipping,
and fulfilling Kickstarters. And
it's all being worked on. Obviously, we're always trying to upgrade and improve. We're the whole idea of having international warehouses which give local shipping to the UK, EU, AU would be to have better fulfillment support for Kickstarters, but also better day-to-day support for fans who want to order stuff off the stores.
Yeah.
So that's all moving forward to give you guys more support at all levels. As far as domestic goes, we're always trying to improve that as well. And I saw one question about the website being back online. I'm not aware of a website.
It went down for 2 or 3 days.
Okay, that's it. Okay, but it's back up.
Activator. Yeah.
If the website is down and you want to tell me which one is down right now, if there's one, let me know. But I think they're all up.
How do you pronounce
Saint Germain?
I was going to let you do it.
Also,
are there changes to the new printing of Alpha Strike Commander's Edition? Not major changes, just a few errata that we have found. We are looking at doing a pretty serious revised revision of the Alpha Strike Commander's Edition sometime in the next year or two. But this current one coming out just has the usual few found errata and folded in. Somebody had a question about when Den of Wolves is going to release. I know you're ignoring it on purpose. I just wanted to point out that he is ignoring that question. Not going to let him get away with that.
He's gotten it a lot.
It takes a lot to coordinate between me and Mike Stackpole, but we're about half or a little more than half done. And Mike and I we've been actually here all week planning together to figure out how to push us through to the end. I also saw a question about the any more fiction for Hungry Like the Wolf. For those who don't know, we published our first BattleTech romance story, Harlequin-style romance stories out there, written by Christine York, and she's amazing. And will we do more of that? It depends on how well it's supported by the fan base. If if all of you run out and buy a copy for yourself or for your significant other or whatever, if it's being read, if it's popular, absolutely I would do more of those. I think it's awesome. The BattleTech can support any genre, any style of writing we want to do. So,
will there be more consistent way for us to get the hardcover books the same perpetually out of print? So there's a couple of things that are at play there. One is it is a good problem to have that almost no matter how much we increase our print runs, you guys immediately devour them and then run away from us. And so we are constantly looking to increase the size of the print runs. The other thing that exacerbated that is that last year when everything was shipping out, our giant big print runs of all these books that would fulfill with the Kickstarter as well as then go out into standard game stores were all then locked up in the channel that had been built for the Kickstarter. And so that's kind of why this last year was just a little thinner on the reprints of these books than we would like. But this coming year, the year we're in, should lessen up on that a lot.
Any chance of putting together a large mech pack, like 2022-23 Master Unit Pack, to buy all the units released in a given year? I mean, we've talked about ways to do larger mech packs.
I wouldn't put it in a single pack, but if you mean like I just want to go up to the website and press purchase and purchase everything that we've released, I don't see why we couldn't build some type of package like that
like
into.
the little green army mechs.
Yeah,
like
but he's literally talking like 40 minis.
A yearly grinder kit.
I mean,
and that's just that's a little too much.
Think about what that would the price on that would be like, almost $400. I mean, could we do it? Yes, we could do it very easily. Would that make a product that would find an easy home out in retail? Not easily. And that means also if you bought one force pack along the way, you're then buying the yearly master unit pack. You'd be doubling up at some place, if not others. It's something we've looked at. We're looking at other ways to do a larger packs and force packs. The problem is just at what point does the price point get too large for a single purchase?
Yeah.
We're looking at it.
So we have they discussed anything about fixing Total Warfare layout for a new version of it. So the BattleTech manual that was built, very meticulously built, thanks to a whole bunch of people, but primarily Keith Hahn, has, I went around the world last year. It was a glorious trip, and nearly universally everyone talked about how the BattleTech manual was just a fabulous rulebook. And we are taking all the lessons that we've learned from that, and we are actually working on a new set of rulebooks that will replace the Total Warfare rulebooks finally. It's been 17 years. It's the longest time that any rulebook has been the primary entry point. And so, yes, a new rulebook is being worked on, and it will take all the lessons that we learned for new, better, stronger, easier to use at the table, and so on.
Angry Caveman, $400, so a third the price for 40K Army?
Yeah, I think you guys. I think you may by using a price.
No comment.
Yourself a problem.
No comment.
Yeah. Well, no comment. I'd love to see a combined arms manual like the BattleTech manual. Yep, it's we're working on all of that. Absolutely. I got you to sign my BT manual. Awesome. I love signing things. I love being able to meet you guys, shake your hands. If anyone is going to be here at the show or is going to see me later in the year, I still have tucked away in various bags of holding my 40th anniversary patches. If you didn't get one last year, then absolutely. Please come up, find me this year, shake my hand, get a patch.
Any plans for a Hunchback force pack? 4 Hunchback variants.
I would love to do that.
4 Hunchback variants.
Are you kidding? The swayback absolutely must be done.
But 4 Hunchbacks and 1 force pack.
Sure, we absolutely could do that. I'm not saying we will. I'm just saying we could. But no matter what, we got to get a sway. We got to get a swayback in there. Yep. Make a swarm company box. Actually, we have just absolutely. We have talked about the bug box, the bug company box. I think that's very likely. But with aces getting in the way, maybe next year we might be able to get to something like that, but we've absolutely talked about it.
I saw another Den of Wolves question. One said, weren't you half done last year? And one said, will we have it for sure in 2025? I think I was half done last year. I think Mike Stackpole has some catching up to do last time I said that.
I think he'll say the exact same thing.
And some things may have happened last year that really derailed a good part of my personal life. A lot of you may know what happened out there about that. So last year was just not a good year for me or our family. But I've written 2 more chapters recently, and Mike and I are working together, and it is our intention to get this book done and get it out. So I will post more about that when I see it end. I think I need like 4 more chapters, and Mike needs like 6. So we're getting there.
Let's see. Still, when will more Ill-Clan force packs come? So each of the new faction force packs started with Davian. Kurita is already heading off to the printer and so on. One of the force packs is primarily covering Clan Invasion and then Civil War. And then the second pack is primarily then covering anything from the Jihad up through the Dark Age, and also then having some stuff into the Ill-Clan. So the idea is that your 2 force packs for your given faction can actually cover that entire distance.
A range of eras.
Yeah. Somebody was asking why Aces is stopping things up. Because it's a giant new development with a lot of new minis. There's 8 minis in every box.
And a rule set to allow you to play collaborative BattleTech for the first time in the history of the unit.
So it just, it just takes a lot. And Again, I think you'll find that the minis in it are fantastic. I think there will be some people that will line up to buy that box just to get their hands on the Bane 3. That monstrosity of a missile mech looks so good.
Yeah, it
does. So no, but it is what we believe strongly that this will bring in a whole new group of players that want to be able to sit down and play cooperatively, this game that we love. So we're committed to it. It's going to be fantastic. Yeah.
Merrick and Lau were on the Force Pack list from last year. Will they be getting some love too? And if we ask nicely, can we get a Fox Patrol Lance box?
Actually, we have absolutely had, all the above. It's all coming. Yes, absolutely. Well, it's not the rule book. The rule book, somebody's asking about the spiral bound rule book. So the rule book is staple bound like a normal, but the campaign book, the one that you leave out on the table so that you can look at the layout and the setup and all that, absolutely is spiral bound.
Any more info on the new RPG?
No,
Not
we're
yet,
literally
right?
just starting that process. Yeah. We're potentially looking at bringing in an amazing game developer that's been in our industry for decades to really bring fresh eyes and work with us to create a really true, new, memorable RPG.
Merck's Force Manual and Mech Commander Handbook. The Merck's Force Manual is about to go to print.
The Merck's Force Manual is about to go to print.
And
right behind that
is the
Invading Clans
Force
book, and the Mech Commander's Handbook is still being worked on.
And I gotta, and that's gonna be done in the next 12 months. Hi, Ray.
Okay, sure. Let's go with that.
Well, Ray's not here, so
that's true. He's not here. So what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
I've held the Bane 3 in my hands. It is so glorious. I know. It's so ridiculous looking and so gorgeous looking.
The Alpha Strike Edition comment earlier because you're getting major core changes to Alpha Strike rule set.
I feel Alpha Strike is a pretty good spot. Save minor things. Earlier means no. It's less. It's more about the battle mech manual level, meaning much better organization, a few nips and tucks.
Yeah.
I don't mean that we're going to go through and do some mass overhaul of the rules. That's not what I meant to imply. Let's see. Work with Cubicle 7. Maybe they're awesome.
We love Cubicle 7.
Love Cubicle 7.
But
Dom and his team are amazing.
But they have been told by one of their licensors, who I will not name out right now, that they're not allowed to work with us because, they don't like us.
We'll end there. What is your 5 favorite mechs? Man, I could go on and on and on.
Yeah, that's not a fair question.
I can do my top 2, which is the Banshee and the Phoenix Hawk.
Sagittaire, Warhammer, Wraith. I got 3.
There you go. Okay.
We just missed one on Brush Wars.
Oh, Brush Wars. Yeah, so Brush Wars got caught up in all of the mercenary work. There's just so much work that these giant Kickstarters take. We absolutely want to start getting those Brush Wars out. I'm actually super excited to see what they do. So we absolutely still are working on it.
Getting swag items on these are just rolling by fast.
Yeah.
Getting swag items on the store, patches, lapel pins, dice. There are some already on the store, but I think a very limited selection, and we have a large selection we can get up there. Yes, with the new web, again, Town has been waiting for the new website so it has better interfaces. We can get more stuff up faster. With the new interfaces, I expect to see more of the support swag like that hitting the store very soon. More T-shirts, more dice, more pins, more patches, more mugs, more hats.
Hopefully, you can get it all up there.
Yeah.
Yep. Somebody was asking about a Solaris 7 Force Pack.
Ooh, yes.
That'd be cool.
So Solaris 7 provides a conundrum for us.
If only we had some overstyled mechs that could very easily be rerouted to Solaris 7.
No, the Solaris provides a conundrum, which is that BattleTech at a dueling level, at a 1 versus 1, is actually a pretty terrible game. But that's everything that is the vibe of Solaris.
Where did Randall fall in love with the Warhammer?
You're interrupting my answer, man.
To get the question.
I'm literally answering.
All
You're
right.
just throwing me under the bus. I've always loved the Warhammer.
Shocking.
It's awesome.
It was one stolen summer. The two of them, they met, and that was all there was to it.
No, so
there was a field with flowers and some music playing in the background.
So Solaris is about we have to get a new rule set. And then also it's about we want to come out, like our new maps are amazing. The new neoprenes, all the work that Brent and his whole team have done are stunning. But I want to take it to the next level when it comes time to do our Solaris 7 stadiums. So we're carefully holding on to Solaris 7 as we work on the side to really come up with something that'll be really special when we finally release it.
Are there mugs for sale at Adepticon? I'm not sure.
There are not.
No? Okay.
Destiny went by. MechWarrior Destiny.
Good game.
Well, it's out. What was the question?
Is there any more anything more for that line?
We're looking at that. I mean, the part of what makes MechWarrior Destiny fantastic is it's just really light.
Yeah.
Part of what makes it slightly problematic is then it's kind of
really
hard to expand it. We do in almost every book have little bits of pieces that allow you to plug that in.
Yeah.
But we don't have any current plans for any big new Destiny expansions.
I was going to ask Ray and Aaron this week about actually providing some online support for things like that. So if you see some more Destiny stuff like adventures or a campaign setting, it would probably be a PDF only. You'd find it on DriveThru or CatalystGameLabs.com. I was going to ask them to work on that, so I'll put that out right now. So again, since they're not here, and now I've committed them.
Oh, there you go.
Well,
nice.
I'm going to stop you there because that sounds like organized playing of things, and that scares me. That's why I wind up on somebody else's plate.
Just some PDF adventures, that's all.
So somebody asked about, actually I've seen Battle Troops asked a couple of times.
Yeah.
There's a possibility of that. Once again, that's further downstream because we always want to try and keep the Battle Mech as the star of the show. But we're absolutely looking at that. Somebody also asked about my Spirit Cat Nova Cat novel. Now that I'm actually home and not traveling the world, I am gearing up to get back to that work. Very much looking forward to it.
There have been unconfirmed rumors about a BV 3.0 system.
Yes, we are slowly working on that. It would not be a radical change from what's there. The problem with BV really is we've tried like 5 times and to make it, and I think the BV system's okay. It is absolutely not great. But also the problem is that BattleTech is probably one of the most complicated games out there when it comes to trying to create a battle value system. So a BV 3.0 would just kind of try to come in and shave off some of the rougher spots of the game. But that absolutely is being worked on.
Destiny scale battle armor or Destiny scale battle armor or mechs?
So just more Destiny scale mechs.
More Destiny scale stuff.
And minis.
I would love to do that. I saw a question earlier, but I think it's already rolled off the screen. Man.
Anything interesting new about that new MUL? Just it's coming.
Audiobooks.
Real life has just really leaped in the way for things, but it is coming hopefully just in the next 2 months.
Multiple questions about audiobook support. Yeah, John Helfers is he'll be here I think in a few hours doing a fiction panel, and he is doing a big push in audiobooks right now.
Absolutely.
You're going to see, we've got about only like 8 or 10 out at the moment, but he's got about, honestly, 20 audiobooks that are all partially completed, trying to get them all so we can put a bunch of them out there at once.
So I got to say, this is awesome. You guys are amazing. These questions are coming in so fast. But by the time I latch onto one and Lauren or Michael answers, I can't even get to the next one.
I've seen this one 4 times.
Answer
Is there a BV or era we like to play?
I actually am a absolutely equal opportunity. I love it all. I can play anytime, anywhere. I do not actually have a favorite. I play what I enjoy.
I still like the Clan Invasion era, but I also, again, almost anything works for me. As far as BV, I don't. It's usually somewhere more like in the 1325, go back to the Detlef days. No, I really like just more about similar how do we play Match the Meanings every year.
Yeah.
A good lance on lance with some decent weight, and you just check the BV to balance it out. There really isn't a preferred. It's
10
really,
to 15K.
Yeah, what do you want to play today?
For BattleTech Gothic, did you take more inspiration from a Warhammer-esque universe or Doom-esque universe? All the above.
Yeah,
we're gonna
almost nothing at that.
We're gonna do a future AMA between Ray, and we're also going to drag in Marco Mazzoni. Anyone that has seen our Titanic Eridani Light Horse huge banner, that was all Marco, and he's the one that I got to work with hand in hand as he dove into all of his own inspirations to create that artwork. So you'll be able to ask him that question the next couple of people.
Is there a new German publisher or no news in that regard?
I like you're looking at me.
I turned over to you.
That is still being worked on.
Okay,
it is a long, convoluted process to always find the best team, and so it is absolutely still being worked on. Any new stuff for sale at Adepticon? Unfortunately, the few brand new things we had vanished in like 10 minutes.
Well, 'cause we had to fly them in from
So, any plans for Gothic novels? We're not going to commit to that at all. Herb Bees wrote a great short fiction piece that's in the box, then we'll just kind of see how things go.
I will say I challenged Mike Stackpole to write, and I'm going to put it out there again because he's not here. I challenged Mike Stackpole to do a excerpts from the Warrior trilogy that would basically do little 200-word scenes to update the Warrior trilogy to the Gothic universe.
That actually sounds...
He really liked that idea.
That sounds super fun.
So just pick the best scenes from every 3 or 4 chapters, write a little 200-word, drop in. And he has some really freaky ideas.
That actually sounds really fun. I would love to read
about
that.
how that would change the everything about the Davians and the war. So,
Den of Wolves 2027 now.
But you'll probably see that more in a Shrapnel. In Shrapnel, not really as a POD novel. Cause that sounds like more like a novella size.
Will you be looking at more mechs with build options? For those that question is in relation to the Atlas. The fact that it has 5 different heads and 5 different backs on it that comes in a baggie, absolutely. We are taking kind of little baby steps every time we do that. We started out within the Legendary pack, the Legendary 2 and Legendary 3 pack. The Marauder has different autocannons that you can put on. In one of the Davian packs, the Thunderbolt has 2 different heads, as well as the Legionnaire has 2 different guns. We're taking it up to the next level here, and we will continue to absolutely add more of variants and possibilities in all the packs we do, BattleTech or into the alternate settings.
I chose BattleTech because it's not 40K, and we appreciate it. And if this style
don't play
doesn't
this
work
box
for
set.
you,
Awesome.
we respect that, and we'll still put out lots of product that is definitely not in a Gothic style.
Reprint of Campaign Operations that literally showed up in that same pack. So within a month, it'll be on your store shelves. It's here. I know. I got the email about it. I dig my Rack Legionnaire. I know, right? Isn't that thing fantastic?
It's a great mech.
Dunce-Cap Atlas. Randall is suggesting for fully customized Omni at this point. That's my long-term goal. I would love for you guys to be able to open up a box and pull out a Timberwolf, and it's got all of it.
And you see, I come up with crazy ideas.
I know.
That is like.
But that's we're getting there. We're getting there.
Okay. Certainly Popat. Yeah, Popat Atlas. Yes. Trying to find a question here that the Robo Pope. Any chance working with Piranha Graphics on Piranha Games? At least a force pack with their unique designs. We've actually brought a few of their designs in, haven't we? Here and there, not at all.
Not
a
single one.
Okay.
Nope. It's possible. We could look at it.
Never say never. They're really busy. We're really busy, and coordinating just drags everyone's schedule back down.
Yeah.
That said, there's no reason we couldn't put those in a force pack.
Yeah.
We have. I mean, there's how many mech designs are in existence right now? Do we even know?
Hundreds. Well, of course
I know
we
hundreds,
know.
but how many?
Oh, I couldn't tell you the exact.
1,000?
I know there's over 6,000 variants.
I mean, but there's core mech designs.
Core mech designs. Well, you just type it in the
1,000?
MUL and it literally spit it out at you.
Let's say
I think there's 400 to 500 unique battle mechs.
So we just have so many to get through, and we've at this point we've done a redesign on how many? I mean,
we are
200?
just under 200.
Yeah, so we're about halfway done.
Going strong.
We need some new mechs too. So
no, it's what the Ill Clan Air is for. Absolutely.
When release of new aerospace rules?
That's where we're giving no dates whatsoever at this point.
I would give a date, but Randall's
we've literally
next to me.
just started the process of seeing literally at this convention, we've play tested several different pitches to us to see if we can capture a vision of the direction we want to go. So we are early days, but so far I'm very excited with what we've been seeing so far.
Yeah. I would give a date, but he's sitting right here, and
yes, absolutely. I really wish we got to see the clans in the Gothic universe. That's just one of those where, I mean, we went kind of crazy with the Gothic box, but we had to draw the line somewhere. Right now, the intention is that the anime box would actually be complete clan mechs.
Ooh. 685 unique mech chassis.
Any word on? Oh, there we go.
Oh, thank you. 685. We're
Any
close.
word on Ace's release date?
That will be the current plan. It is the molds and all that have been done. The current plan is we hope to have it on sale at Gen Con, and then it'll be released in the fall to stores.
Still possible.
Very possible.
Any chance for final books to be sold in a bundle? Yes, there's a chance we'll always do a bundle if we can get the product in at the
Somebody's
right time.
talking about turrets and bases in the new emplacement box. There is 6 turrets, and the really cool thing is all the turrets that go on top of the towers are all interchangeable, and about 70% of our vehicles are also interchangeable with it.
Any chance of simplifying fighters in the base game? I think it's fair to say yes.
Chance of
I assume in aerospace fighters in getting them on the board with on the board game. I think
absolutely. That's absolutely king. The Gothic box is exactly what Krinsky was afraid of. Well, maybe Alexander or Andriy, but Nicholas would have been all over this. Just get official art of the Hanseatic Crusade
update on the direct-to-retail program. Again, I mentioned that earlier, and Talon is around here, and I'm sure Talon will get on here and talk about the store and all the store variant stuff we now can support with the new build. So all I can say is it is being worked on, and Talon will have more about that later.
The Hanseatic Crusade mechs, never say never. That's going to be a ways downstream, though. That's really off the beaten path. I love that you love them, but that's a ways out.
Well, somebody mentioned earlier that a periphery or a deep periphery box could be fun. I'm like, it's been a while since we've done some Explorer Core. Like, let's get out there and see what's going on.
Yep. For the Protomechs, we absolutely. So next year, we are releasing the Wars of Reaving novel trilogy that was done as part of the Mercenaries Kickstarter. And at that time, we'll be releasing a Wars of Reaving Force Pack that will include some mechs that were in the Wars of Reaving source book, as well as some proto-mechs. And how many times can I say Wars of Reaving in one go?
Succession Wars board game update.
Yes, Succession Wars board game update. It's actually made some incredible progress in the last month. We actually had it here at KarinskyCon before Adepticon and showed it off. It is starting to be built into Tabletop Simulator, and the current plan is by May 1st, it will be ready to go, and we will blast out to anyone that wants to take a chance at coming and beating on it and honing it.
Christmas hat version of Atlas for Christmas time. Also a pumpkin head for Halloween. I mean, it's just
that's funny.
They're
okay,
that would be
now
fun.
You're actually like,
but.
Saying things that'll be hard for us to.
I know, but it's hard not to do.
Hard for us to say no to.
But we're trying to keep people. We're trying to keep things moving forward, and every time we got this out without creating a lot of pain and suffering in the Force Pack program. But how much more crazy do you want me to get just to do a really fun like a bunny rabbit head for Easter? Though I really like that now.
Yeah. On that note, as soon as Lauren says, how much more crazy do you want me to get, that does give us our time. So thank you all for coming. Lauren, Randall, thank you so much for giving us this
was a
in-depth
blast.
on
And thank
Gothic.
you
We
all.
appreciate
This
it.
was, I'm not sure I've ever been in one of these streams that had more people in it or questions sprinting up faster. And we're going to be on a couple more times over the weekend.
Yep, we will have it all weekend. Please watch your schedules online. We may be adjusting some things. As Randall had mentioned before, we're waiting for some stuff to come in today, so we may actually switch around some things just to keep it nice and fresh and give you first glance.
If there
Bring
were
in
questions,
with the box under my arm.
And if there's questions we did not get to because they were scrolling so fast,
please bring them up again in the new stream.
Yeah, or just email them to Mike@catalystgamelabs.com. Every one of them.
Oh, poor Mike.
And in that spirit, once again, my name is Michael Ciravella. I'm here with Lauren Coleman and Randall Bills. Thank you so much, and we'll see you in about a half an hour back from Adepticon.
Thank you all so much. You're fantastic.
Good afternoon and welcome to Aces Live. I am Paul Clarkson with Six Sides of Gaming, and we are here at Adepticon. I found a few people kicking around here. To my left, what's your name, young man?
I'm Brian Young. I'm a BattleTech author of some sort. I create a little unit called the Fox Patrol, amongst some other stuff I do.
And, of course, down to the far ends, people who are familiar with Six Sides of Gaming will know this guy.
Yep, I'm Paul's handler. I'm Jesse Cave, here just to make sure that things stay, on the level.
And across the table from us, we have...
Hey, everybody, it's Russell Zimmerman, Rusty when I'm not working. I am one of the writers on Aces, and I'm going to have some fun blowing up somebody else's mercenary outfit.
Praise be unto Blake, everyone. I am Big Red 40 Tech. I run a YouTube channel, and I'm here at Adepticon. I certainly hope everyone enjoys the chaos that is going to unfurl in this game.
And hello, everyone. I'm Josh Dirksen, Lynn Vander Studios lead developer for BattleTech Aces. And today I'm actually going to be running the decks. You want to show us the forces we've got arrayed here? Some of them are on camera. Let's move these guys a little further up.
Yeah.
All right. On one side, we have the Magnificent Seven. Those of you who are about to discover that one on YouTube.
Yes.
You'll then know who all of these characters are.
So for the Magnificent Seven being controlled by the Aces deck, I believe we have Vera Langston in the Ostrock.
Yep.
We
Ostrock
have
2D.
The one and only Tex piloting his awesome 9Q. We have this other guy that pilots a Wolverine. We asked him to come in at the last minute, and he's here now with us, and that would be Nero Drago, portrayed by Big Red 40 Tech. We also have, of course, the best hero of the Magnificent Seven. That would be Wily Gus Jensen.
Self-plug, I see.
That's right. That's right.
And the Kratos.
Oh, sorry, Kratos. Right? I couldn't say.
Completely hidden behind the cardboard Aces terrain out of Paul's line of sight.
And we have Kratos piloting the Scorpion on the other side. Jesse, what do we got going over here for the Fox Patrol?
Oh, the Fox Patrol, I'm not going to do this. This is Brian's baby.
There you go.
Yeah, I can do this.
Yeah.
So we've got in a Kit Fox, Katie Ferraro, the leader of the Fox Patrol, the scrappy mech technician turned,
Hero. You can say hero.
Mech warrior. We can say hero. Then her XO, Rhiannon Ramirez, in her Marauder. Then Archie Colorado in the Quick Draw, and his husband Evan Huxley in the Locust. And finally, Dexter Nix in the Griffin. And that rounds out the team. And I feel like they're a little outgunned.
Well, slightly.
There's one assault mech in the opposing
There's one assault mech in the opposing.
I think you're out-tunned, maybe not outgunned.
But we have a Marauder.
Sure.
We do have a Marauder.
And grit and charm and an indefatigable just grip on life.
We're dead.
Okay.
All right, so we're just going to do a straight-up fight here, side to side. I'm controlling the Quick Draw.
So yeah, we're all each controlling one member of the Fox Patrol. Who has taken? I'm taking Katie and the Kit Fox, and Red jumped right in to go for Rhiannon and her Marauder. Rusty, you took the Locust, right?
I am piloting a Locust with luck, skill, and a freelancer's willingness to eject.
And Evan has lost that thing twice in the stories, so
fits right in.
Oh, it's dead.
So he's been shot at twice.
No, he's gotten through more engagements than that. Yeah.
I picked the Marauder because I feel it really opens a lot of doors for me, and maybe some windows too.
It opens a lot of buildings and holes through those buildings.
You got it.
All right, I guess we're going to go to initiative here.
Yeah, all right. We're going to play Aces Commander rules. So Katie and who's CO on the Mech 7 side?
That would be me.
It's you?
Oh, that would be me.
It's not.
No, it's
Dr.
not.
It's
Randolph P. Checkers.
It is absolutely Checkers.
Paul would like it to be Gus Wiley, but it's not. All right, white dice for the mech 7.
Who would like to roll for us? You want me to roll for us?
Oh, well, if Brian's controlling Katie, Brian's rolling.
Oh, you got
Okay, and then I brought my Fox Patrol
you
dice.
got him. There we go. Even
Awesome.
And we got a 3.
3.
Oh,
Oh,
re-roll.
well, we'll have to
Nice.
re-roll. So that
Beautiful.
helped.
10. There it is.
Cool.
Alrighty.
Let's make the Fox Patrol the red side of the initiative token there on the
Roll.
track. You want to flip it over?
Sure thing.
This is a component that actually comes in the Aces box set, and hey, you know what? Use it in all your Alpha Strike games. It's a thing that people are like, wait, who won initiative again? Just pick a color.
Yeah.
There's now a token. You know what turn it is. You can do events for your scenarios. Streamlines a whole bunch of stuff. Okay, well, having lost initiative, I'm going to have to move one of the automated units here. So, let's see. Lowest initiative number on this side is actually going to be Vera in the Ostrak at 093. Nobody in the player force has moved yet, so I can't be aggressive. Are any of you in the 30 inches? Probably not. How big is this table, Paul? 30?
It's a 6x4, but we're not using quite the edges, so it'll probably be like a 4x4 with the player.
Nope, nobody's in range. Okay, cautious it is. We're going to key off the nearest player unit. Again, this is for the Ostrak here, so nearest is probably Locust Griffin over there.
Griffin.
Sure. Cool, all right. Actually, I want to see no one. I want to get to within 12 inches of that Griffin. I'm just going to advance toward it, but hide. And then if I can't totally hide, cover from as many enemies as possible and occupy woods. I think that means somewhere behind that building. Probably that building there.
There's so much slander in
And
the
the
chat right
Ostrak
now.
moves.
So much slander.
They're waiting.
Everyone's talking about how I'm going to shoot someone in the back, but everybody knows that I don't need to shoot anyone in the back.
Well,
this
you're-
game's in the bag for the other side already.
Your accomplice in crime is not here. Or should I say your paymasters?
Look, Stackpole, I'm not. He didn't pay me to shoot the team this time.
That's
so
what
it's
you're
fine.
saying is you're rolling death kangaroo dice.
So what is the movement range on our Ostrak?
10 inches, please. And somewhere behind that building would satisfy all the criteria.
No. Well, kind of behind.
Hey,
By
Karen.
some definitions of behind.
Hey,
And
Karen
what's the
Mindy.
TMM on that
Red
one?
is currently
2 TMM.
playing the role of Rhiannon in the Fox
And
Patrol's
Rusty,
Marauder.
there is a
But Red's
movement
character in the
chart.
Mech
Oh, that was a pretty
7,
good
Nero
throw,
Drago,
actually.
is being controlled by the Aces deck.
It's really better this way.
All right. Who do we want to move on this side first?
Okay, well, I mean, the Marauder is going to be covering the least ground, right?
Yeah.
So maybe we just have it move up and take a little, maybe peek around here. I mean, you know what? I'm not the one piloting the Marauder. I shouldn't be telling other people how to play.
I think that the Marauder should be moving behind the rocks there to position itself to engage next turn.
These rocks here?
Yeah.
So at 8.
I
So
can
we're-
run it. Who cares?
You want to
So
sprint?
just
Yeah, who cares?
sprint it to here.
Doesn't matter. A little bit further back, just because I don't want to give too much away to the Scorpion.
Like there?
Yep.
That's
That's
good.
a
Okay.
TMM1, I believe. Correct?
Avoid that AC-20.
It's not got the range to hit me with an AC-20 this turn.
All right, to the Aces deck.
Next up from the Aces Force is actually going to be Dr. Randolph P. Checkers in the awesome 9Q. Has anyone moved within 24 inches? Probably not. It was close, actually. This is a
you got
pretty.
one there? Okay.
We made these models deploy pretty close into the table. Nope, just out. Okay, and so if not the case, there are enemies that have moved within 30 of the Marauder. I'm going to choose within zones. It's just going to end up being the Marauder because it's everything within 30 is considered. I want to be able to see it if I can with the awesome. You tucked it back pretty far, but is there a line here to the Marauder?
I
Possibly.
think this
I'm going to look at the
building
overhead
might.
camera.
The building's
This building's
largely blocking.
Yeah,
it.
this
Ah,
building's
okay.
That's why I made sure I stepped a bit further back.
Okay. So actually, I don't necessarily need to see the Marauder.
If
The
it is
deck
my
just says I would like to see the yellow target. Commander tells me that's the one with the most armor.
which is the Marauder.
It is the Marauder. And then most damage at medium range, probably also the Marauder.
The Marauder or the Kit Fox.
Wow, okay.
Turns
Yeah.
out Clan Tech, real strong.
Yeah, Gauss rifles or whatever, yeah.
For
Okay.
those of you who are unaware in the chat, Gauss rifles are real dangerous.
Yeah.
Although Katie's is the Kit Fox. It's not the Gauss rifle one, is it?
Katie is known to change out weapons when she can.
There we go.
But she doesn't like using the ammo. It's got to be a very desperate situation for her to go like, okay, we can afford the ammo, go.
Right.
Okay, cool.
As
So-
she's talking to the paymaster, she's like, "Do you have any idea how much nickel iron slugs cost?"
Bullets in this economy?
Next, you'll be wanting to cook some eggs.
Okay, Tex has moved, and
Yeah,
he needs a
one for TMM.
one.
Oh,
There it is, right there.
Cool.
You got it. Okay, you want me to move here?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm
Take
moving at an 8, correct?
Arky has a 10 with a jump.
I just want to point out that because Tex actually couldn't see the Marauder, his priority is actually just to have line of sight on whatever is nearest he will be able to fire at. So
I'm
just
gonna
threaten
deal.
him.
I'm gonna deal
Threaten
with Tex. That's fine. Tex is gonna get taken out by Arky. So that's a TMM of 2, and to the Aces deck is up.
Who in
That's
their
a
right
jump.
mind fights an awesome with a quick draw?
I jumped, which is good.
All right.
Paul's out there like, "I didn't hear no bell."
That's right.
Cool. All right. Next up, Nero Drago and the Wolverine.
Oh, exciting!
We would like to fight if the ideal red player unit has moved and I can get behind it in the Wolverine. There's no one I can get behind yet. They're way over there. So we can't be aggressive. But there are opponents within 30 inches that have moved. So he's going to choose a balanced behavior. And within the various range bands for targeting, to actually select a target from that pool, it comes down to either the quick draw or the Marauder. Between them, I want the target that is red. That's the least TMM. I think that is the Marauder.
Correct. He's a 1.
Cool. And then I'm going to use ground movement, but jump movement if I need to be able to satisfy my conditions. And those are, first up, occupy woods. There are no trees near this Wolverine, so that's not going to help me at all. Cover from as many enemies as possible. We've got a half hill here. We've got some water we could go in. Line of sight to at least one enemy that's already moved. I don't know if I can get in a position where I can see the Marauder, even from here. Oh, I can see it from here, across the bridge. That's not bad. I could also see the quick draw from lots of places. And then finally stay within 6 inches of an ally. So, I think I have to be on this side. I don't think I can get anywhere where I can see the Marauder.
You won't be able to see the Marauder from there, yeah.
Nope. So we'll fight the quick draw. There he goes.
Tex should be wary. He might get pushed in the back.
Right?
Look, he's the one who decided to say some of the mean things that he said in the episodes. He should have known better. He should have known better.
We have a tech/mechanical question. Billy's asking if we'll be able to make custom mech sheets on the master unit list.
I don't think any of us know about that at all.
None of us are involved with the Master Unit List project, I'm afraid, Billy. We can tell you it is being worked on. Some cool stuff is coming, but that's going to be a question for the Catalyst bigwigs, who will also tell you that they can't answer that question directly right now, I'm sure.
We're just writers and content creators here.
Yes.
We didn't want to ignore it, though.
Totally fair.
All right.
Back
next
to the player force.
For the Fox Patrol, who are we going to move here?
I'm planning a really conservative move with the Locust.
Okay, what do you want to do?
I'm not going to be able to threaten anybody or anything, so if we want to just get mine out of the way initiative-wise, I'm fine with that.
Oh, you're
I want
you're
to be
over there.
behind the biggest cover I can with my 16-inch move. So I'm
Building's probably
definitely
gonna be
just
this
going to be
building.
staging. So yeah, just stick me towards that end of the building so that it's still a little hard for the Ostrock, but yeah, he's just looking to stage and break line of sight this turn.
That all sounds reasonable to me.
So, like, there-ish?
Sure.
What era is this game, Paul?
Ilklan.
This is Ilklan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is the Locust a 3 or a 4?
It's a 3.
It's a 3.
Canonically, the Mech 7 pilots would be very old by
Yes,
Ilklan.
we're very,
Or
very,
dead.
very
But
old.
we're going to call this one of those simulations.
That's right.
Yeah.
You know, every good BattleTech novel has that novel where the protagonist gets killed, and then you turn the page, and the simulator blinked off.
Yep.
The Mech 7 are the Kobayashi Maru
There you go. Yeah.
for the Fox Patrol.
Okay.
Katie Ferraro, after this is done, is going to be like, that was the worst simulation ever.
No, she's going to come out because they're going to be in some sort of, like, mech simulation parlor and just, like, woo, because these are legends that she's always wanted to fight against.
I love
That's
it.
right.
There you go.
Everybody else is going to be like, this was the worst simulation ever.
All right. Next up is actually going to be the Scorpion, 727. Which unit in the player force has the highest move rating? It's probably the Locust, right?
I believe so.
Move rating, the Locust, yes,
Yeah.
definitely.
It's the static movement rate or the current movement rate? TMM.
Not TMM.
Oh,
movement in
rate.
inches.
Yeah. Okay.
16.
Yeah,
Cool.
16 for the...
So if the Locust is moved and the Scorpion can be behind it, yes and no, so that's going to be false. Can't be aggressive. But enemies are within 24 inches now of the Scorpion, I believe. Probably
The Locust.
the Locust
Yep.
is behind that building. Thank you for the overhead view. I can now see what I'm doing. It's like having a sixth sense, having an overhead camera while you play. I want this for all of my games.
Satellite link established.
So, yeah, exactly. You got it. Okay, so the Scorpion would like to get line of sight on the Locust if possible. I don't think that's possible.
I sure hope not. And if you can, I blame Brian.
Yep. It moves 12 inches. It's pretty speedy. But I don't think even if we go all the way over here or all the way over here, it's not happening. So in which case, actually, I'm not allowed to consider the Locust. Then, of enemies that have moved, so either the Marauder or the Quick Draw, which of them would I be able to see? Probably only the Quick Draw. I don't think there's anywhere to actually get line of sight of the Marauder because you tucked it way back, right?
Yep.
Back in there. Okay. So, my remaining... So, we've decided we're going to fight the Quick Draw. There's no way to get the Quick Draw without cover, but we can see only the Quick Draw probably. I'm sure there are places where we can stand the Scorpion for that. Occupy woods if possible, and then just cover from as many other enemies as we can. If we go in this tree line here, have we got the Quick Draw in line of sight? Somewhere in this zone, maybe
you
in
have
the
to be
corner?
between
It'll
the
be
two
on-
buildings.
Yeah.
You'd have to be between the two buildings.
Along this line.
Yeah, and it would be
Yeah,
partial
towards-
cover and woods in between.
We've got enough movement to go around and then tuck into the woods from the front side.
Yep.
And again, we're playing the Alpha Strike starter set rules.
That's a 2.
That mean we've got 3 trees make a woods area. So these 3 trees form a woods. And similarly, 2 trees form a line of trees.
We have a question about the second, or rather the next Aces box after Scouring Sands. Do we have, quote, any information?
I'm not going to be the one to reveal that.
Right? I'm like, we do.
I
but
can tell you that all 3 of the other ones are going along great. In fact, you just turned in Fiction, actually, for the second box, which
Yep.
we're chugging through. So, yes. I won't tell you what it is yet. I'm sorry.
All right, we have the Griffin and the Kit Fox.
Yeah, well, I think the Griffin wants to go first, right? We want Katie to have the most opportunity, right? Leave her to the end of initiative?
Sure.
Yeah, in which case... Oh, dude, we have the same ring.
Yeah, we're both, we both have the Ring of Barry here.
Yeah, okay.
There we go.
Wild. All right, sorry, that was super distracting. The Griffin is going to charge forward because it's not terribly afraid of that Scorpion. It's got to jump at 10.
The rest of the stream is just Jesse and Brian being like, wow, what a coincidence. Wow, that's incredible.
Hey, here on this official Catalyst stream, let's talk about some fantasy franchises for a while in depth. Can I get a TMM2 over here for Dexter, please?
Yep. Josh in the background, like, we gotta move. We gotta keep going forward. It's like, hold on, we're talking here. Just
no one here cares about the Ring of Barry here.
Yeah. About how he rode to the aid of the elves and was handed. Okay.
All right, and finally, Gus, the last to move with the Striker deck.
Yep.
Can he get behind the Locust with his 14 jump?
No.
Not
no,
on
we're
your
not going to be able
life.
to see that Locust at all. He's way over here in this corner.
I feel like I could break the AI if I had the Locust just run up and turn around, like to moon you guys.
Yeah,
Would
but
that
then-
have just messed up everybody's
But then you're
positioning?
dead.
Well, not if I stayed behind the building. Like, they'd still be behind me, but, like, that would just, if you get a blue screen.
If there's any way that they can get line of sight on you, they'll chase you. If there isn't, you don't exist. You just get skipped over, and they look at the rest of the player force. Putting the Quick Draw there is a pretty decent move for bait. It probably won't die, right?
That's what I tried.
You've played against this particular deck a fair bit, actually.
Yes, I have.
This is really the
That's
position.
what I tried.
Everybody's getting in position to take out what they're going to take out next.
Well, I also figure Katie's going to come over here with her Ghost Rifle and fire away.
Goblin,
Right.
yes, we've shown the first Aces box is the Scouring Sands box, and yes, that's a bunch of Jade Falcons on the cover. So if you're painting and you happen to have some spare green, now's the time.
And black. It's the Jade Falcon Epsilon Galaxy scheme.
Oh, true,
Nice.
yeah.
So we set it with a brand new Jade Falcon Remnant character. You want to talk about that, actually, Rusty, since you wrote this guy?
Yeah. He is not the super nicest fellow that you are going to meet. Somebody's been writing a cute and cuddly for a Jade Falcon. character recently, and this ain't our boy. So yeah, he is a pretty overtly villainous Jade Falcon that is bitter about being left behind by the other overtly villainous Jade Falcons and is taking it out on you.
Malvina did nothing wrong.
So,
Hot take.
So yeah, he's an interesting guy. It's fun to kind of write a whole bunch of clan NPCs that got left behind for whatever reason, and they're all kind of dealing with that their own way in the intro text for each little sortie. And I think players might even feel sorry for a couple of them because
I did.
Yeah, like that's the fun part. We got to make players feel bad for playing the game sometimes and shooting these poor guys. They're going through some stuff.
I just wanted to go home and see my dog. Bang, bang.
My favorite might actually be the Aces box set. All of them are like this, but the Jade Falcon one specifically has 4 different endings. Even though there are 22 scenarios in the box, you'll only play 7 of them in any given playthrough, and there are 4 different endings. One of them, after aforementioned Star Captain has been defeated, sees you fighting an actual trial of possession for the planet with the remaining 5 mechs on world.
Yeah,
and they feel very differently about it now that Sender is no more.
Yeah, he's like I said, he's got a grudge, and he's got a whole bunch of bones to pick, and you guys show up when he's looking for a punching bag. So yeah, it's pretty fun. I now understand when people say that like Skyrim or a Fallout game have however many million words, just the size of the rewritten fiction document.
You wrote a novella, basically.
Yeah, I mean it's a chunky novella or a thin novel. So yeah, they're pretty cool.
We've got that book actually laid out on the table in the overhead view. It is a good solid 80 pages there, and half of it's probably fiction, I think.
So
something like that.
I think we're in shooting now, right?
You got it.
Yep. So while we were discussing there, Katie has moved behind this building. It wasn't a good idea to come over here and take fire with a lower TMM.
I don't know if you've all noticed this, but Kit Fox is not the most armored mechs.
Yes.
I thought it had more going on for it than the Direwolf.
I'm not even sure how to respond to that.
It's not the size of the wolf in the fight; it's the fight in the wolf.
That's exactly
right.
All right. So AI lost initiative, so they will shoot first.
Bring it on, Aces.
I don't think the Ostrak has any targets. Did we see the quick draw? Get way down there on the table.
It can.
It can.
It should be able to.
Do I have long range? I have 2 at long.
Yeah,
it's definitely long range.
The range.
More
definitely
than 2
long
feet.
range. Yep.
Okay.
Partial cover.
Skill 4, 2 for range. Sorry, 4 for range is 8. What's the quick draw's TMM?
2 plus a jump of 3.
Okay, 11, and then 1 for partial cover, 12, and then trees are actually in the way as well.
Oh, yeah, that's correct.
Woods line,
Yep.
so 13s. Yep. No action happening there. And I can't see the locust, because you guys hid the locust real well. So the Ostrak's just going to do nothing. Next up is the Awesome. I think my only target for the Awesome is the quick draw. Medium with partial cover and jumping.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the Awesome, however, Dr. Randolph P. Checkers is skill 3 in Alpha Strike. So skill 3, 2 for range is 5, 3 for TMM, total is 8, and partial cover from the hill is 9s. And here come 4 PPCs, a dice for each.
Double check. Would it be 10 because of the jump?
Yeah.
I did factor the jump as a
factored
3
jump,
TMM.
Okay.
He's a
2 plus 1 for
1
jump.
3.
Okay, yeah.
Nice.
So I did it right. 9s. 4 shots at 9. And 11, and that's it.
So 1 point of damage on the quick draw.
First blood drawn from Arky, Colorado.
Arky can take it.
It's a beefy mech, that quick
He's
draw.
already dead.
Wow.
You're on our team.
Have you not seen what happened last time? I'm not. I wasn't paid by anyone to shoot anyone in the back, though, so you're all safe.
Yep.
Except for Rusty. He's dead.
Nero also on the Anarchy there. Mm-hmm. Medium range. Nero, however, was also skill 3. How about it? So 3, 4, 5 for range, 6, 7, 8 for the quick draw, 9 for cover again. Mm-hmm. 2 more at 9. 1 hit.
I'm going to get whittled down here, but that's okay.
He's all right.
He's all right.
I'll be fine, I believe.
And then Scorpion.
Shooting at me.
Well, actually, the Griffin is an eligible target now for the Scorpion over there on the side. Dexter coming into the line of fire, perhaps. So, of all the targets we can see with the Scorpion, we would prefer to fight at medium range. I think that does mean we're going to fight the Griffin.
Yeah, that's medium.
This is substantially further than medium range. So Scorpion letting that AC-20 rip. Skill 4, 5-6 for range, 7 for trees, 8-9 for the Griffin. 2 shots at 9. No, 2 8s.
Shy.
Trees save lives.
Yeah.
They're saying red isn't paid yet. I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a betrayal today.
Just drop a PayPal link in the chat. You know, it's all good. You can make the stream pay for it.
Oh my God! Can you imagine?
I mean,
that?
they already brought us Hungry Like the Wolf.
Yep.
Yep.
They also brought Sun Tzu Meow recently.
Yeah.
So
oh boy. What about the pillow? Are we not talking about that yet?
April 1st.
Okay.
April 1st, it goes live.
The pillow.
Oh man, the pillow.
I love Chance Vickers. She's a lovely lady.
So is that it? It's our shooting phase.
I still
you've
need to
got
shoot
one
with
more.
Gus here, who I think has only got the quick draw on its sights. Yeah.
JP says he'll have pizza delivered if you stab Brian in the back.
Wow.
And while shouting, I believe in Ace Darwin.
Yes.
But the problem with that is no amount of pizza is going to make me believe in Ace Darwin. That's the problem. Like, you know, I can do an authentic shot in the back, but only if I believe in it.
Only for Chicago deep dish pizza. Chicago deep dish is worth it. Oh no!
Skill 2.
This guy is here.
And jumping.
we go.
4, 5-6 for range, 7-8-9 for quick draw, 10s for cover.
Oh,
Nope.
I saw a 6 there from the
You're
side.
too busy flying around, Paul.
Yes,
You
that's
don't land
good.
shots when you fly around.
It's good.
That's it for the Mech 7. Over to the Fox Patrol.
All right.
I think the quick draw is the only one with a shot,
I
right?
think
well,
so.
no, I think
No, I'm gonna hit that Scorpion.
Dexter's got a shot
The,
too.
the
Yeah.
Griffin could get shot
Do you
at.
think the
the
Kit
Griffin
Fox
could
might
shoot
be able
back.
to shoot at the Spectre?
No.
Well, I'll start here. I'm going to shoot it myself.
I can see its heat sinks on its head, and that's it.
Well, the Marauder has a clear shot at the Locust.
Actually, I probably have a better chance of hitting Tex than I do hitting Gus.
But it's all about what you can eliminate early.
Yes, I know. So let's work this out. What's my dice at medium range?
3.
3 dice, and I'm skill 3, so I'm going to be at 3, 5, 9, 10s to hit Gus. I would be at 3, 5 for range. 1 for Texas move is 6. 1 for partial cover 7s. So let's fire at Tex. Not
With
that I
apologies.
enjoy this. I love it. No, there's no apologies here.
This here is a BattleTech game. We're taking
That's
this
right.
serious. No apologies.
That's So I have three on. We said 7s, right?
Mm-hmm.
I hit once. Wow, that's a terrible die roll.
Okay. 7 more points of armor where that came from.
We'll pass this down the line.
7 more rounds like that, we got him.
I don't believe Katie has
I don't think that
a
the
shot.
quick draw has 7 more rounds.
I think it's just the Griffin.
Just the Griffin, yep.
All right, 3 sets of dice at medium range. Skill of 3. Was it 4-5 for the TMM on the Scorpion? 6-7 because of medium. 8 because of the trees. Did I miss anything? I think 8 sounds right.
Sounds right.
Hey, look at that. All right, well, we got a through armor crit.
Oh, good.
And then another hit.
Roll me the 3 armor crit, please.
Who is this on?
That's on Kratos.
Kratos and the Scorpion.
As long as it's not Gus.
9.
9 is the empty space inside the Scorpion.
I hit Kratos' apples.
Yep.
The shot goes right through the cockpit. It blows up a bushel of apples. She's sitting there with a core in the hand.
And that would be the end of the turn.
Just blink,
That's
blink.
it?
Yeah.
That would be the end of the turn, so we'll remove tokens. And
All right.
We'll check the command deck to see how Randolph P. Checkers and the Awesome feels about the battle evolving so far. It's like a hockey player interview.
Yeah.
All right. If the automated forces objective is complete, no. We're here to wreck some mechs.
Mm-hmm.
If there's an enemy in one of your unit's rear arcs, also not true. If there are any enemies in the Fox Patrol with no armor, no, we haven't been that effective yet. And if they lost the most units this turn, they have not. So this battle plan, it's working great. Let's keep going.
Pull those tokens, and we will roll. Brian, you keep rolling, buddy. You won initiative last time.
Yeah.
He's the
4.
leader. He's the leader of the Fox Patrol.
Now I will mention one of the rules that is in the Aces rulebook for the campaign play is that the team that won initiative the previous round suffers a penalty of 2 on the current round. So your roll is a 2.
Okay.
4.
Oh my God! They rolled 4 and 4 again.
Yes.
Though this time, obviously,
modified.
Yeah.
So we'll put that track on turn 2 and flip it to blue, please. Mech 7 have initiative.
Okay.
Take it away, Fox Patrol.
Law of averages.
Now
I guess.
I can potentially move around this or back to here, and maybe have them react early. It doesn't mean it doesn't mean they're going to chase, but it might make them react, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
That's not a bad plan.
I'm moving at 10.
I love this plan. I'm glad to be a part of it.
Moving at 10.
As the entire team is like, ignore the quick draw, kill the rest of them.
Tex could come around.
He's on the wrong side of the river. There's no way we can help him.
You know, it's interesting. This is kind of how the Fox Patrol in the story works, where Arky's kind of off by himself, and everyone else is doing something else, and then the quick draw ends up sort of saving the day.
This is going to be a tactical move for the turn. He's going to jump over here. Hopefully, maybe lure Gus after, and then win initiative next turn and get pop out with the speed.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
All right. First up on the Mech 7 team is going to be Randolph P. Checkers in the Awesome. Has anyone within 24 inches moved already? Nope, he ran away. So not even going to be balanced. We're going to be cautious. Choose the nearest mech. I think that's actually the Locust now.
Yep.
I don't even care if I can
just
see
a
it.
little too far.
Yep.
Which is exactly what I predicted. I'm like, ignore that guy. Let's kill the rest of these fools.
All right, keying off the nearest Fox Patrol unit. That will be the Locust. I want to be 18 away from the Locust. I'm probably almost 18 now.
Right on it. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, I got to get a little closer. Okay. See it if possible. That's not possible. Occupy woods and then cover from as many enemies as I can. I think is just literally coming around the bend here. This is a very aggressive play for the Awesome. We usually see it more of a sniper.
Cyberduck, yes.
What do we want to do here? I think we want Rusty's Locust to go last out of all
Yeah,
this.
I think Rusty and the Kit Fox maybe to go last.
Yes, absolutely.
I think maybe the Griffin maybe kind of coming out into some of the cover, maybe getting a shot on the
Red,
side, maybe. Or
red slash Rhiannon
realistically,
can be
the Marauder
sacrificial
should go
lamb.
next.
Yeah,
because I'm gonna have to square up with Checkers. Can you get me behind a building where I'm gonna have partial cover against
that corner
him?
right there.
Yeah.
Yep. You can go like this. I should have line of sight. Correct.
You got to scooch out a little further. There we go.
There we go.
Yeah.
And Rhiannon's a 1.
The real problem is I fear the Scorpion's going to strike me from the side now. So
Could
If
happen.
it does, though, it's going to expose itself
yes.
to the
This is
Griffin.
a
and
good
we're
I'm
gonna
much
have,
more worried about the Scorpion's AC-20 than
Sure.
the Scorpion should be worried about the Griffin.
I am confident in your tactical abilities here, Red. That was a good move.
Yeah, I agree. All right, next up, we're going to see Vera and the Ostrak over there. Which mech in the player force is lowest TMM, lowest armor?
Lowest armor is going to be the Locust.
Well, lowest TMM first, and then if tied,
lowest TMM is going to be the
Marauder.
The Marauder.
But
They're both
no
next
one else
to
is
each other.
TMM 1? No, I guess not.
No.
Yeah, just
Okay.
the Marauder.
Well, Marauder is always going to be the red target for this card. Okay.
You see,
The
this
Marauder's
is why this was a
move.
mistake.
We have a question about where
your
these,
turn this round.
where the terrain and buildings are available.
Yes. So basically we are playing with the buildings from the Alpha Strike box set. We've actually subbed out the trees for some nicer models. These are from our own set, but I set up the table using 10 of them, which is how many cardboard slap together trees you would get in the Alpha Strike box set. All we have added are the bridge, the rivers, and the 10 hills that come in the Scouring Sands Aces box set. We wanted to show you basically like how much of a table you can make with just the guts of those two sets.
Yep.
This is a 6x4 playmat, and it doesn't look empty.
No.
Okay, so Vera in the Ostrak over there. Can we move within 10 inches of the Marauder? Are we 20 inches from it? I don't think we're that close yet.
For all the folks
I
who-
actually think you're pretty close.
Yeah, she's pretty close
Is
to
it
me.
20 away? It's like 22 away.
22. Yep.
All right, so we can't actually be aggressive. We're a little bit too far out of the condition. We cannot see more than 2 enemies right now with the Ostrak, so we're going to stay cautious. We want to fight the Marauder.
You can see more than right now. Oh, that have already moved?
Yeah.
In general.
In general,
I don't have line of sight to more than 2.
You'd have line of sight from the Locust and here if you got to here.
From my current position, though.
From your current position, no.
Yeah. Oh, I can definitely get myself killed,
Yeah.
yes. The Death knows that.
I mean, that was my hope.
Yeah. Well, not picking up what you're putting down.
Brian is the best. He's like, I'm helping you die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because JP's ordering us all deep dish pizza.
Okay.
It's like, look, the bribery didn't work on Red, but maybe I can get Brian to get the team killed.
We want to be able to target the Marauder. We want cover from that Marauder. We want to be in as few other enemy firing arcs as possible, and then occupy woods if there's anywhere to do that. I don't think woods is going to happen, but I think all the others can probably happen. Where can we see the Marauder from the Ostrak there?
From the Ostrak?
Pretty much where I was saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think just peek out the side of this building, maybe.
Or I'd go around the other side if it doesn't expose to the.
Well, it will
Griffin.
expose the Griffin. It's
okay.
Yeah,
but thinking here-ish.
That Griffin has a lot of movement too, right?
Yeah, that is probably best because it'll feed through the 2 buildings, right?
Let me know when we've got.
I would give it partial cover behind the building. Yep.
Correct.
Even back over more.
All right.
So only 50% of them's out. Yeah.
Yep.
Is that
there you
got
go.
the Marauder?
Perfect.
That looks good.
And that should use a
TMM2, please.
There you go. All right. What are you thinking here, team?
All right. I think the Griffin next. I mean,
I'm
it can
thinking
get
the Marauder's dead. Is what
the
I'm
Griffin
thinking.
can get a range of the Ostrak out of its arc. Can't do rear damage, but it can get where it can shoot and not be shot at, which is BattleTech. That's what everybody wants.
So you've got.
This is why you shouldn't be generous with your teammates. I've got the lowest TMM out
well,
of move forward.
Be over this way.
It's like
can't quite get to the
enemy
rear.
team seeks to destroy you now. Oh, womp womp.
And didn't even have to jump to do it.
I can sense Kratos coming around now to deal with that, but that's okay.
But the Locust can
Not
go
yet.
back over there too.
Not yet.
Yes, Kratos, and I think is going to have an interesting choice here. That Scorpion now is like. We'll see what the Aces deck does instead of me prevaricating.
Well, Gus is actually going to take it upon himself to act now. Again, the unit in the player in the Fox Patrol that is the ideal blue as far as Aces deck is concerned will be the unit with the most movement still because we're on the same battle plan. So Locust has not moved. Want no part of that, which automatically dumps me back into the cautious column. I would like to see the nearest model. I think the nearest model is actually, I think it's now the Marauder.
Oh, yeah,
you want to measure
Marauder,
yeah, I think it is the Marauder.
Be careful though. The
yeah. You don't have to tell the deck. So keying off the Marauder, want to be able to fire at it. That's almost possible where I already am. No enemies within 18 inches that have already moved, or have not yet moved. Sorry. So don't get flanked basically. In as few enemy firing arcs as possible. Cover from as many enemies and then occupy woods. Or that tree.
That's too close because unactivated within 18, right?
That is 18?
That's within 18. This will be outside of 18.
Yeah, but...
And that gives it woods. So if it goes
15.
here, it's got woods and a shot at the Marauder.
Yeah. So
I
woods
think.
is actually the priority 5. So see target, lots of places we can shoot at the Marauder.
Yep.
No enemies in 18, can't get super close.
Mm-hmm.
The quick draw is already gone, right?
Yep.
So we can go anywhere over here. In fewest enemy firing arcs, there's probably places we can see the Marauder and see no one else, like maybe here. And then, yeah, I think you're probably right. I think it is actually going to be those trees because over here fulfills all the previous priorities, and 14 is still within movement of profile. And do I need to jump to go do that? It's jump if needed. How far away is that? I have to jump if I want to be in the trees. There we have it.
All right. Katie, Commander.
It's not what I would have done, but it's an interesting play.
There's no danger from the quick draw.
I mean, if she's crossing the river, like she'd have to get far enough to get behind those woods. So maybe that whole side of the board is out.
Yeah.
In which case, she's going to want to come this way. She's going to want to have cover from the awesome.
Quick draw is okay by itself over here.
So she might be keying in on either the Ostrock or the Scorpion.
Even behind that?
That's kind of what I was thinking. Like, get behind here and shoot through those woods there and get a shot at that.
Yeah.
And that would at least be a difficult shot for the Scorpion if it does move that way.
And get some partial cover there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Slide him over a little bit more.
Huh?
Yeah,
Like
there
that?
you go. Yep.
Okay.
Everyone in the chat still waiting for Red to betray us.
I'm literally not even in a position to betray anyone anymore.
Yeah, no, you notice how that worked out,
huh? More armor.
Marauder. Through the generosity of me choosing to Marauder.
Right, that's what it is.
When you guys were hinting maybe the Marauder should move first, I should have been like, no.
The Griffin and the Marauder have the same amount of armor.
Oh, okay. That actually is super important. So, who then has more damage? Is it the Marauder? 4 to 3 or something?
Oh, the Marauder's got more. It's 4s across.
Yep, that'll do it. Okay, so the Marauder is the ideal yellow unit in the Fox Patrol. Is also the ideal red, which just means, like, yes, bigger bullseye.
Red is the ideal red? This is convenient.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. This Marauder's going to be lucky to survive this turn.
Okay. So Scorpion is actually going to be aggressive.
There's that.
Where's the back of the firing arc for the Marauder? Can the Scorpion get out of its firing arc? Because it's facing.
It's facing. Like,
I can't tell from the model. It's got like a funny angle.
So this is.
Oh, it's okay along this line here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No way to get the Scorpion behind it, but it sure can respond to all the enemies that are nearby. Is anybody in 16 inches of the Scorpion?
Yes.
The Griffin.
Yeah. The Griffin.
The Griffin's closest.
And the Marauder. Okay. Of the two of them, we actually prefer the Marauder. Marauder without cover. See only the Marauder. That's not going to be possible because of the Locust there. And as few enemy firing arcs as possible. That probably is true if it doesn't expose itself to the Kit Fox. And then occupy cover from most enemies. So I think it's just cruising up over here somewhere. See that Marauder.
Is it not worried about the Griffin in here?
There's got to be a spot somewhere in here where the Kit Fox doesn't see it and the Griffin doesn't see it, but the Marauder does.
It would have to be like...
Right about there.
A little
Feel
closer
it
to
out.
that building.
That's where the Scorpion's going. 2 TMM, please.
And yes, we all agree Red does have an evil laugh. It's more like a cackle, but it's evil.
But it's resonant. It's powerful. It's like a Bond villain. We're all looking at him now expecting him to do it, and he's not impressed. No.
As the only Kit Fox.
Well, I mean, I could do a deliberately evil laugh. But that's not really
Let's see what
authentic.
my 16 inches can
It's considered
get me.
rude in polite company.
I'm thinking if I can, we want to gang up on this Ostrock. If I can just weave and like make it over behind here.
You got 16 inches.
Yeah, so let's just see what that kind of, nope, not going to get me behind it.
Yeah, the Marauder's going to get deleted this turn.
Like a 180-degree firing line almost.
Yeah, I'm going to get hit from there.
I think I can sneak in.
He's going to get into there too.
And about here.
I'm going to get shot by
shoot
the
out of the
Ostrock
firing arc
like
and
over.
just plink at the Scorpion
Just
a little bit.
Yep, sure.
Because if I go that way to try to get the Ostrock, I don't think I'll get behind him.
Mad Cat, Big Red is about to be deleted off of the table, is what is about to occur here. There's no treachery. There's just Big Red being deleted.
Yeah, Mr. Positive
cannot be negotiated with.
He's been bemoaning the certainty of his death
coming.
since the
JP,
first
if you're
of them
listening,
moved.
we like extra pepperoni on that Chicago deep dish.
So, all right.
I'm just seeing because I'm just seeing everything pile up around me after I moved first. And I'm like, oh, this is a problem.
Yep. And now I'm going to move your Mech 7 character, Nero Drago and the Wolverine coming in. We would like to do. Can I get behind the nearest enemy that's finished moving? Ooh. I wonder if the Locust is actually now in that camp. How far away is the Marauder? It is 18 inches. How far away is the Locust? The Locust is also 18 inches. So basically, yes. We're going to default to blue, which is highest movement. We are going to hunt that Locust.
Nero Drago picking on the little guy sounds about right.
Yep.
He sees a target near a building.
All right. And so in as few enemy arcs as possible, no other enemy in short range. That's all possible. Cover from most enemies and occupy woods. He's got 10 jump. He's just going to whoop. It's like a first responder. Here he is.
I think that's everyone.
Locust is going to have woods cover at least. Yeah, all done.
Okay.
Fox Patrol.
Well,
Man's firing.
Our key over here has got easy. No shot.
So why don't we start with Dexter over here?
Sure thing. Throwing 2 at short range into that Ostrak. It's not a rear shot per se. It's going to hit the side. But so rolling 2, skill of 3, 4, 5 for the Ostrak's TMM. And that's it. Throwing 2 sets of dice, looking for 5. I think I can manage that, he said, dooming himself. 2 hits.
Youch.
Vera Langston rocked from the side.
3 more points of armor where that came from.
What's the difference between long range and
24 for medium.
24? Okay, I'm at medium. That's
and there's
great.
trees in the way.
Yes,
like.
there are trees in the way. So I'm at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for the medium, and then the trees.
8.
8. Okay.
No partial there. Oh, he's got a clean shot.
So 8s with 4. So.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Could go internal. Hit them all.
Let's hope.
Let's see it.
One, 2, just 2 of them hit.
Still got armor.
Good.
Solid hit, though. Gauss rifle slug probably just nails the Ostrox.
Rusty, you want to do your worst?
Before the Wolverine eats me.
You got some
death
kangaroos?
One set of dice. I'll use these Kellhound dice.
Those are death kangaroos, sir.
There's been a misunderstanding. I ordered Kellhound dice.
I literally ordered Kellhound dice,
but
they are death
you
kangaroo
got the cheap
dice.
Capellan Halloween knockoffs.
Right. Was I able to make it into a back arc over here?
No, not in the back 60.
All right, then. So I am skill 4. We got a 2 TMM.
That's it.
I'm just looking for 6s. That's a pair of 6s.
That is the end of the Scorpion's armor.
Yeah.
But no internals yet.
No.
So, what do I have an easier chance hitting, the Scorpion or the Awesome?
Well, we can take down the Scorpion here, probably. How much internal is that?
Awesome has cover, so they actually basically have the same TMM, and the Scorpion has 5 internals left, and the Awesome is like 15 remaining.
I don't have enough dice to kill him in one shot.
But you're going to get a crits.
Crits are good.
It doesn't have case.
Terrified of the AC-20. I think we try to take an AC-20 off the board.
So I'm going to need 7s to hit him, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. How many dice pairs you need over there?
I got a total of 4. So, no, I'm just going to roll my Kellhound's dice twice.
Okay, that works too.
Oh, sorry, my Death Kangaroo's dice twice.
Mm-hmm. What skill?
Much better.
My skill's 3, so I need 7s.
Very good.
Medium range plus 2 TMM.
No cover, yeah.
Yep. So the first one, that's a hit.
Yep.
And then second set. Oh, I like these dice. 2 more hits, so all 4 hit.
Wow.
Nice.
Roll me a
Boom,
critical
boom,
hit,
boom,
please.
boom.
Roll me a critical hit, please.
5.
Again, nothing but empty space inside this quad
More
mech.
apples.
He's only got 1 health left, though. Or she only has 1 health left.
Kratos.
I don't think there's anyone else on our table, though, to put a
And
shot
then
in.
I don't think you've got a shot at all.
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
Good
wow.
news is
Now the
I'm
bad
not
news.
going to get shot at this
Now
time.
it's the bad news, because the Marauder is about to leave this world.
Yeah, they got a little bit outflanked over here, but they clearly have a game plan. Let's see if they can execute it. So Awesome is actually lowest number. He's got a few different targets now. Actually, let's see if you
overheated.
distracted them or not. Within medium range, attacked by ally this turn. That's no one so far. Red command list. That is the Marauder. So skill 3 Awesome, 4, 5 for range, 6 for TMM, 7 for cover. 4 shots at 7 into the Marauder.
I just do not have the armor to tank this very long. Oh, he rolls all of them.
Straight
isn't it?
fire,
Yeah.
10s and 11s.
Yeah.
4 hits.
So 4 hits on the Marauder.
4 PPCs into the right side of the Marauder.
I have 2 armor left.
Yep.
Whoa.
It's almost over for the Marauder already.
2 armor club.
Yeah, except for I'm not a light mech.
You
Remind me to shoot Rusty
You
Zimmerman
will-
before this game
will be
is
after
over.
a few more hits.
You are now after losing 6 tons of armor.
Red, have you had a chance to read the Gothic primer yet? People want to know how you feel about
I've not had a chance to read about it, but I've known about it for a while. I was there when they went over it last KerenskyCon. It looks kind of fun. It looks kind of cool. I thought that, when I saw it a year ago, it's a fun like side project.
People want to know how you feel about the purple bird becoming the purple sphinx.
Well, aren't sphinxes cool?
I think so. I mean, it's a riddle, isn't it? As a little history
Does the
joke.
Marauder have cover from the Ostrak?
Probably not. I would say no.
Could someone closer to the Marauder tell? Has it got cover from the Ostrak?
I do not think so.
No. Yeah, looking at the other camera view, it looks like it's open. Okay.
Yeah, it looks completely open to me.
4 skill, 2 range, and 1 TMM is 7s from the Ostrak. Here come 4 more pairs of dice.
Yep.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
this
a
time he
bad
botched
die
it.
roll. He
Every
missed it.
shot.
Complete miss.
Complete whiff.
You're not going to get deleted, maybe.
I love the maybe at the end of that.
Well, there's still the
scorpion.
Yeah.
Okay. Next up, it is the Spectre actually here. Gus, are we still in medium range? I think we may have left medium range.
No, it's right at medium.
It is now long.
Is it long, really?
Yep.
It's now long. 2 skill, 2 jumping is 4. Long range makes 8. TMM 1. Trees, so 10s.
Large laser from across the board.
No, not even. You actually don't have a long range damage value. Spectre doesn't carry something with long range. So never mind. Actually, I'm sorry. We should fix that because that was never a legal move if it wasn't in the attack range for the Spectre.
It should be
here.
Yeah.
You're still going to have trees.
That is correct.
Sounds to me like the Magnificent Seven just forfeited, and whatever happens next is technically a win.
There is a
for
glitch in the
Kid Fox.
Kobayashi Maru.
It's not canon. It's not canon.
Yeah.
This
Slap
is
the
no
side of the
longer-
simulator.
No longer a canon battle.
So actually, it's not long range now, so it is.
Medium range, yeah.
Yeah, 4,
2,
6,
4, 6.
8s.
8s, yeah.
2 at 8.
That's
1
right.
hit.
I have 1 armor left.
Oh boy. Okay. And finally, the Scorpion that we were waiting for.
This might be the thing that deletes me.
I mean, you got to take a pretty bad crit for that to happen, but 2 damage at this range in the open at medium, so 7s. 1 hit,
once.
1 narrow miss.
I am now at 0 armor.
But there's no crit.
Feel the
so
breeze.
you've got,
crit, so
you've got another turn.
I've got another turn to go out there and die.
And earn us pizza.
All right.
We got 1 more turn to shoot Russell Zimmerman.
So,
no other target except the Locust.
Yep.
I think, is this medium range? It looks like we're just outside 6.
Yeah.
Just outside.
Yep, just outside 6. Okay.
This is the part where he starts pushing the Wolverine forward with the tape measure.
doing one of those
More
measures
glitches in
where
this
you go
simulation.
like-
Wow. 3 skill, jumping 5, 2 for range 7, 3 for TMM 10. And I think Woods is for 11. 2 shots at 11.
Every hit now hits. Nope.
Nope.
Let's go.
Yep.
Screw that apartment building.
I mean,
Locust doing Locust things.
They did work over that Marauder, but were let down by Vera.
Zhang, you're correct. Blake protects. I'm walking with Blake on my shoulder right now, guys.
Is this an XL engine Marauder? It's like 3 internals only. Oh.
All right, we're letting Rusty roll initiative for us this turn.
Are we?
right,
That's
do
what
it.
happened when
Do it.
Brian lost?
How does Checkers feel about the unfolding battle?
Pretty good.
There are now enemies with no armor.
Yeah.
So, smelling blood in the water. Commander changes instructions.
Cool.
Card B.
Grab his +1.
Yep, pull off some
and
tokens.
Rusty's on
Yep.
initiative for us.
All righty. Let's go, Kid Foxes. A
10.
10.
A 12.
Oh,
Like I
reroll.
said, I rolled a 13.
But no, that's
Oh, it's a
Big
reroll.
Red's
He's
a
a
reroll.
-2.
Oh,
12 minus 2
Yeah,
10.
okay,
So
yeah,
tie,
yeah.
reroll.
all right.
8.
More
than
9.
Got him.
Yeah,
Let's
there we
go.
Flip it. Initiative back to the Fox Patrol.
Turn.
You
Fox
guys
has
will-
got this.
You guys are going to have to forgive me. I will be moving last.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
You distracted the entire force for a turn.
That
That was
true.
worth your
Arky's
armor.
got a problem over here, too, because this thing can now jump
Super
behind
fast.
it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, good news, maybe. The Ostrak is going to go first. Does it have armor greater than anybody's damage rating? What armor? It has like none left. So not aggressive.
Is the Blake in the room with us right now?
He's with us everywhere.
Exactly. His wisdom, his knowledge. Humanity would be lost without him.
I mean, until the Dark Age, then he's only with us at very specific points. Okay.
It's okay.
The age is never dark with the wisdom of Blake.
There
the
you go.
light of Blake.
The light of Blake illuminates the age, yes.
It's really the Dark Age because people were deprived of Blake's light.
Wow. bringing it in. Okay. Can't be aggressive or even balanced. So having no armor and having no one moved yet means Ace's deck wants no part of this.
Right.
Keying off the nearest target, which is like the Griffin bearing down on the Ostrak. Want to be able to see that Griffin. Yeah, okay. And as few enemy firing arcs as possible. Cover from as many enemies as possible. Occupy woods.
He just wants to curl into a ball.
Yeah, no kidding. And 16 away from the Griffin, which is not even within my movement distance.
Yeah.
I think this is back to the wall, turn around, stand, and fight. Because that's automatically infused enemy arcs. That's 1. And cover from everyone else, yes.
The crabs are watching.
And there's nowhere where woods helps that. And then 16 away can't be done. So just turn around and fight it out.
Back to the wall.
Okay.
Vera's making a last stand.
Apparently.
What's the TMM on that Ostrak?
2.
There we go.
Okay, Foxes, what are we doing? Everybody's nervous.
Yep.
Right.
Not the Marauder. Our go-to go first back, not going first.
How heavily does the awesome favor heavy targets?
I don't know.
Because I'm thinking I could zip around somewhere here-ish and just get away from the scrum for a bit and make people move. Or
Why don't we
have
have
the Griffin go.
It's actually simple, actually. Rhiannon can just move backwards behind the bluff.
How far can the Marauder get back? Can it get like back here into cover?
It's got
Well,
an
I'm not
move.
I'm not moving right now. Sorry, guys.
No, it's fine.
Leave
I
it and
think
react
we
with
can
it, yeah.
move.
Because
We
like I also have the highest damage output, so I have to be putting shots on target too.
I think Dexter makes the most sense to move because the target is going to still be the Ostrak, who's already moved.
The other thing I can do over here is just make Gus react to me by messing around on this side of the board, as long as I'm staying out of the awesomes.
Swing around this way, son.
I'm thinking just like you're not going to get my dice involved in the shooting, but how far if I do that?
Oh, here it comes. Here comes the cheese gaming.
He jumps 14, right?
Yep.
I think the Griffin should be moving first.
I don't know. This whole like Paul doing the best he can to avoid Paul before Paul does a ton of damage to Paul. I think there's a lot of deep stuff happening
Yes,
there.
there
It
is.
needs to be unpacked with a professional.
Exactly.
What I'll do as a jump.
Okay.
It'll keep this without compromising some of our tactical advantage over here.
Wolverine going next. That's unusual. Has the Marauder moved?
It has
No.
not.
Nope, it has not.
And
But
this is why the Marauder is moving last.
has anyone within 30 inches moved yet? No.
From who?
Nope.
From the
Key-
Wolverine.
Oh,
From the
yeah.
Wolverine. Keying off nearest target, that's the Locust. I'm going to jump. I want to see as many enemies as possible. Be 18 away from the Locust? Oh, I'm actually going to just going to cover some flanks. Can he even get 18 away from the Locust? He's like 16 away now. No. Okay, that's just not possible. But heading away from the Locust. Occupy woods, cover from as many enemies as possible. I think that's actually just here. Because this actually does give me line of sight to the Griffin right now. Still in the tree line. Short up a bit. And it is jumping, so 2 TMM plus jumping.
All right.
And then I think bringing Dexter around to stay out of that arc.
Do you think
You know what I mean?
that little building further back that way, if Dexter's like taking cover in between that building and that cliff and still pointed at the Ostrak,
Parking right
that
about
way,
here.
that way he's out of the arc. I don't think the Wolverine can hit him from there.
What kind of movie you got?
But do you
10.
want to stay in short?
Yeah, I think that'll be right about that.
I mean, no, the Griffin's going to throw harder at medium.
Oh, right.
Yeah. I mean, with the it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other with the extra +2 for medium. But I think if the Griffin gets back there, I think it's outside the Wolverine's firing arc. It can still shoot at the Ostrak, and the Scorpion can't get behind it. I think that's
That's the move. Yep.
That's exactly what I'm describing, Rusty.
That's good.
So the Wolverine can still see it, right?
The Wolverine will be able to shoot back at you, but you're going to be somewhere where you're going to get shot at.
Then just bring him forward a bit.
Forward a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
There we go.
Perfect.
Just have a little duel with the Ostrak back there.
Because, yeah, I don't think you can have partial from the Ostrak and no line of sight from the Wolverine.
Right, yeah.
You could have partial on both, but one way or the other.
This is good. Pour it on.
All right, Scorpion is going next. That pesky Marauder has not yet moved, so I can't be aggressive. But there are enemies within 30 inches who have moved. So of them, a target within 16, I think that's just going to be the Griffin?
The Griffin.
Because the Kid Fox is back there still and hasn't done anything, right? So you're hunting the Griffin. Ground move of 12 inches. In as few enemy firing arcs as possible. I think it's just going to join the Ostrak behind the building. Few enemy firing arcs as possible. Occupy woods. There's nowhere back there where that's going to help. And then no cover versus the Griffin. So yeah, bring the Scorpion just around the building and back up to it.
Alrighty.
Also 2 TMM. Now, mind you, the Scorpion has 1 point of internals left. This is just a rallying
Kratos and the girls are holding up against each other, defend each other around the backside of the building.
The Griffin should be the primary target.
Maybe,
Not the Griffin.
The Griffin kills
the Scorpion.
Scorpion, and you get the Ostrak.
Yeah.
Depending on what happens with Rusty's Locust, this could be a 2 birds with 1 stone situation.
Yeah, and I think we might be able to take out both of them this turn. The dice.
Katie, you have a shot from there?
Is that? Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
the Wolverine.
got partial cover, right?
Yeah, take out Nero.
Is that looking partial cover to you?
I'll have to wait to see what Randall.
That looks
Randall
like partial cover to Ostrak. I'm worried about the Wolverine.
Wherever he's going, I'm not.
No, yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to have at least woods from the Wolverine, though, right?
Yeah.
I know the audience would be very pleased to see Randall blow away Big Red, but
Josh,
it's my objective to avoid that outcome.
Josh, given the rules we're playing with, how much trees are in between, like to obstruct the shot? Like, is it 1-to-1?
It's 6 inches of tree line.
6 inches of tree. Okay.
In this case, he's literally on the corner of it, so like, this woods is not helping you at all.
Yeah. But this woods.
Yeah, you're going to get a +1.
Yeah.
All right.
In Alpha Strike, woods don't stack. You just get
woods
once,
it's just woods.
unless there's 6
I was hoping
inches.
that we could avoid getting hit from Nero entirely, but that's still good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, there we go.
Very good.
All right, and I are taking this really seriously, you guys. This is BattleTech. Darn, it's not a clown show.
Here comes the awesome. Are there enemies that have moved in 18 inches and no enemies that have not moved in 6? That's not true. There's nothing within 18 that has moved. I just measured that one, and it's too far away. Are there any enemies within 24 that have moved?
Maybe.
Locust.
No.
Just out.
Oh, Locust hasn't moved yet.
And Locust hasn't moved.
If anybody asks, that was perfectly
Am
on
I within
purpose.
24?
Yeah.
We were eyeballing the 24,
close,
and
but
we're like,
no.
let's make it 24 and a half,
Nope.
and we're good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like deep down, no, this has all been we discussed this for hours last night.
Too many scattering enemies means that the awesome's going to be cautious. Checker's not quite knowing what to do here. Keying off the nearest target is the Marauder. Be 24 away from the Marauder. So they're actually going to back up. See the Marauder, occupy woods, cover for most enemies. I think that's just
standing in the level 1 water.
I don't have enough movement to get there. It is still an awesome. It's very slow.
Or he wants to maintain line of sight, though, right?
Yep.
Can't do it. Can't do it getting behind this thing, right? No.
Nope. Spacing it out a bit.
It's the Locust.
It is the Locust. Let's see here.
Would love to have your help with either of these mediums here, but there's definitely a case to be made for shooting Nero in the back. That's ironic for a lot of reasons.
I'm thinking if I can get a shot on these two from this side of the building and just not have the Wolverine shooting at me at all, that would be a win.
Sure.
And I think that would be standing right about here and just peeking around the corner, and that'll get me
some extra shots.
A bit of a shot and some not line of sight from other potential issues, because everybody over there is far enough that I think that breaks line of sight also.
And so now the Spectre.
Yep.
Lorcan, that's correct. There was a question about designing custom mechs on the new MUL, and none of us are working on that, but it sounds like a cool idea. But I feel like that's whoever it was who asked that. I think that's there you go. Lorcan already answered. Wonderful.
Yep. Okay. for Gus Wiley in the Spectre. If the Marauder has moved, haha, no, it has not. Are there enemies within 24 inches that have moved? Just Arky over there in the quick draw. You're getting hunted. That's in fewest enemy firing arcs. And again, you space yourself correctly so that he's not getting behind you.
It's behind the building, so he can't be seen by me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, here.
Yeah.
Right there.
Because that's the fewest firing arcs from that position. And
it's on this set of instructions, it does not even care about having cover. Just run right over there into short range against the quick draw.
So 14's here.
Yep.
Wow.
3 TMM.
It's much like when he's fighting against, is it Jabbar?
Jabbar.
He's basically doing the Jabbar maneuver. He's just like, all right, we're getting in. We're getting in. He's only got 30 tons on me.
And I think that just leaves our Intrepid Marauder.
Yep.
Which is now a convertible.
Oh, just got to take a bit of a relaxing break here. Think about how I ended up in this situation. That's all I got to do. Gracefully, if you could take me to the other side of the building where the awesome cannot see me, but I could see myself, I would like to give myself a bit of advice with some particle projection.
It's a very reflective game.
Like there.
Red's in a duel with himself. I'm in a duel with myself.
Is that where we're looking at here?
Yes, because that way he doesn't get woods, but he gets partial cover from me.
Okay.
He's got woods. He's in woods.
Oh, he's in the woods.
Yeah.
Oh, I was worried about these ones, so.
Yeah. Well, you're going to get woods and partial cover on these shots.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
All right. Aces have to shoot first, right?
Yes.
Okay, first up, let's see what the dynamic duo over there in the corner is doing with their feels like last stand.
It is definitely the Scorpions' last stand.
It is definitely the Scorpions' last stand. You're correct.
I think they're both their only shot is the Griffin.
Yes.
I believe so. In a
Locust
friendly
end up?
way, that's what I was hoping for.
Locust is back there, right?
Yeah.
Just barely inching out of front arcs. Staying in
Okay.
my natural habitat.
Then yes, Griffin is the only target. 4 shots from Vera in the Ostrock. 4 skill, medium ranged, and 2 TMM. All right, so
Correct.
8s. Ooh. That's like 6-7. It's only 2 hits. It looks more dangerous than it was going to be. Griffin takes 2.
I took a look at that and I'm like, that's bad.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we had line of sight on all the 6s, and like the lower numbers were
Right.
on this side of the tray, so it looked bad for us, especially for a second. But
Okay. Scorpion, again, same story. It's the only thing I can fire at. 2 shots.
Red stares into the void, and the red stares back.
Is it short range between the Scorpion and the Griffin? I think it might be.
it feels like it might be inside 6.
In which case, it's 6s, not 8s. Yes.
Yep.
6s. One
Brian
miss, 1 hit.
betraying red would just be funny. Look, no one's going to betray anyone in this game. I trust Brian not to shoot me in the back
So
because he's not behind me.
Unfortunately, I don't take bribes. I'm not a Free Worlds League fan.
Oh.
No, that's actually not even an insult.
Shots fired.
That's not even shots fired. That's just true.
Double pepperoni on that pizza, please.
Yep. Okay. Wolverine, Nero Drago, and the Wolverine next. Let's see. Target within medium range. I think I've got no shot there, but I've got the Kit Fox and the Marauder. Of them, I think it's going to be the Kit Fox, least armor.
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
Marauder has
No,
no
Marauder
has
Marauder
armor
has
now.
no
Marauder.
armor.
Yeah, they're both at medium. Okay. This is going to be a horrible shot. 3 skill, jumping is 5. 2 for range is 7. Trees 8, building 9.
11s.
Marauder 10.
11.
Yep.
Yeah, 10.
So
2 at
so
10.
in publishing, we don't call them down payments. We call them advances.
Yeah, and that's the difference between a bribe and a contract.
Yeah.
We're freelancers. That's not bribery. That's professionalism.
Yeah.
Okay. No hits from the Wolverine. Just spraying wildly.
I'm living on a prayer.
Yep. Okay. Next up, checkers in the awesome. I think everyone has fled. Oh. The Kit Fox is in line
Katie's
of sight.
going to catch a stray.
There's half a building in the way, but I can see the Kit Fox.
So it's partial
and like long range.
And woods, too.
And woods.
I mean,
it's a
still,
terrible shot.
It's still throwing 4 at long range.
This is Randolph P. Checkers, after all.
Yeah, it's long.
This is the part where all 3 PPCs just blast.
4. It's a 4.
Oh,
It's
the
9Q.
9Q. Sorry, all 4 PPCs
box
just
cars, I think?
eviscerate the Kit Fox on 12s. It's like you need 12s to hit. Box
3
cars,
skill.
box cars.
4 for range is
11.
7. TMM 2. 9. Trees 10. Building 11.
Yeah.
Oh,
4 shots at 11.
none.
No. Nothing.
There
That
you go.
building ate it, though.
No, not even. I rolled like 4s and 6s.
No, that's
The
what I
sky
mean.
ate it. You got to roll like 1 or 2 off to hit.
He was
actual
sipping a
targets.
little bit too much of that degreaser.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No kidding. And then finally the straight to the face over here.
Paul killing himself.
Paul killing himself? Yeah. Okay. 3 attack from the
2.
Spectre at short range,
He didn't even jump,
hitting on
right?
7s or 5s rather.
Yeah.
4, 5, and 12. So 2 of them. 1 is a through armor critical hit.
That's on
Natural 12
Arky.
On Arky.
Right.
The crit is a 5.
No crit.
These mechs only have empty space in them apparently today's game.
Like I said, we can't afford ammo.
Yeah, right, that's what it is. The Fox Patrol, all their ammo bins are just empty.
Yeah, just everyone's taking shots to the empty ammo bins.
Hey, look, guys, we just pierced through the left torso. There has to be LRM ammo there, right?
Katie's sitting there. See, I told you.
All right, it's to us.
Yeah. Let's see what.
Why don't we take the shots from this side furthest away at the Ostrak first, just in
Can I-
case?
I've only got a shot on the Ostrak. Do you mind if I
Same.
go first?
Just
You got-
Jesse should just go first.
Oh,
to
that's
see if
true,
he
that's
blows
true.
the
Yeah, I
scorpion
mean,
go
you've
off.
got at least some
Yeah.
options there.
Oh,
so.
yeah. You're right.
All right. So, yeah, I will shoot my 2. I am skill 4, so 5, 6 is all we're looking for. Killing it. 3 and a 4. So, like I said, Brian, you just go ahead and shoot first.
It was just
Okay.
testing those dice out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've
Thank you.
got so medium with a TMM. What is he? A 2?
2.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's going to be 4s plus the skill 3 is 7 plus partial cover is 8s. So just 8s with
You got it.
4. So I'll just
8 to 4 is pretty hot.
1,
Okay.
2.
In the back of the Ostrak, please roll
Yep.
me a critical hit.
Hell yeah.
7.
Movement hit. Oh,
Oh,
boy.
finally, we got something.
All right, pin her down.
Vera's not getting out of there.
Nope.
Now, she did go to a Fed Sons military school, so she does know where the eject lever
Oh.
That
is.
is correct.
Jesse, just shoot the scorpion.
I think it's the Scorpion. Our Scorpion's down to 1 internal. All right.
Anything touches it, it
Yeah.
just dies.
Sneeze particularly hard.
Just like in real life, poking the scorpion is the way to go.
Yeah. Now, we said Scorpion was at short, right?
Yep. For the Griffin, yes.
Yeah, so skill of 3 plus 2 for the TMM is 5. Nothing else in
That's
the
it.
way.
That's it.
Throwing 2. Look. Can I roll a 5? Yeah, we got
You
it.
roll
All
one
right.
5.
Boom. Goodbye, scorpion.
Kratos is down.
Fatality.
All right. Who's
Okay.
next?
I'm going to open up on the Wolverine. It's not a good shot. 2 because 1 and 1 for the woods. 2 more again.
And,
the jump.
2 plus 1 for jumping.
So that
3.
means I'm at medium range.
Your skill first.
So
I like to go internal, distance, and then target.
so it's 3, 5, 7, 9, 10.
You got it.
Need 10s. So
Come on, kangaroo dice.
4 dice come on. I believe in the death kangaroos. Don't fail me now.
Oh,
No hits.
It's kangaroo
And-
court is what it is.
Kangaroo.
No hits.
Oof.
Whiff, 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 whiff.
Also, it's a Wolverine. It's all armor.
Yeah, I don't care.
And then
Got to shoot at what you can shoot at.
Over here, I am going to shoot myself. Passing the dice down there. I got 3 dice at short range. I jumped, so I'm going to be at 3, 5, 8s. 8s on 3 dice. I'm going to roll the Fox colors and get this. Put that on there. 8s. I have to re-roll that. That would have been 3 hits. Otherwise,
I see some dots.
No,
I see 1 hit. Yep, it was close. It looked good,
How
but
many total?
just 1.
Okay. 3 more armor. Where that came from?
Unfortunate.
Spectre is a wonderfully armored mech for how fast it is.
It is, yes. And I believe
Start
that
with that.
is the turn, right?
That is the turn.
That is the turn.
Did Katie shoot? Yeah, okay, that's right.
All
I
right,
remember
yeah.
now.
Pull your stuff.
Yeah, she
All
got
right.
the crit.
Yep. Folks in the chat, keeping track. Let's see, the Fox Patrol has knocked out their first target. So now, I guess technically they're in the lead. So now you got to choose, who do you love, the Magnificent Seven or the Fox Patrol?
Magnificent Seven.
And
Stupid.
what's happened here?
Big Red got a little yellow and blue. He's gone to the bathroom, so I'm playing.
Tommy
for him.
Gofton.
I'm playing for him in a
Producer
minute.
at Studios, everyone.
Medium yellow.
Hello.
Unfortunately, you've inherited a very badly damaged Marauder, which sounds very familiar for Inventor Studios.
Let's do it.
It would normally be me playing such a
And
vehicle.
we lost initiative there, or we won initiative?
We didn't roll yet.
Didn't roll yet.
No,
this turn.
last
Yeah,
turn.
last
though.
turn we
Last
won,
turn
so
We
we're
won.
minus
So
2
Rusty
this
Rusty keeps
Go
rolling.
again? All right.
You got it, Rusty.
And now, the
Here.
enemy force has lost the most point value worth of units.
We
so a
are at
different battle
-2
plan.
though now.
Ooh,
That'll be a modified 6.
5
That's a
naturally.
win.
Let's go.
That's
Still
a
good.
win. There we go. All right.
And now the deck, there are only 4 decks, so we're going to play with front-loaded unequal number of units rule. So one of the op 4 is going to move, and then you're going to move 2 mechs. So what's left over here? We've got
Jeremy Thompson. These mechs were all painted by Les Mandeville of the Underground Painter's Desk, good friend of ours in Brampton, Ontario.
So wait, the Mech 7 are the AI?
Yep.
Yes.
Damn.
There's been a lot of hitting yourselves.
Well, I'm fighting myself here. Red's fighting himself there. It's pretty
great.
good. Yeah.
All right. So actually, it's going to be the Wolverine first. I'm as shocked as anyone. We're going to be cautious because, again, no one has moved yet. Jumping only. Okay. See the nearest target? I think that's the Griffin. 12 away from the target. Occupy woods. Cover from most enemies. I don't think there's a woods
Behind
where we
that
can-
ridge,
Behind the ridge?
like over here,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that'd be a
moves away.
Oh, yeah, there is a site here, like this
12
line of
away.
sight.
He can 12 away. He'll get here.
Yeah, so use that building for cover, jump back there. 2 TMM and jumping. There we are.
Well, you know, I like to fight a thing here or two.
I would like to move last over on this side because I am in a
That makes
duel
perfect
that I
sense.
cannot outmaneuver.
Yeah. So that Marauder is going to be the problem.
I think the Griffin. No.
Karamindy asking about the paints. Les is going to be joining us on streams more often at Six Sides of Gaming. You're going to see some demos of what he can do and how he makes them look so good. So that'll be a question for him. Stay attuned to the Six Sides YouTube channel. You'll see him there, and be sure to ask him then.
Did our Griffin get beat up badly enough last round that you want to kind of moonwalk back a bit, be a little defensive?
I believe it was 3 pips. We only marked 2
Yeah.
of them on this card.
Yeah, we've got 3.
Or- No, I'm just trying to figure out who on this side we're going to move, so he can move last, and we've got to
Yeah.
move two mechs. This is
Well, we don't want to. We don't want to do the
We're going to move
Locust
the
too
Marauder.
early.
The Marauder, we don't need to shoot this turn. We could actually get the Marauder to tuck back in or hide. Is fine, because the Marauder's not going to be threatened by this, and it's not definitely being threatened by anything over there because they're pinned down. We could just move the Marauder, like literally, hang tight, relax. You've been beaten up real bad. There's one,
Sure.
right?
Just take a round off.
Yeah, essentially, right? And then that's a 1, right? And now we got to move a
You
second
guys
one.
moved the Marauder?
Yeah,
Is
the
that
Marauder
right?
is
Taking a
in
round
the
danger,
Marauder
yeah.
pilot to just chill and not die this round?
Yes.
Now we have
Alrighty.
to move 2 here.
Yes.
I definitely cannot move. I'm going to get.
No, I think
no,
it's a
okay.
Griffin that has to move.
I think just kind of moving back a little bit because I know you've got sweeter range bands.
Well, how
Yeah.
damaged is Nero's Wolverine?
Not.
Not? Okay,
Missed
so
completely. It's fine.
No, this is the Griffin's moving defensively this turn.
Yeah.
I think it's moving up there out of the sight as far as it can.
Want to go for like a partial cover from the Ostrak in this
Yeah.
direction, or do you want a more open firing line
Partial
yourself?
cover. I kind of want to use the jump jets too to give it a little extra oomph. Like that Ostrak isn't going to be too hard to kill anyway, right? Does everyone think that's a good idea?
Yeah.
I mean, I only
4
needed
internals
6s
left.
last round.
And broken knees.
Easy.
All right, no, let's skip the jump jets. We'll keep it at the ground move. But yeah, it could take a little bit of cover back there.
Alrighty.
Okay. Mech 7.
Right off the camera. Okay. Mech 7. Next up, we have the Ostrak. Has anybody within 12 inches moved already? No. Can I see where, from my current position, more than 2 enemies? No.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, yes. I can see the
Locust and the Griffin.
And the Kit Fox, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, I can actually. So, yeah. The nearest one of them that's moved, that's the Griffin now.
Yep.
I do not have jump jets, but I can move 5 inches closer to the Griffin and have cover from everyone else. Wherever that is. I think it's probably just to the edge of this building, because, like, can't get this far, right? Can't get to this building?
Not with
No.
5. Well,
no, probably not.
Yeah, not quite, because we were looking at close range last round from things about an inch away from that.
Yep.
So just want to stop about there?
Sure.
All right.
And Kermindy, just to touch on what you were asking about when Les painted the Fox Patrol, we do have some really cool, very special painting tutorials coming up in the next couple of weeks that are related to BattleTech. So stay tuned. We'll give more information on our usual streams. But, yeah, we will have some cool stuff where he can answer those questions for you.
Do we want to go with the Locust then?
I can go next and just kind of scoot up here behind him.
Yeah.
No line of sight from the Wolverine. No line of sight from anybody else. So I'm just kind of tiptoeing up, comically, lining up the shot.
To answer Kevin's question in the chat, yeah, the buildings are from the Alpha Strike box set, along with we've subbed out the Alpha Strike box set trees for some nice model trees from our set here at Adepticon. But the hills, the river, and the bridge are all from the upcoming Aces Scouring Sands box, yes. What is next on the Mech 7 side? Checkers is up next. Everyone ran away. It's very sad.
Yeah, why would everyone run away from the awesome?
The 9Q awesome?
The 9Q.
When 3 PPCs was not enough?
You know, why would everyone run away from the only assault mech on the table right now?
Yeah. Okay. I was measuring 30 there to see if anyone within 30 had already moved. The Locust actually does trigger that. So I'm going to choose a target within 12. There are none. A target within 20 is probably the Marauder. I don't think it's even Arky over there. Target I can actually fire at. The Marauder's totally hidden, right?
Yep.
So the only target where it's currently positioned that I can actually see and threaten is the Kit Fox. Because even the quick draw, there's no way he's got enough movement to be able to deal with.
I don't think the Kit Fox has moved yet, though.
It hasn't. This is actually not required to have moved. I just need someone within 30 to have moved. I'm then going to pick my way toward lowest TMM, lowest move value of everyone else, if there's choices. But Kit Fox is the only model I can position to be able to threaten at all. So balanced, lowest elevation, so not climbing over the hill. I think that's probably a good plan. And then closing the distance a bit. And I think we can now see, we fired at the Kit Fox last turn, so not really a big surprise there.
Checkers lumbers forward.
Yep. Making sure that his firing arc encompasses the whole player force if possible.
Smelling blood in the water as the Marauder hides back around the corner of the building.
Back to the Fox Patrol.
They only have Gus left to move, right?
It's got to be Katie.
So
no,
Katie.
it's got to be Katie, and I'm just trying to think if I'm going to tuck back behind this building and in case I can get a shot over there.
Oh, that would be cool.
Yeah, I think that might be the move. I don't know if I'm going to be able to, depending on how that...
I'm going to guess it's probably coming back around here somewhere. That's my guess.
So if I can get there, maybe? Well, no, there's no way I can get that far. So it's either take a bunch of hits or just get behind cover.
Or if you
Can you get behind that
how
building
far
over
can
there?
you get
Yeah.
this way? Because he still might line up.
Yeah,
some
go over
shots
there and beat up on the other
Yeah.
mech.
Oh yeah,
That's
you can,
fine. Yeah.
You can help assassinate the Ostrak.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not an assassination if they've already fired their weapon.
Fair. Thank
it's
you
an
for letting-
execution at that
thank
point.
you for letting me know
Yeah.
that.
That makes it a combat.
Did you have another
You're like,
plus
it's
two
fine.
token?
It's all
Plus two,
legal
yep.
from
It's-
this point
I don't
forward.
know
It's
where
not
the one I
murder
had
if they
was.
fight back. It's just a fight. Yeah.
Yeah,
like-
we didn't come here with any intention of harming these people, of course. It just spontaneous combat.
Yes.
That's what's taking place
There-
here.
It's nothing more
Okay.
than a
All these
computer
mercenaries
simulation.
and their
so it's all good.
negotia mechs.
It's fine.
It's not a war
Okay.
crime if it's in the
And then
computer.
the last mech on this side is actually going to be, again, the Spectre in the corner with Gus at the helm. The Locust has moved, right?
Yes.
So we're in the balanced column. My preferred target is something that has moved. Whatever the nearest thing that's moved is going to
The
be
Marauder.
Okay, then yes. Is there anywhere where I can see the Marauder if I
Oh,
get to
yeah.
legging at 14 ground?
Goes here.
Brutal.
Not quite.
What about closer to the table edge?
Oh,
make
you
that,
can.
make that a wider triangle.
So, like this,
Yep.
can see it for sure.
Are we 12 away from the quick draw?
Oh, yeah.
That's
yeah.
also great.
13.
And I got closer to the Marauder, and there's no trees over there to
Can actually
exploit.
go
So
a little bit farther.
there we are.
Like that.
3 TMM running along the ground.
Yep. There we go.
And now it's the quick draw.
Yep.
See, Gus is baiting the quick draw to come into line of sight of checkers.
Yeah,
Right.
but you can just avoid.
It's kind of cool how that works out. Like
but-
the
but
AI's
you
doing
can-
it.
But you can avoid it. by
I know,
just-
I know. But it's kind of cool how it does that. I'm gonna go like I move 10, right?
You can get to close range without the awesome being able to see you, though.
Yeah.
I can just go like this. I'll take a partial cover bonus.
Jumping too.
No, I don't need to jump. And I'll take my 2. So it's like a
Are
jump
you
having
better
partial
at medium?
cover.
Are you better at medium
It's
or
the
close?
same
I'm
though?
3 and 3, right? So
Are you better at medium or close, though?
3, same.
Okay.
Yeah. So the partial cover is like the equivalent of jumping without
Combat?
jumping, right?
Yeah.
So we go
All
to
right,
combat.
bang, bang.
Yep. All right. Mech 7 shoot first. Wolverine. I think Locust is the only target with trees
Partial
and
cover
partial
and-
cover
and trees, yeah.
and jumping. This
So
is
3, 5, medium range 7+ on his, plus the jumping 8+.
jumping is 2 in Alpha Strike.
Okay, sorry.
3, 5 for jumping. Medium range
So
is
it's
7.
9+.
3 for the Locust. 10.
And then
Right.
woods and cover.
Woods and cover.
So
And
it sounded like boxcars.
5,
It's 9,
6,
yeah.
7,
So 12.
8, 9, 10, 12s. Yeah. 2 shots at 12. Many 5s. No 12s.
That would have been an impressive roll if he didn't need 12s.
Right?
Yep.
Exactly. Okay. Wolverine's done. Next up, we'll call it Vera's last stand. Medium range target with lowest armor that the Ostrak can see. I think it's only the
I
Griffin.
think it's
though,
only
right?
the Griffin.
The only one.
4 shots at the Griffin.
Ugh.
4 skill, 2 range, 2 TMM, 8s. Do we have cover?
Partial
Yeah.
cover.
9s. Ooh, many 12s. Okay. Or many 6s, rather. A bunch of 8s and 1 9.
One hit.
1 hit on that Griffin. There you go.
Take it.
Yeah, that's a good trade.
Yep.
Okay. And then
That was a lot of 6s to only be 1 hit.
the Awesome just scared everyone away, so nothing happening there, as is bound to happen. And then Wiley and the Spectre. Target at medium range. Target that has no cover. I think that's the Marauder. Yeah?
That
Believe so.
Spectre on Marauder at medium. Skill
Is that
2,
medium?
2
That
for
could
range,
be-
1 for TMM.
that
5s?
could be long.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
That
We
could
could
be
be
range.
long.
It's medium range.
2 skill, 2 range, 1 TMM. 5.
6.
It's 2 TMM?
But what's his base skill?
2.
2.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5s. Yeah, there
Paul
goes.
made the character, so.
It's the light mech.
2 hits on the Marauder.
I
So
am dead almost. One hit and I die.
Let's see what the crit is. 4 is a fire control hit.
Wonderful.
But you could hit back.
This turn, at least.
Yeah, this
The-
turn.
The beauty is that
Well, I mean,
my
you could still hit back
the
next
AI
turn, but
has
you're
me
gonna have the
hunting
+2.
red. That's fun. It's fantastic.
Yeah, yeah.
I said the beauty is the AI has me hunting you. It's fantastic.
I don't get to shoot back yet. So
You do now. I'm done.
okay, then I'm going to shoot him back.
There's only 4 mechs left, and 2 of them didn't do much.
So what's his? So he's +3 He's at medium range, and that's it.
Yep.
So that means +5. I need 8. Since I'm not going to survive another turn,
OV, yeah.
I'm just going to overheat this turn.
Yep.
So that's going to be a roll of 5 rolls.
Yep. So 5 rolls. I need 8.
Burn him.
You got to get me.
Do it.
1 hit. 2 hits.
And?
No, just the red ones this time.
5 total shots. 2 hits so far.
No, so 2 hits.
Death
Pass me the marker,
kangaroos.
please. There's still armor on this Spectre. Can you believe it?
Yes. Generally, when mechs don't get shot at, they tend to keep their armor.
There's 4 pips of armor
Do you want
for
to take
a
your
light mech.
shots at him?
Yeah,
I
quick
will.
draw.
Yeah. I will. I will shoot the Spectre.
Wrap this up.
It's going to be 3 range, 5, 8. This would be 8s. Do I have an OV factor on this mech?
On the quick draw? Nope.
No. 1, 2, 3. All right. Let's get rid of these. So there. 8s, I said, right?
Yep.
Ooh.
Crit and a hit.
On sorry, who?
On myself.
On the correct. On the
No,
Spectre.
I'm shooting myself here.
So 1 armor and then a structure pip, so double crit.
Double crit. See? I'm going to kill myself, Red.
Good.
Only I can defeat I.
7 and 6.
Oh boy, a weapon hit and a movement hit. That's the kiss
There
of death
we
for a
go.
light mech.
Yep.
Oh boy.
1 TMM, 7 inches move now, and it is a 2-1-0.
That
attack
Spectre
profile.
is now an
Okay.
industrial.
Our
mech.
key has done the job and slowed
You
this
got
thing
it.
down.
Yep.
Okay, who wants to go first over here?
Locust.
I feel like the Griffin has been taking some shots. Does the Griffin want to
No,
return first?
I think the Locust. The Locust has been sneaking up all Warner Brothers style with the string instruments. Boop, 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 boop,
All
boop,
right.
boop, boop.
Let's do it. We got skill 4, 5 6s from move. Huh.
One
One hit.
Huh.
Roll me a crit, please.
Killing it. 10.
Oh, that's good.
That's a fire control.
Finally got a crit on. Well, no, that's the second crit on that thing.
All right, then Katie, you want to try to finish it off?
Yeah, so that's going to be 4 at
2
short
TMM,
range. So
6.
it's just going to be
6, yeah.
4 shots at 6.
Yep.
that's 2 hits. 4 hits.
Bye-bye, Ostrak.
Womp womp.
I
Eject,
tried to
eject.
let the Griffin get a taste
You
of
know what?
blood.
The Griffin's been in there. It's been punchy. It backed off this turn. It did what it was supposed to do. Dexter's in there. He's got the gun out. Nope, just lifts the gun up.
Okay.
Fox Patrol now defiantly and definitely in the lead.
Yes.
Yeah, like the AI is going to take down some members of the Fox Patrol before this ends, but it's they're kind of they're basically finished.
You
Anyone
did a
else?
great job isolating the awesome out of the fight.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyone else
By
get the
hiding
impression that
from
Red put some money against the players here?
A little bit.
Like it's like he's really looking forward
Do
to
we
it.
have any more shots here? That was the end of the
Big,
turn,
Big
right?
Red, a.k.a. Eeyore, has been planning to die every round since one enemy got line of sight.
He's sitting-
Since 4 enemies got line of sight, and all 4 of them took my Marauder from full health to near death.
Okay, Rusty, you want to do initiative
Ah.
again?
I
Initiative.
watched
Do you
as
need
the
to-
whole table coalesced in my
do
direction.
the
I was
command
like,
card first.
Do you
oh,
need to
so
change
that's
yeah,
how
Commander
that
card's going to react
Yeah.
to this, right?
Is it a cumulative initiative penalty, or does it just stay at -2?
Stay at -2.
All right.
Okay. Does anything in the player force have no armor? Yeah, that's true. Gonna redouble our efforts to kill the Marauder, I suspect.
What? They're trying to kill my Marauder?
Checkers
I'm
is
shocked.
irritated.
Yeah.
What? Again, the
Okay.
whole table has continued this whole game. Like, how can we find this hiding Marauder and shoot at it?
But
Everything
it's
else has been a
working.
distraction.
While they're doing that, we've been picking them off. This is a good plan.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, yeah, Rusty,
Initiative.
keep it rolling.
1. These borrowed dice are not my favorites.
Ah, 1.
It's now 5-3.
Thanks, Brad.
Right, we're down two mechs on the mech 7 team. So the first 2 moves on the kit, Fox Patrol force will be doubled.
I'll go
2
here.
and 2. Quick draw, bugging out. Good choice.
Come around.
Do you want to move the Griffin too?
What's left on this Griffin? 3 and 3.
Maybe just
It's like beat up a bit.
move it around the back, maybe, and then maybe we can get the Wolverine to go that way, and we can flank it out from behind.
So fire control hit, that
Yeah,
means my targeting is lowered.
The
Plus
Griffin's
two
going to lose
skill,
all its
basically.
armor this turn.
So
Yeah,
I'm plus 3
one way or
skill
the
because
other.
I'm overheated
Yeah.
by 1.
All right, then let's have Rusty. Can we have the Griffin jump near where the kangaroo dice are? It's got 10.
Alrighty.
So now I'm deaf and dumb.
Yeah, you got it.
Jump a
great.
10
Oh, I was
that
thinking
way.
you might just go move partial cover behind that thing. Or you mean to leave that thing out completely?
I thought that's what you were proposing.
No,
but,
I was proposing just moving out into partial cover.
Okay,
there.
then leave partial cover.
just
Let's
lower?
still use the jump.
Yeah.
So boost the TMM to 3.
Little defensive hop there.
Yeah,
Let's do the 2 plus a jump token just to keep it.
there you go.
There we go.
Good call.
All right. So
So we've got 2 moved, yeah.
Yep. Awesome is going next.
Awesome's going to react to me.
Is anybody within 30 inches already moved? Maybe.
Possibly me.
You bait with the quick
Yes.
draw?
Yep. I'm at 27.
Okay. The Griffin's also a target.
Yep.
Okay. Decision time. Of the two of you, who's on the yellow list? Most armor lost. They're both
That's
beat
going
up.
to be the quick draw.
But how many total have lost?
2, 3, 4, 5 there and 4 there.
Okay. Yeah, it is the quick draw. Okay, and then no enemies within 12 that haven't already moved, which, yes, we're going to run away from the Marauder. Onto the highest elevation if able.
Onto the bridge, maybe?
Interesting. And then be able to see most allies and be able to fire at them. Not because he intends to kill them,
onto the hill, yeah.
but because he intends to cover their backs.
You might want me in the front arc, though, right? Yeah.
Yep. Rotate to have... I think I can still get the Griffin in arc. I can have both in the front 180.
Yep.
got them.
Yeah, you've got the line between the 2.
All right, wherever my 1 TMM went. Yeah, he's just like, this is enough, children. Let's just see everything on the board.
Red?
and he can wait and go.
Realistically,
if he wants, but
I'm going to wait and go because 2 things are going to try to kill me still.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, then the Locust and the Kit Fox have to get back out there.
Do we need to move 2 again?
Yeah, I think so. I'll just trust in speed and see if I can get out of the firing arc of the Awesome, moving this way. The Wolverine has shot at me once and failed, so I'm thinking I just hoof it.
I've learned a valuable lesson in this game. By helping the team, I have hurt myself. The primary method should always be to help myself before the team.
There. So no awesome line of sight. Whatever the Wolverine does should be exposed to your Griffin.
Yep.
Except that we keep bumping.
This is a bait Locust. Okay.
I had no idea I was making myself
I
the
gotta
bait
move
on
2?
turn 2.
Since we started talking about bribes, I've been craving pizza.
Yeah, I think
That's on you,
I
sir.
know.
That's not on me.
I think a few of us are breaking Ceravella's rule here about conventions and meals.
For the chat, I would just like to tell you that having recently read Brian Young's Voidbreaker, I was inspired to go and pick up a Tiburon Ironwind Metals model.
Yeah,
If you have never seen this kit, it is like 30 little pieces of shrapnel. I have no idea how I'm going to build it and glue it together.
And while we were up there,
Do you
Red
want to
will
put
be
me
happy
just at
to
the
know.
edge of that building, partial cover facing that way?
I'm not going to
generally?
glue together that
I
Tiburon.
can't make
That's
it
on
that
him.
far out because
while we were up
just
there
there.
together at Ironwind Metals, you'll be happy to know, I do now
yeah,
have in
partial cover
fact
from that
have
stuff. Yep.
a Phoenix Hawk Lamb official Ironwind
Could
Metals
still
miniature.
swap some fire with the Awesome, but with
I mean,
with an cover advantage. And alrighty.
And a Waco's Rangers Battlemaster.
Yes. Yes.
Very cool. With the 7
Yes.
SRM 2s.
Okay.
Yes.
Cool.
All right. Next up from the Mech 7 is going to be Nero in the Wolverine. We're leaving Wiley to last again.
Okay.
Good cycle.
So we're mostly only leaving the Marauder 1 mech.
Has
to
the
try and
Locust
get away from
moved?
Clean.
yes,
Can I be within 6 inches of it?
you are.
Yes. Behind it,
Yep.
cover from as many enemies, as few enemy firing arcs as possible. None of those things are... Oh, actually, hang on. Yes. If I'm here, the Kit Fox does not see me.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Move the score sheet. There we go. Just put over the river.
So I am going to back up.
And hang on. This is a ground move, yep. And I can't, no further optimizations.
I'm going to back up and face towards the Spectre because that is the only thing I am likely to fight this turn.
Like
And
so?
Yep.
You also backed me up a bit too, right?
Well, I moved you forward towards him.
I don't want to move towards him. I want to move the other direction.
Other direction?
But not enough for the Wolverine to see me. So just a little. There we go.
There you go.
Yep.
Yeah. That's cool.
I think the Wolverine has other things in mind, but you know.
I've got 1 health left. The Wolverine has. I shot him and he died in mind.
All right. Who's next for the AI?
It's the Spectre, right? That's the end of it.
Yep.
No, I have to move as well.
You still have your chip from
Oh,
last
yeah,
round.
No, I did move. I went around the corner
you
there.
did this bait
that's
move.
right.
This was the first thing that happened this round.
That's right.
Okay. Spectre with the movement crit, so it's got 7 inches of movement. Can he get behind the nearest enemy that's already moved? Nuh-uh. What about if there are any enemies that have moved?
Almost.
24.
He almost technically could have. Almost.
Are there any enemies that have moved within 24? Yeah, the Marauder and everyone at this point. In fewest enemy firing arcs, going after the nearest thing he can shoot at. That will be the Marauder.
Yep.
Is there anywhere where he can have cover and or woods?
Does that give him line of sight there? I don't think.
Doesn't have enough movement to get into the river, does he?
No, he can only move 7.
Yep.
He can go like this. I think that gives him partial. No, I'm moving the building. I don't want to do that. I like shooting red, but I don't like to cheat to shoot red.
Yeah.
That's not. That doesn't work.
And also, it puts the quick draw on his arc, so that's no good.
But
I think just walk to the water.
He's just going to walk towards the water.
He can go like this. He's got partial cover from the building.
As long as the quick draw can't see him, that's a good spot.
And the TMM is now
is a 1.
1?
Yeah, 3 divided in half, rounded down. 1.
There it is.
I get to shoot him first.
All right.
Okay.
Go for it.
I'm just going to shoot him. I'm going to overheat again. I'm going to shoot the Spectre.
So you have fire control crit and heat from last turn now.
Yes.
So this is rough.
I'm already +3, but I'm going to be +4 the turn after, but there won't be a turn after probably.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to overheat again, so I get 5 shots at him. So I'm +3. He's +1. I'm at medium range. I need 10s.
And partial cover.
And partial cover. I need 11s. Whatever.
Ooh.
Doesn't matter.
Need 1 hit to finish the job here.
And he's got 1 hit to finish me, so 5 shots. I need an 11.
Come on.
Nope.
He's going to get it. My prediction is he's going to get it.
Got him.
There it is.
I caught him twice. Boom, boom. 2 hits.
There's
and
one more shot.
Another one? No.
Nope.
So,
All right.
yeah, I hit him twice, so I destroyed Paul.
Okay, who's got the next?
Roll the crit. Roll the crit.
Roll the crit. Oh, did we
roll
kill
the
the
crit.
pilot? 8.
He's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
You knew that was coming. He'd pull out.
Who's next?
Just ominously sees
Awesome.
those particle cannons
Oh,
lined up. He's
I
like,
can't shoot. I have no. Oh, I can shoot Tex.
Yeah,
I can shoot
text.
Tex.
I can as well.
I get 3 dice at long range. I think I'm at long range there.
9Q has E&E, right?
I am at
God, yeah.
long range.
4 PPCs and nothing
So I'm
else.
at 1. I get 1 set of dice.
ECM as well.
At 3, 7, 8s. 8s to hit Tex. There's no tree in
Sounds right.
between.
Yeah, it's open.
There's a point of damage.
Okay. That's just distracting and annoying.
Yep.
Okay.
Did you miss?
No, I hit him. I hit
you
Tex
hit
for a
him.
point.
Okay, I'm at medium range from there, so he's got partial cover. 3, 4, 5, 6. Is he above the trees, or does he take it for the trees too?
That's actually what I was going to lean over and look. Trees are in the way.
Okay, so 7s with 4, so
Should be 8s. 3 skill or 2 skill?
3.
Katie's a 3. 2 for range is 5. TMM 6. Trees and cover.
Okay.
7, 8.
8s. Okay. 1. And a crit.
Nice.
Whoa. Okay, what's the crit?
Oh, come on, boxcars.
7.
Also a movement hit. Never leaving this hill ever again.
The awesome is to have a large PPC turret.
Next 7 getting slapped around by the Fox Patrol. The Fox
All right,
Patrol's
Griffin
slapping us
is
around.
shooting
Yeah, the Fox
Wolverine.
Patrol dominated.
Yep. Griffin is shooting the Wolverine at 7s, throwing 3.
Those light mechs, they're really hard to hunt
1,
down.
2, 3 hits on the Wolverine.
Ironically enough, yeah, the
Wow.
light mechs played a huge role
Yes.
in just.
Oh, yeah, that was the game. The
Now,
Mech
let's
7
be
brought
clear,
4 mechs in,
because
someone
we're
to watch them.
describing this mostly to poke at Tommy, but to assuage Tommy's ego, Tommy's character is not on the map. Lynn Six's Highlander and Randall Bill's Jabal's Banshee. I've been watching from the side, so.
Tommy's guy's just got a cigarette watching as his team dies. He's just like, this is the tryouts, boys. You got to beat the Fox Patrol.
Exactly.
The Fox Patrol also have the spiritual fan favorite bonus.
There you go.
Going, yeah.
It's
so
because the Mech 7 show isn't until this weekend.
No, it's because the Mech 7 show are the heels and the Fox Patrols are the faces. We always know the face beats the heel.
Yeah,
It's just how it's got to be.
Sure.
So I think it's good spot to call this game, I think.
Let him fire back.
Let him fire back.
Can I take my single medium pew
Yeah,
on
do
the
it.
Oh, yeah. Let's
the
see if we
awesome
take
real
out
quick?
text.
Looking
Yeah,
for an
let's
8.
take out text.
No,
Not
Killing
with
it.
that roll.
No.
Okay.
Okay, and
These
let's see if they
dice-
actually shoot you and finish the Marauder.
Oh, I guarantee you he's going to finish the Marauder.
Well, you broke his weapons last turn,
Yes.
so there's only one shot at medium.
All right, let's do it.
Skill 2, 2 for medium range, 1 for your TMM, 1 shot at
Is
5.
this going to be partial too?
Yeah,
Yeah.
6.
he's finished.
It's going to miss.
Got him.
6, exactly.
Boom, the Marauder blows up in
They
spectacular
knock each
fashion.
other over. 1.
Yep. I don't know if it blows up. I think it might just slump over.
Spectacular fashion. Because if you're going to blow up,
The crit's a 10, another fire control.
oh,
Ironically, it slides down the side of the building.
it
All
just slides down, slow and dead to the world.
Wolverine.
Finally, its pain is over.
The Awesome is next. Prefers medium range and attacked by ally this turn. That's who is that medium range? The Awesome.
I think the Kit Fox is the only thing the Awesome can
Kit
even
Fox.
see.
We want most armor lost. Actually, is the preference. I think it's actually going to be the quick draw.
Yep.
Arky.
Arky have 4 PPCs. It's in the open. We just figured that out. So skill 3, 2 range, and 2 TMM 7.
Ooh.
That is 2 sets of 12.
Wow.
Oh,
You only get one
This
crit
fight's
and
getting
alpha strike,
rebalanced real quick here, boys.
3 hits go through, and you get a crit. And also internals.
That's
Yeah.
2 internals.
Sweet, double crits.
Oh. Mech 7 come back.
A
Oh.
9 and a 10, so fire control and a nothing.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it is all about that Awesome. The fact that the Awesome did not participate in 3/4 of the fight made a big impact.
Oh,
And then
text got mad.
finally, the Wolverine into the back of the Locust, rolling an extra pair for the rear shot.
Yep.
Skill 3 and 3 TMM 6s.
Ooh,
A
crit.
crit and a 6 and a miss.
Yikes, Josh is on
2
fire
They
all of a
spoke
sudden.
too soon.
All 12s, yeah. All right, and the crit is a 6 is a weapon hit.
All right.
No more medium range for you.
All right. It's fine. Bait Locust knew the risk.
I think we can call it there, though. That was
Yeah.
good to see.
And the Fox Patrol wins.
Yes.
They sure do.
I'm shocked. I thought they would.
No, you guys
They
told-
looked way out of their league.
I think even if we played this as human players, the Fox Patrol have the advantage of the mobility. This Mech 7 force is a little bit slower.
Yeah.
And can't quite react to all of the really punchy light mechs that are zipping
We didn't
around.
have Banquo on the board. If
We
had
didn't have Banquo.
If we had Banquo on the board, we would have had somebody to, race
But
around
next
with
time that the Fox Patrol are getting written, keep in mind one Awesome up on a hill, but a lot of lighter, faster guys ducking around. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's a pretty cool setup for something.
So while we're here and before we sign off, Rusty, what do you got coming up for releases and things you're working on?
Perpetually in the pipeline is a whole bunch of stuff. I do have the short novel that wraps up the serial novel that just finished in Shrapnel 20. So Violent Inception, the comeback of Mountain Wolf Battle Mechs, Merlin Love in general. That serial novel was in 17 through 20 in Shrapnel. There is that kind of capstone piece in the pipeline. I've got a Kellhounds spin-off novella in the pipeline somewhere. Working on some Ill Clan era Mountain Wolf stuff that will be in the pipeline soon. Yeah, just lots of stuff in the pipeline at the moment, including all the fiction in the Aces boxes.
Brad, what do you got going on, buddy?
I've got a giant video I'm working on. I know, surprise. Everyone's surprised.
Shock.
Called What If the Clan Invasion, which is one of the very first videos where it's a little bit more original, where we just swap out different members of the Clan Invasion and we find out what happens.
And how much worse it could have gone for the clans.
Oh, yeah. It turns out, by the way, for anyone watching, the clans that invaded were the most capable clans. It does not get better when you swap them out.
Not a lot of Ice Hellion supremacy coming up, huh? Okay.
And what do you got going up now, Brian? What do you got? Anything new in the hopper?
Yeah, no. So we're pretty soon the Lone Wolf and Fox collection, which was the serial novel that's in Shrapnel, is going to get collected. It's going to get collected with the Christmas story that came out, Merry Foxmas, in December. And as well, I wrote the point of view of the Fox Patrol at the Battle of Sudeten in sort of novella format that's going to get collected with that no one has seen. And then there's a Fox Patrol novel that I wrote that's coming out at some point. And there's some stuff next year that's already in the can that's Ghost Dogs related. And we're going to be starting at some point soon, I hope. I wrote a series of novellas about the Ghost Bear Civil War in the Ilklane era. That's going to be 4 novellas that are all sort of tied together and will get published together as one big novel eventually over the next year. And there's a whole bunch of other stuff coming out eventually. They're keeping me very busy, so like Rusty and I don't think they can keep us working fast enough.
Yeah, it's just a matter of how quickly things can get edited, laid out, artwork did, and all that good stuff. So we try to keep John and Philip busy, just tossing them a document every now and then as a treat.
Yeah. And I think there might be some stuff in the next issue of Shrapnel people might be interested in, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
Awesome.
And last but not least, Jesse, I'll let you talk about what do we got going on coming up.
Sure thing. I mean, coming from Folks Networks and Six Sides, we worked on a little thing called the Magnificent Seven that is debuting on Six Sides of Gaming, and I assume on Catalyst this Saturday at 6 p.m. Central. We did it sort of a hybrid live play, role-playing with MechWarrior Destiny and battling it out in Alpha Strike and Aces. Josh and I handle the mechanics of getting that all working.
Yeah.
And then we had to have Paul and Tommy because we shot it where they live, so, it would be rude to exclude them.
That's the only reason.
Yeah, that's the only reason. But we also had guest stars Big Red, who plays a character, who you saw in the Wolverine on the table. Tex from Tex Talks BattleTech and the Black Pants Legion plays a character. Some friends of the studio, Miriam and Sage, play a couple. And, of course, Randall Bills came in specifically for the purpose of doing karate to Paul's face within the first 20 minutes of the first episode, and it is a joy for everyone to watch. We had a huge amount of fun with this. We hope you do too, so please keep an eye on it. Again, that's 6 p.m. Central this Saturday.
All right, with that, we'd like to thank you for joining in, and we're going to go out and enjoy Adepticon. If you are in the area, come out and see us. We're running Aces demos all weekend, live on the floor. Till then, we'll see you next time.
Adepticon!
Welcome back to Adepticon 2025. You are once again back in the Catalyst streaming area. We have adjusted our schedule a little bit due to a very, very wonderful opportunity right here. You have got right now John Helfers, executive editor of Catalyst Game Labs, exactly as expected. Once again, I am Michael Ciravella, events manager, an occasional author. But what you all truly came to see, Mr. Michael Stackpole, illustrious author, true father of BattleTech in my one of the true fathers of BattleTech in my mind. I corrected myself real fast before someone got really upset, but we are blessed to have him, and he's going to be. They're going to be talking about fiction. We're going to have a good time right now.
You're making it sound like I'm going to die tomorrow.
Don't read to the end. I mean, don't prepare for
anything.
anything.
You found the secret chapter.
Yeah, there we go.
Why is this saying epilogue?
Yeah.
But I will start this in your capable hands, John. What do you want to talk about? You seem to have some books out here today.
Absolutely. So yes, welcome to Adepticon 2025. This kicks off, of course, Catalyst kind of convention season. We are thrilled to be here in the Baird Center in lovely Milwaukee, Wisconsin. This is the first time that Adepticon has been at the Baird Center, and it's going, I think, swimmingly. I think everyone's very happily.
Hold on just 1 second, John. I hate to interrupt. Just want to check with our tech team. We're not seeing anything on the screen. Just want to make sure it's still showing as Be Right Back. Okay.
All right.
Just want to make sure we are communicating with you.
There we go.
Hey, look at those writers. Nice.
They're back.
Cool.
They're back. And yes,
thank you.
In that case, we might as well launch right into this. We, of course, are debuting some things here from the Mercenaries Kickstarter that are appearing here for sale at the first time. And since Ms. Bixby kindly said that, we're going to start with the BattleTech cookbook. This is our first cookbook attempt, hopefully not our last. It is in full color with some great recipes. This is done as if Chandrasekhar Kurita had decided to assemble the recipes that he loved from across the inner sphere. We have everything in here from breads, soups, entrees, appetizers, desserts, and of course drinks, because no BattleTech cookbook would be complete without drinks. It is in full color. It is a beautiful piece of work. This is for sale at Adepticon. I believe we'll have it for sale on the shop fairly soon. Secondly, the other thing I'm very excited about that we have here at Adepticon 2025 is The Art of War, as translated and annotated by Jamie Wolf. This has been a passion project of Lauren's for many, many years, and we finally decided with the Kickstarter it was time to do it. This also, although this volume is very slim, it also took a tremendous amount of work to get right. This contains, it's a version of the seminal war treatise, The Art of War, by Sun Tzu, with a inserted comments in a translated edition by Jamie, and then also handwritten notes as if Jamie was going to do maybe an updated edition. So it's an amazing piece of work. Every page has a little bit of snippet on it, not only from one of the great military minds of our time, but one of the great military minds of the 31st century. Not only that, we're also debuting both the hardcover and leather bounds of the Mercenaries books. This is Main Event by James D. Long, Double Blind by Lauren Coleman, and Close Quarters by Victor Milan. These are available in hardcover and leather bound. And also, of course, we have, if you'd be so kind,
certainly,
we have Michael Stackpole's seminal trilogies, the Warrior Trilogy, that is On Guard, Riposte, and Coupe, and then, of course, the classic Blood of Kerensky, Lethal Heritage, Lost Destiny.
No.
Yeah, what's the second one?
Second one is
Blood Legacy.
I think I know. Blood Legacy and, Lost Destiny, all here in leather bound and hardcover. Michael, of course, is here because we work them to pieces. He'll be happy to sign these copies. The leather bounds are signed, but he'll be happy to customize them. They make great gifts, and I mean that sincerely. For the BattleTech fan who may not be able to make it, these are terrific gifts. Also, our buy two, get one free sale counts for these trilogies. So that makes them an even more impressive deal. So yes, we have tons of books here. We also have other fiction by Brian Young, this guy Michael Ciravella, Phil Lee, Jason Hansa. We have just a ton of stuff. They're always happy to sign and talk fiction and writing with people. So if you're in the area, can make it to Adepticon, please come on down. It's literally kind of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. All right, we're getting a couple of questions. I'm going to jump to that, and then I'll ask some of my questions to Mike, which is always important. Were Kickstarters not getting physical copies of the cookbook? I think they are getting copies of the cookbook.
I believe they are, if I'm not mistaken, but don't quote me on that. I know everyone's getting the PDF for sure. That's more of a Lauren question.
Sounds good. A lot of comments about Den of Wolves. They got Lauren quite a lot earlier today, too. All right, so Mike, the big question everyone really wants to know right now, what are you working on right now? We know you've had some death kangaroos. You've been doing a lot of fun and exciting stuff. What is on the mind of brilliance that you can tell us about?
What is on the mind of brilliance? Wow.
He's
I don't understand. I don't undersell.
Awestruck being in your presence.
Is it
Clearly.
really? You feel like we should have a magic 8-ball here. It's like, hazy,
who knows?
Come back later. Yeah. No, I'll be doing some more Death Kangaroo stuff.
Gotcha.
And then this week, while we're here with John and Ray and a bunch of the other writers, yourself included, we've all been talking about where the storyline is going and sort of aligning up what we're going to do and in terms of stories, and then where we're going to sell them, whether they're going to be as standalone stories, novellas, or whether, I said to Phil the other day, look, Phil, we're going to need 30% of Shrapnel. So just count on, 30% of your stuff is being taken up with all the things we are going to be doing just to set up the stuff that's going in the future, which from my standpoint as a writer is just amazingly cool to be able to have the novels and the graphic novels
Yep.
as well, and then the novella program, and then an outlet for the shorter fiction. It's really, really cool because even in the early days when we were doing the Umbrella novels, back in the FASA days, we were doing that. We never had those additional outlets. There were no novellas, there were no short stories, there were no graphic novels per se, at least when I was working on stuff. So this is really cool. It allows us to marshal a lot more forces and moves things forward. And hopefully for the readers, they'll be able to look at this stuff in say, Shrapnel, and they go, where is this going? What are they leading to? And then when we get the payoff stuff, it will all be there. So
that is really exciting.
I think it's really cool.
I appreciate that, Mike. Thank you. Magic 8-ball. They like that. Never got a physical copy of the cookbook. I'll double check, and we'll see right there.
Someone actually, Lorcan said it was an add-on afterwards. The only ones who got it included with their pledge were the big Kappa levels. So you could get it afterwards, but you had to sign up and order it separately when you did your pledge manager.
We're going to see an end of Lupus Uber Alice in the storyline.
Okay.
I don't think that's a you question.
No, it's not.
No, I mean, is that going to happen? Maybe. Is it going to happen the way you expect it to? No. You know us better than that.
Yes, indeed. A lot of questions about the various copies. We can definitely delve in a little bit further. Yep, we will double check on that one for you all. We appreciate that. Which brings us, of course, we've heard a little bit about what Mike's doing, which is all anybody really cares about. John, what are you doing?
Well, first of all, I want to shout out Brent from Of Mechs and Men. Thank you for the compliment. The hardcovers really are tremendous. We're very pleased with them. What am I doing? Hurting all you cats. Hurting all you authorial cats.
Okay, that's the one I was waiting for. Why don't you start with the graphic novels? Because
yes, so I know that a lot of people are very interested in how the progress of the graphic novels. I have the first pass of a script in hand after you reviewed it. I'm very, very pleased with it overall. Of course, I have comments, but Mike and Brian and I will talk about that later. We're going to have some special guest stars included in that one, so it's taken a little bit longer to kind of line up the pieces. These folks are in great demand, the authors, and I'm not going to reveal any names just yet. But these are folks that you will all recognize from science fiction, fantasy, and gaming. Believe me, when you see who are going to get into this book as kind of guest stars, you'll understand why this is really a big event. This is, of course, Volume 1 of 4 that we're going to be doing as an introductory level. And this is our first foray, well, not first, because way back in the FASA days, there were some comic books, we'll say. Yeah. We'll call them that, yeah. But we want to take it to a whole new level. We want the graphic novels to really just kind of leap off the page. So that is a big part of my time, but I also am still working on novels. Next month we have, from Tom Levine, Blood Will Rise, the sequel to Blood Will Tell, and it has the approval of Jason Schmetzer who did the original. We're going back to House Lau, and that's an event that's kind of the flip side of Michael's great Trial by Birthright novel, where we tell what's happening in the Capellan Confederacy and what good old Daoshin has been up to while things have been going on Terra. And then later on, we go back to Terra for kind of a smaller scale, more intimate story with Jason Hansen's The Long Road. This one features a fan favorite character that a lot of people have been asking what happened to her. That's all I'm going to say, though. I'm not going to give the reveal just yet. But her story takes some twists and turns. Jason, I think, has done a magnificent job with bringing that story to an end. Or, again, we're always open if someone wants to pick that character up again. They are free to pitch us an idea. But if this character, once the story is told in The Long Road, is finished, we're good with it. And then finally, we're going to go back to some good old gritty mercenary action with Daniel Isberner's, what did he call it? It's his Silent Reapers. I don't think we quite settled on a final title, but he's bringing his Silent Reapers mercenary group into their first full-length novel, English novel, I believe, and I can't wait to dive into that one. That's going to round out the year. And then, of course, we're always doing Shrapnel. I think you're going to have Phil on later to talk about that, right? I think it's right after this one.
Shrapnel's going to be right
Shrapnel's
after this one.
still not churning out. We're producing 4 excellent issues a year. We just hit issue 20. So very exciting for that. And we're going full steam ahead. There's more. And for those who want to get into BattleTech writing, that's where you should submit. Phil is working as quickly as he can. I know there was some minor issues with some slight holdouts, but those are being eradicated, and we'll be replying to everyone. We've got the 25th anniversary, or sorry, 25th number 25, issue 25 coming up, which I'm going to make Phil die and say that's going to be a double issue as well, because we have to for the 25th. There's no way we can't. Right. So there's going to be lots of big things coming on the pike. We're very excited about it. Other books that are here, Void Breaker just came out a month and a half ago by Brian Young. Mm-hmm. That is kind of our BattleTech meets James Bond, and kind of more of a thriller in which Clan Seafox goes after a very seminal character in the Dark Age to help fix the HPG situation, and you should know which character I'm talking about, in a slam-bang, action-packed romp that Brian has put together. Brian, of course, is also here at Adepticon. Would love to talk with people and sign his books, too. We also have some of the older ones, Foxtails. We have Without Question and A Question of Survival by Brian. We have we did get Paid in Blood.
Yes.
By the way, we have that as well. No, it just arrived. It literally just came. And, of course, we have Trial by Birthright for Michael.
Something's got to happen. Well, a few copies left right there. We've been blowing out.
No, we have, but they're still here, still available. The authors will be pleased to sign them. Brian, one thing you didn't mention, and we're working on it. I think you can talk about Corsair a little bit.
About which?
Corsair.
Well, yeah, we could. Yeah.
He can't because you just called him Brian.
Michael, Brian, you're all interchangeable to me.
Well, there was a question that scrolled off. Then we can talk about Red Corsair. But the question was, there's been a lot of mech jock stories, and there've been, but are there ever going to be any aero jock stories? And realistically, right now, because as we learned this last weekend, that may be in the future because they're working on a new edition of Aerotech.
Yes.
And that would be the time when we would do support stories for that. However, because this is one of the things which is really, really cool. I mean, I have some of you may not know, but I've written some fighter pilot stories in the past, and I would love to do that again. And even before we get to doing stuff to support Aerotech, with this large story arc that we're talking about, that would be the place where we could easily insert some stories of aerospace pilots. So you probably will get your wish fulfilled. It's just going to take a second or two. And then in terms of Red Corsair, for those of you who've read the Warrior books, there was a reference to the original Katrina Steiner when she went off and was the Red Corsair, and I have wanted to write that book for 25 years now. And John finally came to me and said, "Hey, why don't we do this? Why don't we do this?" And I say, "That's kind of funny, John, because I just found the first 10,000 words of that book on a disc here." So we've got a head start, and we will make this work.
Yep. Don't listen to this man's lies. I've been begging for this for years.
Yeah, you and Lauren apparently too.
First question I asked.
But I brought it over the finish line. You're welcome.
Well, there you go.
Really quick, also, I would be remiss in mentioning that we are reprinting, or actually putting out for the first time, Brian's Brian.
Michael. Yeah.
Why do I keep calling you Brian? Oh my God.
I don't know.
Michael's novellas written for HBS. Heir Apparent, Apparent Catastrophe. Catastrophe Unlimited, and Unlimited something.
Yeah, Unlimited something.
I got 3 out of 4. That's pretty damn
that's
good.
Right. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Unlimited Duty, Honor, something like that. Anyways, those are coming out this year in ebook, and then they will be collected into an omnibus. I am very excited about it. It's always great to work with Mike. This guy, but Stackpole, always a pleasure. Actually, Michael, what are you working on now?
That was one of the questions that just came up. And speaking of aerospace and all that goodness, the next item up on the docket for me was going to be a Treachery of Ravens, diving into the Snow Ravens, which is going to be very exciting. It's a little bit more warship and capital ship base, but you'll definitely get a good, healthy dose of capital fighters and everything else, up until 3 minutes ago when I heard that the magnificent author of Wraith Squadron, a book that I must have read maybe 400 times. Rogue Squadron, yes. Aaron did Wraith Squadron, yes. Of Rogue Squadron, and Back to War is still one of my favorites right there. Yes, I loved it all right there, is thinking of doing a book, and now I can't touch aerospace ever again. No, but that is absolutely lovely. After that, we are getting finalization on what my next project is. I'm halfway through 2 others. We just need to see, as we know all too well, what the priority is going to be for there. And we'll come back to some of the questions that have been triggered by that a little bit later, but we appreciate that.
All right. I'm going to step in here. And a certain gentleman under the Black Pants Legion has been demanding to know if corn dogs are lost tech. Now, I will say, although I think we probably should have done that, we did not include a corn dog recipe in the cookbook, sir.
Then they're not canon.
Yeah, so hold on. Let's put this over to, as you called, the father of BattleTech. Michael A. Stackpole, are corn dogs lost tech in this BattleTech universe?
Wow.
And BPL, this is the definitive answer. I want you to know this right now. I'm just telling you. From the man himself. All right, Michael, the floor is yours.
Well, are corn dogs really tamales?
Okay, that debate's probably been raging for, it will be raging for the future 1,000 years.
Really, so that would be, once that is settled, whether or not corn dogs are tamales, then we'll know whether or not they're lost tech.
Well, you are the master here. Do you declare them tamales or not?
Yes.
Tamales?
Oh God, they're tamales. Of course they are.
They are tamales. So now we've answered the first half. Then are they lost tech?
Well, I think you can get tamales. So I guess they're not lost tech.
There you have it, ladies and
are
gentlemen.
Not lost tech.
Yep.
It has been said is official.
They're also not high cuisine, which is
because they're not in the book.
Well, that is exactly
there you go.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can rectify that error in Volume 2, let's say. I don't know. Anyways, but you've heard it from the man himself. So we will turn the debate over to chat, whom I'm sure will argue over the merits of tamales, corn dogs, and I don't know what else late into the night.
Right.
Is there a chance of that story getting republished? AA8MPH, if you can just let us know what story that is. Unfortunately, things are moving a little quickly on our chat, so if we don't get to something, please put the question back up. We'll try to get at it. How much were you laughing while writing your fanfic original Hungry Like the Wolf?
Okay, I hasten to point out that because I was doing it for other people, it was not fanfic.
However, although
it was fun.
Although Michaela's submissions were side-splittingly funny, we decided to go. Some people will recognize it in
a different direction.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
We had an excellent author, Christina York, write "Hungry Like the Wolf," which has received a very positive. I would have brought a copy here to show, but I think they're all gone.
Yes.
It's received a very positive reception at Adepticon, which I'm heartened to hear, and also must increase my copy order for next time, for sure. So I'm very gratified to see that the fans seem to be embracing it. And I couldn't be pleased to bring a lot of people who have never picked up a BattleTech story have picked up Hungry Like the Wolf because it's more in their wheelhouse.
Right.
And I couldn't be happier.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So Natural Selection mentions that short story. I don't remember that short story very clearly unless it was the Christmas short story that reappeared.
Which is in
Battle Core 1.
Yes.
Battle Core 1, yeah.
You can find that in the core. Battle Core 1, which was just reissued, corrected version, and with a brand new spanking cover, which I love.
Yep.
That is available at all stores. You can order the POD on Amazon, or you can pick up a copy here at Adepticon and have Michael sign that story along with Randall Bills, Lauren Coleman.
It occurred to me the other day that Nelson Geist is the perfect name for a character in BattleTech Gothic.
Yes, it is.
That's true. I would agree.
Yeah,
I would agree.
Okay.
If only one would write a novel in the BattleTech Gothic universe.
Well,
That would be magnificent.
to be canonical, the
Well,
first
Lord Ken, I
Nelson
hope you
Geist
enjoy it.
appearance was in a short story, so we'd have to start there.
Fair.
Then we'd do the novels.
I'm supportive
Yep.
of everything Mike does, so that works out very well.
You and me both.
Of all of these good things. Okay. Goes
Oh,
to Christmas
jeez.
present, was it? Yep.
We do not need to source titles. Thank you very much, folks.
But we do appreciate that you know
and
these
my
things.
lips are unfortunately sealed. I can't say anything about. Nope, can't do it. Can't do it. Nope.
Did you ever receive the shirtless Alaric posters that I gave Randall at PAX Australia last year with intent for you to receive along with Red and Brian?
I have not yet. I will trust that Randall will communicate those probably sometime when he's back down in Arizona.
Good Lord.
Natasha Kerensky and her Warhammer romance. I'm not quite sure. Audiobooks when? We need some.
Audiobooks are coming. We just dropped. We actually are getting back on track with Hour of the Wolf dropped in January. And Founding, Fall from Glory, Founding of the Clans #1. Should be live any day now. I need someone to go check on and see if it is live. It's working its way through ACX. We're doing the entire Founding trilogy this year, and we'll be following that up with the core later on. We are really trying to get to, I think it's an audiobook every other month is the plan. So for those of you who like audiobooks, and I hear from you a lot, and I really appreciate your patience, there is a lot of audiobook goodness coming down the pike.
Speaking of aerospace, the new Plastic and Union Overlords are great. Will we get a Leopard? I'm going to save that one to our general questions section. The next time we do that, we're going to talk a little bit more about some schedule shifts in a little bit, but that's more on the gaming end. Can we get an audiobook of Hungry Life the Wolf?
Sure.
Okay.
I think Mike will want to read that one.
Well, my version, yeah, I would. In a heartbeat.
We'll be getting some more leather-bound limited edition books, maybe some of Brian Young's books.
That's always in consideration. I will say the leather-mounted hardcovers, although we love doing them, it's a tremendous lift because they're printed overseas, and with recent events that might make it a little trickier. I would love to do some of the newer books in hardcover leather-bound. It's just a matter of cost and scheduling is what that comes down to. So I always would like to do it, but some people I need to get permission from. So that can sometimes be a challenge.
Helfers, when do we have the rise again of glorious ill-clan Jade Falcon?
Kane Hayes, I understand why they asked that question.
Shocking.
Let's see. Jade Falcon. I think someone was kicking around. Brian Young, I think, has an outline for that about what happens with Jade Falcon. I know they appear as bit players in other books. In yours, maybe? Is there a little?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They show up.
So, but them as the theme, it's going to be as soon as I get the right story, pretty much. Yeah, that's a valid question, and as soon as I get the right outline of the story, then we'll set it off.
Where did Mike Stackpole get that great T-Rex jacket?
The Museum of Natural History in New York.
Okay.
Will the Kappas be getting a copy of the novels and Shrapnel?
Yes, they will. And
Can you tip over that water bottle?
Nope, there we go. Yes, all Kappas get copies of everything we publish, both in ebook /PDF and hardcover. At Kerensky Con, which we did just before this, the Kerenskys and Kappas who showed up got a large stack, some of them, of everything we've published since Adepticon 2 years ago. So absolutely.
How is White Hand now in lore?
I don't get that reference.
I don't get that reference either. Damocles sanctioned sequel when? John, don't look at me. Of all the projects we were just talking about, I nearly said problems. That was pretty funny. Of all the projects we're working on right now, Damocles sanction is definitely on the docket.
It is on the docket. It's a matter of when.
Yes.
Considering, again, as you said, you have juggling 3 projects at once now.
Yeah. Well, also the thought process of we have been going around the sphere. We had
this is true.
Federated Sons have recently been reached on. Phil Lee has been doing a phenomenal job with House Marek. We do the Lyrans. We've been talking about the Hinterlands, but the Lyrans we've not really dived into. There's a huge situation going on in the Draconis Combine that we absolutely need to address. And once again, Tom Levine with Blood Will Rise is going to take care of the Capellan. So got a few things to hit right before then, but keep asking. We'll know more what we're looking at. More Battlecore anthologies. I just don't want to lose that question.
I mean, yes, I think there's a couple more we can do the year of. Folks have asked about a lot of Battlecore that needs to be reprinted. You're absolutely correct. But it's, as you said, a lot. And so that takes time in our already busy schedules. I really want to get those out. I absolutely do. But they were really prolific back then. So we have several, like, serial novels that need to be assembled, cleaned up, and released. We're getting to them as quickly as we can. So Brian A., I wanted to address yours. We have not received any. The printed versions are it's a different order size. If you're a Kappa, that's going to be coming because we POD them from Amazon. They'll be drop shipped directly from there. So after Adepticon, and we've all recovered a little bit, we'll be getting in touch with those who couldn't make it here, submitting the list of books, making sure you have them, and then sending out the drop. You'll be getting pretty much a large box directly from Amazon itself. So that's how we're going to do that.
Are we going to see the I didn't see what group that was. We just lost that question. So, unfortunately, we'll keep going. Will we get something about the Kellhounds in the Ill Clan era now that they are reunited?
I think that would not be I think anticipating that would not be a waste of time.
I think
yes, I will agree with Michael's statement.
I think Snow Ravens took care of the Capellans. They certainly did something. Have you praised the Celestial Wisdom recently? I heard he won on Terra from Capellan State News. You missed it all, but Lauren Coleman was just here behind the camera, so I'm going to say yes. I think that's what we're calling him now.
So there's talk of BattleTech 1942. Does that mean the TRO 1942 is now canon?
No.
Was there actually such a thing?
Yes, there was. It was an April Fool's. So, no. Oh, Ghost Bear, Rassilog Dominion, when?
Oh, that's a good one. Thank you very much. That's a good question. We are revisiting the Ghost Bear Rassilhog. Is it Ghost Bear Dominion? Ghost Bear
Rassilhog Dominion.
Yeah, but I thought they combined the Ghost Bear Republic, whatever it is. Anyways, we are revisiting it in a series of stories that picks up pretty much from the events of A Question of Survival and dealing with the Ghost Bear Civil War. It's going to be a quartet of novellas by Brian Young, and then that, of course, will also be an omnibus collection later on down the line. So we're going to start putting those out a little bit later this year. They're all done. They're all complete. They're in edit right now. I've got to get covers done, and then we can start rolling those out as well to continue that story.
Any idea when Roars of Reaving series will reach the market?
Right now, all I'm saying is 2026.
Okay. Do you have to clone New 3 in order to get things moving? Yes.
I mean, that wouldn't hurt, to be honest.
Bounty Hunter when?
Oh.
Anthology.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Zach. Yes, the Bounty Hunter anthology is in its final stages as soon as someone turns in their story.
My story's in.
I'll make sure I'll check with Phil on that, because last time you said it didn't. When he said the button that said revision yes/no, I believe is what he sent you.
Doesn't need revision. Perfection does not need revision.
Oh,
can we get Critter Tech and POD?
Wow. If only.
No, I am by no means perfect.
Bounty Hunter, I trust we will have that to backers and out, but definitely, I will say certainly by Gen Con. If all goes well, hopefully by Origins. That's what I'm going. Yep.
Can we get Critter Tech in POD? We'd have to see who still has the license for that, because that was a FASA era item.
But if it's FASA era, then we have it.
If it was technically BattleTech. That's the question.
You know, I'd love to look into that. I would love to get some of those older things. Actually, my secret dream is to get all the old source books into POD edition so you guys can pick them up and not have to pay exorbitant prices on the secondary market. Of course, again, much like Battlecore, there's a lot of them. And a lot of them need some cleanup. So it's an ongoing process. It's going to take years, but just be patient. And someday, maybe Critter Tech will be one of those items.
Will the Scorpion Empire have a bigger footprint in future stories?
I mean, again, it depends on the story. We always say here at the CGO that story is king. Someone just needs to give me a really compelling Scorpion Empire story. I've always liked the Goliath Scorpion Empire. I find they're a fascinating clan. I just need the right story to tell. So,
any chance of a 21st Century Lancers novel?
Again, someone gives me a good pitch. Sure. any major Merc group, Lexington Combat Group, 21st Centauri Lancers, hell, someone gives me a good Waco Ranger story, I'd print that. I mean, this is supposed to be the time of the mercenary in BattleTech, so yeah, I just need someone to pitch me that story that I can't turn down.
I hope we get one of Rana Karinsky's descendants with Phelan as a member of the Wolves Dragoons. I have my issues that all Exile Wolves are now part of Alaric Stein Davian's Wolves.
I don't think the word all in terms of Exile Wolves is correct.
Yeah. Well, it absolutely is not, because Rana and Phelan's, one of their children, does exist and is now canon. Keep reading. We've got some good stuff there for you. He is no war dog. Nice. Thank you, people. That made me laugh. Crescent Hawks.
Martin, I would love for the Crescent Hawks to make a reappearance. I thought we did something with Shrapnel with them recently.
No, but their ears should have been burning over the discussions we've been having over the past couple of days.
There you go. You heard it here first. The LCAV, not the Dragoons.
White Hand that I was asking before is a Blakist terror group. Now that brings us back to the Blakist. That's an interesting thing.
I'd have to kind of look. I just found out that the Lone Wolves have been around in canon for like 150 years, and I just found out about them recently. I'd have to go look that up. Oh, you know what? I might as well mention that too. Speaking of the Blakists, one thing that we are also doing is going to be really jump-starting, and I'm really going to push on this year, mainly myself. We are jump-starting the Jihad fiction line, that we're going to really dive deep into the Jihad. A lot of fans really want to see that. We are bringing, I'm going to announce it here, screw it.
No. For other reasons, don't announce it.
Okay.
Don't.
Yes. All right, never mind. But no, we're working on the Jihad fiction program, so there'll be more details to come, including something I apparently cannot say later on. So, okay. Let's see, issue 15. Thank you very much. Okay.
And Crescent Hawk, Unit Digest, no novel.
Well, not novel, but I could. No, there was a short story, I believe, in Shrapnel. Someone actually wrote about the Hawks in Shrapnel. I'm pretty sure. Now, no novel. It would be great to have one. One of the storied units. That'd be awesome. Beyond burying the lamb. Anyway.
Burying the lead.
Yeah, well, you know. Let's see.
I hope the Jihad line doesn't focus too much on Stone. I think we've got a little time before we need to talk about the Republic.
There's plenty of things that happen before Stone comes into the picture, so
I
love
about the Republic. We all know that I love the Republic, but even now there's a lot of area. And once again, we're seeing that with the Blakist fiction right now, where no one wanted to see it for a little while because we went so hard on the storyboard, on the storyline line.
Once again,
now we're back.
Lorcan comes through for me. There are actually 2 Crescent Hawk stories in Shrapnel. One early on set in Luthien, one set in the late Dark Age, early Ilklan era in issue 15. I knew I remembered that. I couldn't remember where they were. Thank you, Lorcan. Really appreciate it. Todd Holby filled the stories after. Yes, that's one thing we've heard because of the dearth of fiction being produced while the Jihad was going on. And I aim to fix that. So there we go. Absolutely.
There's a severe beard shortage among characters in the Ilklan era. Do you have any plans to help the beard supply in 3152? Already did in Trial of Birthright, but I need to remember. I don't know if that survived editing. So
are
see.
we saying that the magnificence we already have here is not enough for people?
Well, the author, sure, but we're all magnificent.
I mean, we all need something to pull out while we're working. So you know, absolutely. Crescent Hawk's Inception, first BT computer game. There's a lot of people's, I think, first computer game.
Because it was the first BT computer game.
Yeah. Right.
Good
Absolutely.
reason.
So.
Great time writing the pilot cards for the Celestials 4th pack. We are very excited for the Celestials. Once again, the Blakist era is getting very, very hot again. We've had just enough time to really delve back in, and it's exciting.
That'll make Red really excited, too, of course. Yes.
It's a great time. All right, we've still got about 20 more minutes, so please, if you've got any other questions, anything fiction-related, we are here for you. We will have another fiction panel both in half an hour with the Shrapnel team, and there will be one coming up in a couple of days, including some more interviews with these wonderful gentlemen.
Maybe we'll do more of an author round-robin kind of thing.
I miss spine novels. Everything feels a bit disconnected now. We've had a few recently.
I mean, I would count things like certainly Trial.
Trial of Birthright is very much. Damocles was for our purposes.
Absolutely.
I'm trying to remember which one of Phil's really delved a little bit all over the free world.
I think one of the things we've learned in the discussions is that because we have Shrapnel now, because we have the virtual ability to do novellas and slightly longer things, that we can cover a lot of the ground that we would normally cover in umbrella novels from a lot of different areas and really get more coverage of it, so that we may not need the umbrella novels the same way that we had the umbrella novels earlier. And this is just because the universe has gotten so big and we got so many areas that we have to cover, that if we just do it with an umbrella novel, the umbrella novel will be lousy because it'll be attempting to do everything. You know, here with all the ground we can cover, we can devote more to what's going on in specific areas without worrying about an umbrella novel and still be advancing and enriching the whole universe.
Yeah, I would agree with Michael's summary there. It's a very well done one. The inner sphere is just so huge and there's so much going on all the time. One book can't cover all of it. It's just not possible. So we're going to break it up. So yeah, does that mean you have to go kind of to more sources? Like something's covered in a novella, not a full novel? Sometimes, yeah, there may be something's covered in Shrapnel again.
Right.
And the novels will either tell other events happening during those times or maybe expand on events that happen in another story.
Well, and we're even this week, we've been having a lot of fun being able to say to other authors, hey, have you done anything with these guys here? Mm-hmm. And you know, the other author will say, well, I haven't yet, but I could slip something in. And it's like, all right, you do that there, I'll get you back over here. You know, and so we're having a lot of fun, and obviously, if we're enjoying ourselves, I think that tends to translate into the work and makes it a lot more fun.
Absolutely.
Will we ever see some German-only fiction, Enduring Crisis, etc., translated to English and released?
So I actually have 2 volumes that have been translated already. Karma, and I don't remember the name of the second one. We just need to get those moving along in the process, and then I got to find a way to shoehorn them into my schedule. But yes, that's always been also a pet project of mine to get the German novels into English. So absolutely. There was someone mentioned, will Clan Seafox finally take a loss? There are things coming towards Clan Seafox that I don't think even they expect down the pike, but that's all I'm going to say about that for right now.
We also had a question about Alpha Strike Commander's Edition and some of the other books. We have several of them have been reprinted already, and we're seeing them already starting to hit our factories. We just got in a selection here at the convention, so it is very exciting to see. We also have a lot of good news about rule books moving forward, but we're going to save that for a later stream right there, so I appreciate that.
Lorcan has an update. The Commander's Edition is back with the distributor. Will be orderable by retail soon. That is absolutely correct.
Japanese novels and replays should be translated too.
Okay, there were Japanese BattleTech novels?
I do not remember them personally myself.
Okay, if someone has more information on that, they need to kind of send me a note. Either Mecha Man or Mercer. This is honestly the first time I've heard that there was original Japanese BattleTech novels even done. And the funny part is I might have a line on getting those translated if that's a real thing. So,
is there a complete list of all the novels that is kept up posted somewhere?
So Sam, that's a great question. So first of all, in the backs of all of the books, typically there is a exhaustive listing of the novels. We've also refreshed our Catalyst website and store, and I'm in the process of building out the fiction section. And one of the things I want to do is both a master list of the novels that we will update, and also maybe some era breakdowns, so people might want to explore an era more thoroughly. I can send them right to those novels that they want to get into, and just kind of, where to start kind of things. I know a lot of people ask, like, it's so huge, where do I begin? I've got ideas for landing pages for those. We just got to break them out and make them so we can send people there to look at them.
I've always thought BattleTech works really well for spy espionage stories. You should definitely pick up Voidbreaker by Brian Young recently. I think you'll definitely like the flavoring of that one. We recommend it.
And I'm always willing to look at other subgenres in the military science fiction. And yes, spy thriller is certainly one of them. Absolutely.
Since it was asked recently, aerospace stories, battle armor stories. Once again, as we've said many, many times, story is king. If we have the right story for it, we can definitely move forward. It's all going to depend on what we see. But as always, Shrapnel is the breeding ground for all of this. Please, if there's a story you want to see, and I think someone mentioned they'd written one, put it out there so we can see what we're looking at. We appreciate it.
Real quick, Turbo Turtle, yes, when the time is right, authors will be contacted about the Jihad program. We're just not quite there yet.
Yeah. Far Country sequel when?
Another country, we already have the cover.
Mm-hmm.
No, but all seriousness, no, there will not be a sequel to Far Country anytime soon. I think Ray would leap across the table and probably strangle me.
And he's on the other side of that sign. So let's try not to do that. Will the Jihad series give us something like theology for the Blakists?
That's a great question. Possibly. I mean, yes, of course we're going to dive into kind of the mindset of the Blakists. So I would say it'll certainly be discussed. To what detail, that remains to be seen.
When can we see updates for the older ebooks? I'm finding a few errors from the older cover ones I got in the Humble Bundle.
Okay, yes. So the Humble Bundle was very interesting. Thank you to all who contributed on that one. It made it one of our most successful campaigns. Some of the older books, I'm in the process of updating every single Legends book, but again, there are 60 of them. I'm not even halfway through yet. Some of them will have some typos. I realize that. We are trying to replace them as quickly as we can. When we do, I'll see if there's a way to get maybe a Humble Bundle to post them in the package. I'm not sure. Otherwise, drop me a note at john@catalystgamelabs.com about that, and we'll see if we can get you a replacement ebook version once we have them corrected. I'm thinking about 28 books in out of 60, so there's a way to go. Not going to lie.
What is Hanson not working on? That's all good stuff right there. Okay, we've got about 10 minutes left, so if there's any other questions, please get them in now. After this, as we have mentioned, it's going to be Phil Lee speaking with some of our authors about Shrapnel, which would be fun and exciting. I'm very, very excited to see that. But if you have any general fiction questions, now is the time. Also, as one other thing, we are shifting the schedule a little bit. Once again, we are waiting for the arrival of the first BattleTech Gothic box, so we are looking forward to Randall Bills showing us exactly what we've got to look at and play with. So there will be an unboxing video as soon as it arrives. We are not too sure when that is going to be yet, so we're going to play things a little bit by ear after that.
Yep.
All good things.
Hanson's working on, yes, Wars of Reaving. They're all working very hard. Phil Lee, Craig Reed, Jason Hansa. It was a humongous job. I think a little bit bigger than any of us were expecting, and they're all doing very heroic work and trying to condense that very, very packed time in the Clan Homeworlds into like 3 manageable novels.
What are each of you most excited about that's coming up? So I'm going to start with
that's an excellent
Mike.
question.
What are you
Mike?
most excited about?
I think Gothic's pretty damn cool. I'm kind of excited to see that.
Michael?
I am looking forward to Gothic. Really, now is the big thing. I'm also super excited for Aces. We are seeing a lot of opportunities.
Yes.
BattleTech Aces. We've got that. We have that being played here at the convention. We are hoping to see it by Gen Con. The cooperative solo play modes of BattleTech has always been something I thought we needed, and it is going to be a game changer. We are seeing a huge demand for this, and it's very exciting.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, well, I'm going to go against the grain and talk about I'm most excited for the graphic novels. The first volume getting wrapped up and finished, and I really cannot wait for the fans to see that. It's been a long-held dream of mine to bring BattleTech into the graphic format, and I think we're going to put together just a terrific product. So that's what I'm most excited about.
Who would win in a statecraft off? Albert Marek, Sun Tzu Lao, or Sirawan McAllister Kurita?
Sun Tzu Lao.
You heard it here first,
well,
folks.
The other two are dead.
The other one's a popsicle. So the other one's a popsicle. We'll go with that. So, actual question: what is the seminal Dark Age novel series in the way Warrior and Blood of Kerensky define the eras? I love that question.
You know, that is a really great question, but I'm going to skip around. So, I think the very first one to start with is Ghost War by Michael Stackpole because it really sets the stage. As we all know, I'm going to try not to go on about this too long, but it's kind of important. Dark Age was the first time BattleTech really went through a time jump, and that discombobulated a lot of fans. And Michael, I think, did a brilliant job of laying the groundwork for this is the Dark Age. Then, to be blunt, you kind of skip ahead. A lot of Lauren Coleman's novels, Fortress Republic, Sword of Sedition, Blood of the Isle, are very good. One could almost call spy novels because they take the story at a high level and extend it, introducing several major characters. Of course, Alaric's in there. We have Caleb Davian, not Justin. What's his name? The other Davian. Julian, thank you. Julian Davian gets a lot of screen time there. So those ones I just mentioned, I think what I would call be the series. And you have to kind of jump around because there were a lot of one-offs, some good ones, some okay ones. None of the novels are bad, I don't feel. Some were obviously not kind of taking the lead of the story. So the ones I just mentioned, I think, are the ones you really want to. And of course, I can't also mention Masters of War.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure. So basically, pick up the Stackpole and the Coleman novels. And I will also recommend Hunters of the Deep, which is where really the Sea Foxes first got codified by Randall Mills.
And Scorpion Jar.
Oh yeah, that was good too.
That was a really good. If we're talking
Jason
about
Hardy's first BattleTech
that
novel,
was a fantastic
and he
book.
pulled it off brilliantly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So there, I think I've given you kind of a very good. And then if you want to delve into some of the more esoteric ones, you could read. I read every one of them to be a completist, and I enjoyed every one of them for different reasons.
And I agree. Scorpion Jar and Sword of Sedition are required reading. They really are some of the spy novels. Once again, Ghost War at the beginning, Masters of War brings you into the new era here. It's some great books there.
Thank you for the question. That was excellent. I think Dark Age does not get enough love, and I think getting the books back out will show people kind of the breadth of what was going on there. It really was a very interesting time in BattleTech history.
Feel the Dark Age novels from Flight of the Falcon onwards is the most consistently good to great run of BattleTech novels.
I'd be very remiss in not mentioning Milan's really taking that Jade Falcon story and running with it. Flight of the Falcon and Rending of Falcons too. Yes. Yeah.
Got really turned off by the one with Meat Popsicle Sun Tzu.
It was a choice. A choice was made. The book was written.
Yes.
Let's just leave it at that. That had nothing to do with it. I can say I was completely innocent.
The Hammerfall Free Worlds League sequence that starts with Fire at Will is probably the definitive series, even if it's in true numbered series like.
Yep.
Okay. Yep.
A very good one. Scorpion, very first. Oh, that's great. Very first BattleTech novel. I had no clue what was happening, but definitely hooked.
Welcome to BattleTech.
I want to give, and that's one thing I want to do with the website is give people a little bit more context about the eras, about what was going on, a little like a mini précis basically, because it's complicated. We could easily put like a 500-word. This is the Succession War era. This is the Dark Age era. This is the Clan Invasion era in front of every single book to get people up to speed. And maybe we should probably do that, to be honest. But yeah,
we've only been talking about doing that for the last 2 years.
Yeah. Quiet you. But of course, with an IP that's been around for so long and is still moving forward and constantly evolving, it can sometimes seem to be a bit much to keep up with. I get it, and I work on it. So yeah, I understand.
Okay, let's pick a fight. The first Dark Age novel was not bad. I just at the time felt no connection to it.
See, now that's what I'm talking about. Because we jumped 80 years in time into this brand new era. And Ghost War is a terrific book, just to me, hands down. But I understand that viewpoint. I'm not going to disagree with him because Mike had an unenviable task of, oh, by the way, we're here now, and this is what's going on. So, but I get what this person is saying. That it felt disconnected.
And it's fascinating from the thought process of one of the things we've gotten is so many of those Ghost War characters reappeared in Trial of Birthright, and it's one of they are the standout favorites. These creations of Michael Stackpole, they are magnificent. That is great. Any chance for a Sword and the Dagger reprint? I know that's a battle you've been fighting for many years.
Yes,
John.
we are always talking about it. I mean, I'd never say never. I just have to get the estate to agree. Right. So far, they've been resistant. Let's just put it that way. So I have to go back to them again. We revisit this every few years, and it's time for me, I think, to take another run at it. I feel as a part of BattleTech lore and BattleTech history, just not even the lore in the universe, but publishing history. Right. I feel it should be back out there. So I've got to contact them again and see what I can do.
Real quick, there's a question about will there ever be a novel about the Wolf Dragoons during Anton Merrick's rebellion, or is it already part in Den of Wolves? One, there was the Blackthorn comics that covered that.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so that's where that story got told. And from Lauren's and my discussions right now, Den of Wolves will not cover that. Den of Wolves and its subsequent volumes will not get to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mason Dunn, dude. I agree. How do you pronounce the name of the Commonwealth?
Liren?
Yeah, Liren.
I'll go with Liren. What about the Star League Amaris Civil War fiction? Another great and rich area.
Yep. I would love to see some of that too. So again, just haven't seen the right story. But honestly, if there's ever any other historical period that deserves to be covered in more detail in fiction, it would be the lead up to Amaris, the slaughter, the Civil War. Yeah. a very dark, dark, dark time in Inner Sphere lore.
The novels didn't suffer as much from the Rocks Fall, and everyone we've been talking to you to care about for nearly 2 decades is now dead of the first few Jihad source books then.
Well, not everybody was dead.
Yeah.
Victor was still alive.
Yeah, somehow he survived. The plot armor is thick with this one.
He didn't get near any stairs.
Oh, that's cool. I have my 30-year-old version of Sword of Dagger in German, a German translation. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Blackthorn Comics. I'll have to see if I can find those.
Yeah.
No, you don't want to.
I've still got my copies.
Look, let's be honest. I don't want to see any of them.
Yeah.
But as a completist, they deserve to be put back out.
Oh, wow, okay.
And then we can surpass them with the graphic novel. There you go.
We certainly hope. Ever a plan for Clan Steel Viper writings?
Well, I know Steel Vipers play a fairly big part in Wars of Reaving, right? So that's going to come in there. Would I do a Clan Steel Viper novel? Unsure. Again, it all depends on the story pitch. Age of War. Yes, thank you, 88 miles per hour. The Age of War also needs love. A TRO for Age of War would be really cool, in my opinion. I would love to do some stories set in Age of War. Yes, going back before everything, for sure. It'd be the Malibu comics.
That's fair. What about the return of Far Country and Star-Lord? John, tell us about that.
The return of, well, again, thanks to difficulties with either authors or the estates, those are the other 2 books. There's 3 books in the BattleTech canon we don't have versions of because we don't have permission to do so. Sword and Dagger, Far Country, Star-Lord. I believe all 3 of those books should be out. We are trying to work on getting the clearances to make that happen because of a complicated situation that happened a long time ago. Those 3 are the last ones that we are still trying to make happen. So as soon as we get them, they'll be out there for everybody.
So when's the next romance novel coming out?
Judging by the reception for this one, next Valentine's Day, I would guess. It's we've been seeing a lot of positive response to that one. Thank you for asking. And yeah, it's doing quite well. So
I believe that was our first sellout of the convention right there.
Yes, it was.
It has moved very quickly. Wonderful.
Age of War the Age of War TROs do exist in PDF only. Interesting.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, then. We're going to be starting to wrap up right here. So if you've got any less questions, put that right in. Once again, the reminder, we are here at Adepticon 2025. It is day 1. Some of us have been here for some other conventions and fun stuff for a couple of days. So it's an interesting time. I still mostly have my voice, which is a nice change from last year, and we are doing very, very well. But we have got 50 gaming tables. We have 2 booths. We have the BattleTech Virtual World Entertainment pods here. And once again, you get to stream with these wonderful people. We've got some lovely authors here. We have Mike Stackpole, Brian Young, Phil Lee, Rusty Zimmerman, myself, and many, many more. Randall Bills and Lauren Coleman representing things that you saw earlier. And Jason Hansa, very true, very true. Is the next romance novel going to be Denai versus Denai and Nicole?
No, it'd be
unlikely.
Calandra and Julian.
Calandra.
Chroma Cypher, I wanted to address your comment. Submit something to Shrapnel, for real. If you have ideas, submit a short story to Shrapnel on that. So more than likely, the next romance will be some sort of traditional something. So
because we're a traditional bunch here.
Nicole. I got to make sure to tell Phil that one.
Are you planning to do a companion piece for the MechWarrior 5 Clan Growth Bear expansion?
It's unlikely. The Mercenary Life one we did for MechWarrior 5 did okay. I mean, Randall did a terrific job with that one. It didn't get the traction we wanted to, so we're going to stick, I think, more with the Inner Sphere and what we're doing in the source books for Ghost Bear right now. Who let Phil out of Ohio? I did. I brought him here. He's doing work up on floor 3 as we speak.
Yep. Phil will be doing the shrapnel panel next, so that is a good thing.
Yes, absolutely. He'll be down here after I worked him like a dog for up there for 2 hours. So
And now we're coming in on 5 minutes till the hour, so we are going to wrap up right here. I would like to thank John Helfers, executive editor, and Michael Stackpole, author extraordinaire, for joining me today. My name is Michael Ciravella. Coming up next, we're going to have a panel with Phil Lee with some of the Shrapnel authors, and after that, I will be back for a brief moment to tell you where we are. We're still waiting on a couple of packages to show off some things, and we're getting very excited for our reveals of BattleTech Aces for tomorrow. So please stick around with us. We appreciate that, and the word of Blake be with you. Welcome back to BattleTech at Adepticon. You are back with the Catalyst Game Labs and Six-Sided Gaming streaming session. I'm very lucky to be here with you. My name is Michael Ciravella. I'm Catalyst Events Manager and one of its authors. I'm here now with a very exclusive and extraordinary group of people from Shrapnel, the BattleTech magazine. To my left, Phil Lee, the editor of Shrapnel.
Hello.
Rusty Zimmerman, noted author. Jason Hansa, another great noted author, and of course the incomparable Brian Young, who we all just adore and love. And
Speak for yourself, Michael.
And he's also a known author.
And is also a known author.
We all love Michael too. So.
We all love all of ourselves, everyone around this table. It truly is. Shrapnel is quite the family. Many of us got our start in Shrapnel. It is a really, really extraordinary time. So if you ever wanted to learn how to write in the BattleTech universe or to submit your first story, we always recommend starting there. Which is my easy segue into, Phil, what do you look for in a story? How does one submit to Shrapnel?
Well, the first thing to do is write a good story. What usually turns out to be the best stories are ones that are a really great character-driven story, where you have a character, they want something, and something is keeping them from getting it. And what lengths do they go to get it? And do they get it? Do they not get it? And how they're changed by the end of it. And that usually it's just the fundamentals of a great story, regardless of whether it's for Shrapnel or anywhere else. And so if you can find a good, compelling character and write a story about that, that's usually what I'm about. Now, mech battles and stuff are always fun, but it's the characters that keep us coming back.
And Phil raised an excellent point there. One of the things we've been talking about all weekend, and especially today, is story is king. We want to tell fun, compelling stories, which is really what everyone is here for. Now, writing short stories, writing serial fiction, very, very different than writing a novel. But at that same point, the key aspects are there. Brian, maybe I think it was you. Someone was saying the other day that writing a short story is writing like the final chapter, reading the final chapter of a book. Could you explain that a little bit more? It's a fascinating theory.
Writing a short story, I like to tell students, because I teach a lot of writing classes, is writing a short story is really writing the last chapter of a book you're never going to write. Mm-hmm. So you have to skip all of the context and world building and character stuff because you really want to start as close to the end as possible, because you don't have all of the word count and the runway to get through all that stuff. So you have to drop your reader right in the middle and trust them enough to understand the context, and really need to understand with a short story, especially in Shrapnel, in a novel you're going to get many, many moments and decisions and inflection points that characters are going to be able to make. In a short story you're going to get one, right? Or maybe a couple. And sometimes people will try to cram too much in there. They're like, this is my one chance to get in, and they try to cram all of them into the 5,000 words of Shrapnel, and it's too much, right? So keep it simple. Keep it. Think about that last chapter of a novel and everything that wraps up, and I think you're going to do a lot better in that way.
I don't know if it's necessarily like keep it simple, more as keep it focused.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that usually tells.
Well, I mean, keep it simple in the idea of like how a novel is. You're going to have these arcs where the character is going to have to make a decision point here, and that's going to change them, and they're going to have to make a decision point there. Mm-hmm. And usually when you're working on a short story, your character's going to have to make one pivotal decision. Right. And that's the idea of like keeping it simple and not trying to overcomplicate it with too much of that is kind of what I mean by that.
Yeah.
I think one thing that helps with Shrapnel is that sometimes members of the BattleTech fandom are nerds. just occasionally they already like BattleTech, right?
Every once in a great
and that's what's cool about Shrapnel is that you've got this kind of inherited fan base that understands a lot of the broad strokes already. So we don't need to do the exposition nearly as much as if we were trying to build a new world and a new regiment and new characters And if we had to describe what a battle mech was every time, you know, things would feel a lot different. But as it is, we've got 4 decades of awesome stories that came before us and 4 decades of fans that already know the broad strokes of the setting. So, you know, a lot of that initial groundwork has already been done. We just need to do our little bit of icing on top.
Right. Very true, very true. And Jason, so your thoughts? We've talked a little bit about some of the grand stories, some of the characterizations. Rusty and Brian are true character creators, and that is a wonderful thing, making your story so interesting. But Jason, you've got some fascinating stories out there. You really mine the gold of some of these corners of the BattleTech universe, and I know that's because you're a fan. What's your usual focus point when coming up for a story?
I look for things that interest me, especially, you know, if I'm reading, because, you know, a lot of it, we're all fans, you know, we're writers, but we're also fans. And so when I read something in a TRO or a source book that catches my eye and I want to flesh that out, I'm like, that's really what sparks a lot of my stories is what happened here? How did this happen? What series of weird events led up to this moment in time? That's a lot of this stuff. And then just kind of hiding in the shadows. A lot of my early stories are really kind of good prototypes for what Shrapnel writers can be doing, where you pick a major battle, say you set it on New Avalon, but you don't write with named characters. You write these little scrubs off on the side who their job is to hold the flank and there's nobody to the left. There's a great story to being the end of the line. That's it. So finding those little hidden corners, those little dark areas, and just exploring them, and is a great way to start your writing career.
That is a really great thing. Thank you for some great advice right there. So I think we're going to start diving into some questions right there. We've got actually, before we even do that, sorry, where's my brain right now? It's been already a long day, an exciting day right there. Phil, tell us where we are right now in the Shrapnel chronology and some of what you'd like to talk about right now. What just dropped? What is dropping shortly, and what do we have in between there?
Well, Shrapnel issue number 20 just dropped, was it 2 weeks ago? Almost 2 weeks ago?
About 2 weeks back.
And that was fun because it had the final part of Rusty's most recent serialized novel.
Yeah. And that was...
I don't know if you want to talk about that a little bit?
It's basically been it was the first big story that I got in my head when I decided to start writing some BattleTech. And then the problem is that Shrapnel only comes out a couple times a year, and that the serial novels were already staggered so far. So I had that in my head as a novel, and then they asked me to do it for Shrapnel instead. So you talk about the difference between a novel and serialized fiction, and I was like, oh, okay, what are the 4 biggest beats in this novel as they are in my head, and how can I touch on all of that in a 4-parter? So that was shift number 1, and then the second hardest part was knowing it wasn't going to come out until the Shrapnel arc starting a year ago this month, right? You know, so that's why there's those kind of prequel pieces in earlier Shrapnels, was because I was left alone with my thoughts for too long, and I kept getting spin-off stories and prequel stories to introduce some of the side characters and to kind of humanize Mountain Wolf battle mechs and to kind of reintroduce people to the Merlin, which I believe there's been 1 or 2 in canonical fiction prior, and that's been about it. So
I wrote 1. I'm just happy.
Yeah, and you were like kind of the other one I found. You know, so so all those little were opportunity stories that kind of spun off. But yeah, I'm super psyched that it's finally out there. I've had about 6 people now send me pictures of their Merlins in Mountain Wolf paint scheme, and I like excitedly go tell my wife every time because it's basically fan art, right?
Yeah.
Like it's the fan art of this medium, and I'm over the moon about that. So that's been super cool to see. But yeah, just excited to have it out there, and I hope people dig them.
Yeah, another thing that was really special in Shrapnel number 20 is we got another Death Kangaroo story from Michael Stackpole. And if you haven't read Death Kangaroo stories, they're There's 2 previous ones that are available at your favorite ebook retailers, and they're a fun, unexpected kind of mercenary unit. So
I love the Death Kangaroos so much. They're so fun.
Phil, there's a question in there for you, really.
Yes. So authors with serial stories, did you pitch them on spec, or were you invited to, or what?
Well, my case was a little bit different than most people approaching Philip or Shrapnel in general or BattleTech in general, and that I'd already done a lot of work for a really long time on the Shadowrun side of things. So some of the kind of initial trust steps were already established. So it was kind of a matter of hey, what do you want to do?
Yeah.
And I'm like, here's the idea. And they were like, can you do it for Shrapnel instead?
Yeah.
So in my case, it wasn't quite an email back and forth. It was talking with editors and stuff that I already knew.
Yeah. And you had also written a couple more stories for me before. So
yeah. So,
I knew you had the chops to do long-form BattleTech.
Yeah. So it was kind of a back and forth of here's the idea I've got. I think it needs this much room. And it was, okay, cool, can you do it smaller? And I was like, probably.
Yeah.
I did see a quick ask on the Mountain Wolves in the Ill Clan era. There is a novel in the works. I think people are going to dig it. It's an interesting character that's a little different than a lot of my, Hannah from the Mountain Wolves, who is pretty good as a person, a little bit naive still, but means well. And this guy isn't quite that. So he's gonna be interesting and fun. And we've been BSing this weekend, and I've already got some follow-up stories for that guy lined up. So now I need to write a little faster and get that novel turned in. But yeah, there is a Mountain Wolf resurgence coming in the Ill Clan era, and I might be bugging Phil in Shrapnel with some of the stories in that 100 years in between now. Okay, let's bridge that gap with short fiction, which is one of the cool things that Shrapnel's nice for.
I think for my serial novel, for the Shrapnel, or for the Lone Wolf and Fox, that was a long time, because I think I wrote it about a year before it even started coming out. And I think it was one of those things where I had Ray Arastia had asked me, hey, have you thought about putting the Fox Patrol with the Lone Wolves? And I was like, no, but that sounds fun. And then going in through the source books and trying to figure out, I could put them here and do this and have them do their cameo at Sudetan. And so I kind of came up with some ideas about how those story beats could work. And I don't remember how we went from here's how this story could work to let's do it in Shrapnel.
I don't remember either.
That feels because it happened in 13, and I feel like I started writing it before the last, the 4th story had come out even. So I don't remember when we had that conversation or how.
Yeah, I honestly don't. But I guess the larger question is that most of the serials are usually
way far in advance.
Yeah, we plan on way far in advance.
So a writer submitting is not going to be able to submit a serial.
Yeah, I have had people pitch me serials, and they've come out of that. But by and large, they're more they're assigned, but usually pitched beforehand. It's a little different process than short stories.
Well, we did get a question for you, Phil.
Yes.
And all of the authors right here. We did get a question of someone who's writing their first story. Are there any common mistakes that you think they should avoid?
Oh, how long do you have? I think some of the main things I see a lot is people trying to tell a story that is too long to fit 5,000 words, where it's a story that's maybe 10 or 13,000 words. If they tell it the way that it deserves to be told, and then they end up just squishing it down to 5,000 words or so until we basically just get a story that's largely just telling, where it's this happened, and then this happened, and then this happened, because it's literally all the time you get, and the story doesn't get a chance to breathe. The character arcs can sometimes feel hollow or implausible or unjustified. So that's like probably one of the more common mistakes. Another common mistake I see is we beat this to death a lot just in talking about writing in general. Is show don't tell, where I'll get a story where it's literally just as mentioned, this happened and this happened, and here's a detail and this happened. It's like as much like life that you can breathe into your story. Like give us details, and not just any details, but like details that matter, like details that are like poetic and evocative and like just like conjure a scene. Like I love that kind of stuff.
I think
I was going to say, don't write part one of a novel. Don't
write
a novel.
Yes.
Don't use a named character. Don't try to change history. Don't push past the Ilkhan era.
Mm-hmm.
Don't try to change history again. So
there's a lot of do's and don'ts that's actually listed in the submission guidelines. That's in the back of every single issue. It's also on the submissions portal, and it's basically if you follow those guidelines, you're already going to be in much better shape than people who don't pay attention to them.
Yes.
And it's very clear sometimes just reading through submissions, even looking at some of the cover letters that I get, where you can tell that either someone has not read any prior issues of Shrapnel. They're just like, oh, hey, it's a paying market. I can write a BattleTech story. And you haven't read any issues to find out what the stories I generally like to buy and publish, then you're already shooting yourself in the foot. So if you can at least adhere to the submission guidelines, read a couple of issues just to get an idea for what works, then you're already ahead of the game from most people.
I teach a lot of freelance short story writing, not necessarily just with BattleTech, but in general, and one of the things I tell every student is read the thing that you're submitting to so you get a sense of the taste of the editor and the slush readers and everything. 2 is follow the submission guidelines to a T, because that's part of the audition, right? If you can't follow the directions of the submission call, you can't follow the directions of the editor, and there's no reason to think the editor is going to feel like they're going to have a good experience working with you. And that's, this might be a fun fan thing for someone submitting to Shrapnel, but for everybody here, it's a professional thing. Like, this is our job.
Professional paying market.
The next thing is like, like Jason and I read the slush pile, and I'd be interested in hearing your take on this too, but I always kind of like the stories that come in at 4,999 words are the ones that feel like they've crammed everything and cut that last word so they come in under 5,000 words. But it's always the stories that are like 3,000 words or 4,000 words that feel like they've been told in exactly the right amount of space.
And honestly, even though the submission guidelines say 3,000 to 5,000 words, if you send me a story that's like 5,300 words and it's a good story, I'm not going to care that you went 300 over.
Yeah.
But that to me suggests that like you let the story breathe as much as it needed to, and you weren't worried about like artificially trying to. Oh no, I got I'm 500, like 5,200 words. It's like I have to cut 200 words before I. No, we're not that strict. It's a guideline. It's not a law.
The other thing I would say is like, go through and read your favorite BattleTech stories, and one thing I think you'll probably notice is that they have a voice. There's a voice to them that, like, when you read about the Fox Patrol, that hilarious, undeserved optimism of Katie comes through in the voice. When you read the Kellhounds, there's that like hilarious, possibly undeserved competency comes through in the text. When you read, Noritomo Helmer, there's that like scheming competency that comes through in the text. When you read everybody's sort of characters, whether it's smugness or arrogance or whatever feeling a character gives you, it comes through in the voice. If you can capture that in a short story with your character, I've read some really great Shrapnel stuff that's just like, that's a Western, and it feels like a Western. You read it, and it's like you almost get that flavor of a Western on your tongue and as you're reading it. That voice is super important, and if you can capture that, I don't even care how long it is.
Well, I got an interesting question. What does that mean to you, Mike, narrative weight? That's an important term right there, especially when you're dealing with shrapnel.
Yeah.
One of the big things about any story, I'm a big believer in stakes. And now when it is a novel, you can have everything from galactic spine novels where the Warrior Trilogy, where 5 houses are balanced on the precipice right there because of the actions of each other. You can also have, and some of the most intriguing stories are the ones where the stakes are still important to the characters, but they may not be galaxy-shaking at that point. I need to fall in love with this character. I need to save my family. That can be incredibly poignant and incredibly powerful.
Katie needs to get to the church on time for Evan and Arky's wedding.
Absolutely. And once again, for them, that's the goal right now. That's everywhere. That's the core of the story.
Well, talking about narrative weight, one of the things I always try to drive home to people is when you're approaching any scene in a story, whether it's a short story, whether it's a novel, the essence of what makes a good scene is change. And so you can have all this cool stuff happen in a scene, and whatever. And if you end with the scene in basically the same way where nothing has changed, whether it's the stakes haven't changed, the character hasn't changed, nothing, everything is static, then that whole scene is not carrying its narrative weight. Things need to change in that scene, or there's really no reason for it.
In class about each scene has a positive or negative emotional charge, and that charge needs to change, because if not, a character hasn't done anything or made a decision, or nothing has altered over the course of the scene. And in a novel, you might have a couple of scenes where that doesn't change, and that might not break anything. But in a short story, it's the
vital.
death of
One thing I just want to touch on real quick is that, as a reminder, there is more than short fiction in Shrapnel.
Yeah.
Which feels weird to say with the table that we're sitting at. But if you feel less comfortable trying to write a short story that carries narrative weight and has a compelling character and has change and all the rest of this stuff is feeling restrictive, get your foot in the door writing a scenario or writing one of the kind of history paper type articles about a mercenary company or a fight scene, or building on other stuff in other ways. So take a look through a Shrapnel and you'll see more than just the short stories that most of us tend to focus on. And that might be a more comfortable way for you to kind of get started.
I would say too, and Phil, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there's probably a lot of people out there that are terrified of getting the canon details wrong. And I think, at least when I'm reading a story, I couldn't care less about the canon details.
Yeah, that can come later.
Yeah, that can come later. I'm looking for a good story well told, and that's what fact check is for, right?
Yeah.
That's something that we can help people with. The details matter less than having a good, solid foundation of character, voice, storytelling, pacing, structure, word choice. That stuff's all way more important than which model of mech and which weapon and what color the lasers are.
Yeah, and again, a shout out to our fact check team, because they're wonderful.
Yes.
It's, every single story that gets accepted goes through our fact check team, and one of the things that I love about them, they're not just, oh, this is wrong. Oh, this is wrong. They're like, this is incorrect, and here's some suggestions on how you can solve it.
I think even better than that is they'll say, here's why this probably doesn't work.
Yeah.
Here's some suggestions about why these might work, which I think helps make me a better writer in the BattleTech universe, because I can adjust and understand where they're coming from and go back to the sources and try to figure that out.
All very, very good stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to jump right now. We're about halfway through, so we're going to jump into some questions. Even if you've put them up previously, once again, they go through pretty quick. Please toss us some questions, and we'll try to answer your questions for you.
Well, I did see one go by that looked pretty good. It was what is each of our favorite Shrapnel stories?
That's
I don't
fair.
think they mean our stories. I mean, which stories in Shrapnel have touched us? Or which ones were good? Which one, So yeah, no voting for yourself.
Phil,
Rusty.
I can go with, or did Phil want to start?
No, you can start,
Okay.
Rusty.
Yeah.
For me, it's from a very early Shrapnel, and I don't remember the issue number. Sorry. It's a big stack of PDFs in a file folder in my computer, and they're all mishmashed. But it was the one that was kind of the aftermath in the Oregon Reach after the events that may or may not have specifically happened in the Harebrained Schemes BattleTech game. I believe it's called Almost as Loud as the Guns Themselves.
Yeah.
It's a real similar title to that, and it was like planetary post-traumatic stress disorder and then also personal post-traumatic stress disorder, and just kind of a reminder of the aftermath of a BattleTech fight, right? And like the type of stuff that tends to happen in a BattleTech story, and the threat of a military ship just strafe running civilian cities, right? And I just, that one really grabbed me, and in a direction that was very much this isn't your average laser porn, right? Like it wasn't, it clearly wasn't a stompy robot story. It was a really good story in a stompy robot setting. And I really dug that. It was kind of a reminder
Shrapnel
of
6.
Yeah, there we go. I really like that one. It's just a reminder of, hey, when you're playing a city fight on the table and somebody misses, like, cool. But that's really bad for somebody else that's going to be, having their day ruined because they just took an AC-20 to the office building.
Yeah.
Right? So, that just kind of aftermath story really hit me.
So since I read all the stories, I have lots of favorites. But one that's always like sort of stuck with me is, and it's not even like a mech combat story, and this is an example of like why character-driven fiction is important. It's a story called Lucky Bastard. I think it was in Shrapnel 9 or thereabouts, and it's about this high school kid. He's in his last couple years in high school, and every Friday he and his friends go down to this local arcade where they basically have like the in-universe equivalent of the BattleTech pods, and they go and they're all networked together, and they go down to their local shop on Solaris, and the guy who owns it is like, hey, sorry, I'm going out of business. This is the last weekend I'll be in town, and so they're like, it's literally just kids spending time trying to enjoy their last night at their favorite hangout, and fun stuff ensues.
Jason?
I have, a few. I would be remiss if I didn't mention Daybreak on Shining Mountain, I think it is.
Oh, yeah.
By the late.
From the late, great Travis Hierman,
it just, sometimes BattleTech really gets deep into its own military sci-fi vibes, or kind of but that was one that truly leaned into the science fiction of the universe. Absolutely loved it. Yeah. There was one that was in a recent Shrapnel, I'm going to forget all the names, where this high school kid was going to have to sit there and ride out with a bunch of fire trucks. They're going to try and capture a battle mech, chop it up. It's like the night before a planet goes dark. Just because a planet disappears off the map doesn't mean everybody just died. And this planet knows it. It's like essentially they're trying to fight for the last ride out. It's just the desperation in the story is just so good. So those are two standouts. But I also want to point out, what was the name of that? It was a first-person one. It was something like, and then it got worse, or a series of bad choices.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God.
Bad and Worse, I think is what it was called, yeah.
First-person stories in BattleTech, for all you writers out there, first-person stories in BattleTech generally don't work. It takes a lot of hard work to make a first-person story work right. And when I see one in the slush pile, I'm like, okay, here we go. Because 99%, wow me. And that one just knocked it out of the park. I think it was a first-time writer, too.
Well, I think another thing that really helped with that story is that it had this, like, nice little, even though it's all these terrible things happening, it was written with such a voice that had like this nice kind of almost like a, well, shucks sort of comedy kind of voice to it.
Like
and
a
if you can
broken
pull
down
that
comedy.
off,
and it comes back to the voice.
The voice.
Yeah.
God.
Which is what's kind of vital for first person to work well. Otherwise, you could just swap out any character.
Yeah.
So you know.
Those are my top Fast 5-3 or top 3.
I think a couple of my favorites are sitting in the slush pile still.
Really?
Like, yeah, like a couple of them, like really hit me hard. That like I'm really excited to see published. If you so choose, Phil. Not because I know he's watching. Not to give him any larger of an ego, but like the Ace Darwin stories are great. Rusty, that one you wrote about the cowboys and the western. That was terrific. Like Mike's Night at the Lake. Is that the one that it's whichever Death Kangaroos one came out with Duncan Treat and the.
Oh yeah, that was
like
the one in issue 20.
In issue 20, like that one was hilarious for
a night to forget.
A night to forget.
Yeah,
they're all a night or a whatever something.
Yeah.
That one was hilarious not only because it was just a good story, but like when he was working on it, I got a completely out of context text from him saying the BattleTech equivalent of Tom Cruise in the Il Clan era is Duncan Treat. And I'm like, you haven't texted me in like 2 weeks. Like, what is this about? But no, it was really, really good. And, there's so many, like all the ones you guys mentioned. It's just a really good magazine, and there's so much stuff in there. And now that Violent Inception is over, I'm going to read it because I know after my experience getting hate mail, not hate mail, but like tears in the mail for what happened to Evan in the Fox Patrol serial novel, I knew I didn't want to put myself through any undue emotional damage until Violent Inception was over, but I'm sure I'm going to hit it by the end anyway.
I'm sure everything goes well, I'm sure.
Yeah, no.
The happy-go-lucky BattleTech universe.
Lucky story.
The violence part is actually ironic. The whole thing is hilarious.
Range war.
Nothing bad happens to these young people in 3149 or 3049 and 3050. It's all Gucci.
Yeah.
Everything is copacetic.
Everything's copacetic. I do want to take a quick moment to remind people because I see some of these comments in chat. Oh, I've got a first-person story. Don't be nervous. Once again, we've spoken about this many times in the novel end of things. It's if you want to be a writer, you need to be writing. To become a BattleTech author, go through, these are the steps that you do it. But the first step is get pen to paper, get typing there. That's how you start.
I think he means Danger Mouse.
I would say, too, if you're worried about getting rejected, I can tell you, like, there are lots and lots and lots of stories getting submitted, and there's not lots and lots of stories getting published. There's only so much room, right?
Yeah.
And it's not a reflection on anyone. Like, some of the stuff isn't always rejected because it's terrible, right? It's because, like, oh, we published something like that, or the details don't work, or there's 100 reasons why it might not get published, and it's not a reflection on anyone specifically. But getting rejected is part of, like, being in publishing. Like, I get rejections, like, I literally get short story rejections, like, every week, right? It's part of the process. It's never personal, and it's always, like, Phil's letters are always really good. Phil's letters are always really good at giving, like, reasons how to improve for next time, and that's not something that you get a lot with editors these days. And so Shrapnel's, like, one of the better places to submit for those reasons.
Yeah, and I'm surprised. Like, I unfortunately can't give a personal response to every single rejection that comes out because it would be impossible.
Oh yeah.
But when I have writers that they're like on the cusp, or like I can see them improving from submission to submission, I'll usually give as much relevant advice as I can, and it's kind of surprising to me like how many responses I get from people that are just like, thank you 1,000 times just for responding, because a lot of markets don't do that, and and it's usually like okay, you got rejected, you have no idea why, you have no avenue to improve, and so you're just kind of left with guesswork.
If I get a rejection that for a submission that didn't follow the submission guidelines, usually I just assume it was my fault for that. So yeah,
easy cuts.
Yeah,
It
exactly.
Really is.
But do stories written on typewriters have a better acceptance rate, Brian?
Sure.
And hand delivered.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, I write most of my short stories on my typewriter. Not when I'm traveling, because I can't haul that thing around. But yeah, no, my typewriter. I've got a lot of my BattleTech short stories I've got typewritten drafts of most of my BattleTech short stories in manila file folders. Maybe one day I'll kick one out for a charity thing or something, and somebody can buy one.
That'd be fun.
Sounds good. All right, so we're coming up near the end right here. So if you have any other questions, please get it in here now. Once again, I'm here with Phil Lee, executive editor of Shrapnel, Rusty Zimmerman, Jason Hansa, and Brian Young. You've got quite the panel of authors here, all here to answer your questions. So let us know. Submit your story expecting a rejection. You will then be pleasantly surprised when they say yes. That's how we all do it.
But and I would say, like, those rejection emails, don't go in expecting to get the feedback either. Like, if you don't get feedback, that is basically unpaid labor on Phil's part. Like,
and that's exactly one of the comments that's right there. Rejection emails are not the problem. The problem is lack of feedback in general off of companies. I know Brian's going to tell you the same thing I am here. We are very blessed with Shrapnel and with the BattleTech universe, the fiction universe in general, as they give back as much feedback as they can. But if you go to most of the main publishing houses, if you go to most of the other gaming companies, they just don't have time for the sheer amount of stories that are coming in to give everyone any sort of feedback. You're lucky if you get a form letter or email 2 years after the process. What's the process for other types of submissions, like scenarios?
At the moment, most of the game content, like all the articles and the tech readout entries and so on and so forth, most of those are usually handled by a team of writers who also do work on the other game aspects of BattleTech, like the source book writers, like the right rule sections. I've even got like some stuff from some of the demo team agents over the years. But by and large, what I'm looking for submissions is short fiction. Every once in a great while, someone will send me something that's not a short story through the short story submissions portal, and that's more of like a you take your chances kind of thing, because sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Are you likely to get any more Shrapnel collections like Year One? They are a fantastic way of getting folks involved with Shrapnel.
Possibly. That's more of a conversation I need to have with my boss. But
on a similar tack, I know we're collecting Lone Wolf and Fox. Are there going to be any more, and I'm asking this because I'm selfishly wanting to know for myself, are there going to be any of the other serial novels are there plans to collect any of the others?
That's been the plan since the beginning. Like, once we give, a couple years of exclusivity for the Shrapnel release, is to collect them all into omnibus forms by themselves. But we just
everybody's
haven't
busy.
been able to do that because we're so busy and lots of things coming down the pipeline.
A lot of Gothic questions there for you, Phil.
Any new cracked canopy stories in the feed?
I have not. Yes, I saw Craig on there.
Craig, our Wars of Reaving co-pilot.
I have not seen any cracked canopy stories submitted for quite some time. I think one of the last ones that we published was because I got a story that worked, and I was like, oh, this could actually make for a cracked canopy story, and went back to the author and was like, hey, would you be interested in writing a cracked canopy frame for the story? He's like, yeah, sure. Added like 500 words or something to it.
What I'm hearing is that Craig should submit a cracked canopy story.
He's already written like 3 of them already.
Yeah. But I actually have one on deck.
Keep submitting.
Yeah, but no, I'd love to do more cracked canopy stories. I just don't get enough of them.
Oh, I want to take that last one from Frog.
That's fair. What's the odds of a Gothic-themed Shrapnel issue? What would you write for BattleTech Gothic?
An issue that's all Gothic is probably not going to happen, but we might see maybe a story or 2 of Gothic in a future Shrapnel issue. Probably not the whole thing, but just a sort of like hey, here's something fun and different.
For Frog, this is a question I fielded recently, and it's pretty much anything in the 30-25. If you're submitting a story and the only thing you're pulling in from is the 30-25.
Just one second, just in case people don't know the question. Any battle mechs you need a break from their frequent appearance in submitted stories?
Yes, sorry.
No, I just sometimes they don't see it in the chat.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No worries.
30-25 mechs. They're great, they're classics, they're good, and they've all got revamped Ilkine designs, which are amazing on the table. But they've been into fiction for 40 years. Dig up the 30-55, the 67, the 75. There's a bunch of TROs. Have fun. Put something in your story that makes Phil go to the TRO. I don't think that's a real mech. The times you have to make him crack open the book, I did that once with the antlion. He didn't think that was a real mech. I made him have to bust open the book. So make the editor bust open the TRO.
My favorite thing to do with mechs for your stories is to go through and find something that, yes, fits in the master unit list, but also something that fits thematically with the character, whether it's with the name or the weapon loadout or something that adds a layer of symbolism or part of the motif of the story or that tells an extra layer to it rather than just going back to the same the 4 mechs you really love. And I think you get a deeper layer of something in your story that way. And I think if you think about picking mechs from that perspective, that character perspective, rather than just it's the 30-25 mechs I want to put out there, you're going to tell a richer story, and you're going to get a much wider variety of mechs out there for people to be interested in on the table.
Yeah,
right. But on the other hand, if you write a story that has a Marauder and a Warhammer or something, doesn't mean it's going to get rejected just because it's got its classic mechs in it. So it's like if they deserve to be in the story and you really need them there, then by all means keep them in.
Yeah. And to add on with Brian's note, when you sit there and you pick a mech, like Brian suggested, it thematically and it adds something later, when you get to those battle sequences, the fighting will feel natural because your character is kind of using the tools they have to fight their way out of the problem.
I mean, like, Katie and her Kit Fox, Evan and his Locust, and Arky and his Quick Draw are very much representative of their personalities. And even, like, the size difference between the Quick Draw and the Locust is related to Evan and Arky and their relationship and their size difference and how they protect each other and all that sort of stuff.
I like this question, so I'm just going to, or this statement about, I'm just going to put Hauptmanns in everything I write. Eventually, CGL will have to restart production to explain where all those Hauptmanns are coming from.
He has my sword.
Well, that's the thought.
That might get an editorial note.
And not only that, but please, also we get some of this stuff, and we want to be careful about that. Sometimes trying to push us to do things that may not work exactly the way you're looking at. I understand that was the humor we're looking at, but we've had that issue in the past.
I mean, I put Evan in an Ion Sparrow because I wanted an Ion Sparrow, and it hasn't worked yet.
And that's something that is a very important thing.
Well, I mean, it was also thematically correct, and it worked in the story and where they were, but I wanted one.
Well, we're coming up on 5 minutes to the hour, so we're just wrapping up right here. Once again, I'd like to thank Phil Lee, Executive Editor of Shrapnel, Rusty Zimmerman, Jason Hansa, and Brian Young. My name is Michael Ciravella. We are going to take a brief break. This may be the break for the evening. We're going to double check right now. I have spoken with Randall Bills, and the item that he wants to show has arrived, but we do need to pick it up from our hotel, so we may be saving that for tomorrow for everyone. We're a little distance away. However, I did see some of the Catalyst folks here, so we may just jump into questions and answers for an hour. So I'm going to find out exactly what, then we're going to put up a message on the screen. But until then, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. Once again, we're at day 1 of Adepticon. You've got another 3 days with us, and we hope that you join us. Have a lovely day.
Can we think about the audience?
Yes,
because
absolutely.
There is a million of names that I've recognized in this. A lot of content creators, a lot of people that are great voices for the community. So thank you all for watching.
Yes.
And tell people what your favorite Shrapnel stories are,
Yes.
whether it's here in the chat or just in person. Like, share your favorite issues with folks.
Sounds good. Anybody particular anyone wants to shout out to?
For Dana, the answer is yes.
Okay, for Dana, the answer is less. You have to have a goatee to quote for BattleTech. Do I need to get a fake beard?
So,
we love everyone.
No,
that is a good thing.
Thanks to the audience.
Sounds good. Thank you all, everyone. We appreciate it, and we will be potentially right back.